Cataclysm: Dark Days Ahead is by far one of the most complicated survival games on the market, and we decided to tell a story with it. We follow Vellum, an aspiring archmage in this strange eldritch apocalypse, as he struggles through both physical and existential challenges. This is the supercut for Season 3. In Season 1, Vellum was only surviving, barely scraping by each day as his first night's outing almost killed him. We gathered food, learned the rules of the apocalypse, and mostly hid from threats. In Season 2, we began truly striking out, changing the rules to accommodate our own, and facing threats both physical and metaphysical head on. We learned there was a looming entity watching over Vellum, and that it granted him a form of immortality. When he died, he would change in some way instead of remaining dead. However, Vellum fears this and avoids death, for the cost is his sense of self instead of an endless silence. Now in Season 3, as we advance into the mid to late game of Cataclysm, Vellum seeks the materials and tools to create true weapons of war, arming and armoring himself against his remaining weaknesses. The line between aspiring and archmage is becoming blurry. What once he feared, now he slays without pause. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you enjoy the episodes. We have survived. No, we have lived in the Cataclysm for a month now. It has been nagging at us, though, that we need a new way to move, a new way to travel. In order to achieve our current goals of gearing up, we need to be able to explore further than ever before, but also be able to return with our spoils. We are a scholar, and as any true mage would do, we study what magic and power we have seen around us. Every night we have slept next to this unstable rift, unsure what to do with its inky black sheen and impenetrable nature. But after hours of study and focus, it finally clicks. We can use this and what we've seen before, the transportation between reality and the in-between, to create a gate. A month ago, we saw our master create a crude one, but on some level, we already know we're stronger than he ever was. Atop the Academy's tower roof, we put our studies to practice, creating a locus of teleportation. The world as we know it has changed, and now it is ours for the taking. Distance is becoming meaningless before our power. Welcome back to Cataclysm: Dark Days Ahead. My journey as Vellum, aspiring archmage of the apocalypse. Now that we have this gate, now that we've learned these powers of being able to travel much longer distances, our ability to move across this city and then return is going to be changed dramatically. The only downside is that it takes about 8 hours to attune to a location, which means that we can't just do it willy-nilly. We're probably going to want to put gates down rather far away. And we actually have a really good look at, like, the fact that there's not that many hordes around us right now. But we're going to want to find an anvil, bring it back, and this gate will help us tremendously with that. But while we're looking for an anvil, because it could take us a while to find one, we are going to head towards anywhere that we see that has some sort of magic. So we have one wizard tower over here. We have one to the south of us that's a lot closer. Oh, that's not really that close. Holy crap, that's far away. And this is why we need the gates. Yeah. That one's also very far away. 52, 63. Yeah, it looks like this one that's 44, whatever that is, miles? I don't know. Away is probably the closest. And it's about twice as far as we've traveled to the south. Almost probably 3 times as far. We have the Magic Academy here, Magic Shop, and we have 2 Magic Meadows. And then outside of looking for places that are overtly magic like that, there's our ogre lair, of course, but there's a chance that that's not very good for us. Oh, there's some people over here. You can see signs of civilization. It's been a while since we visited our tower during the day. It's letting us see quite a bit around us here. There's also a good chance that we cross the river and we search those cities over there as well. Because it looks like a lot of the area to the south of us, at least until we get to Groveland, is like, this is just the suburbs, right? We're in the city center. Just all of these things right here, all of these little gray buildings are just houses. But with this new power, we should be able to travel much, what's this? A paintball field. Oh, that's not interesting. We should be able to travel much farther and be able to actually return with our stuff. Oh, we do spot a potential threat on the horizon, a fungal bloom that is going to be spreading fungus around the area and is going to be very dangerous, very long-term dangerous, something we might actually want to deal with eventually and destroy. I think for now, though, we are going to set our sights on the south here, especially because there is also a museum and a craft shop right by this wizard tower down here. And even the dumps are going to be interesting because there's a chance that someone has dumped like a damaged anvil and we can just repair it ourselves. So we'll probably follow the river. We'll follow this one road, actually, because if we follow this road to the end of it, the end of itself, then we will be able to get all the way there. We're not going to take the bicycle. With this gateway, we should be able to just go, basically. And it's going to be actually better to be on foot because we will be able to come back if we need to. But it is 7 a.m., so drop our staff off here, and hopefully we still have a little bit of... I think we do. Yeah, we have something that kind of looks like food. It's not... Yeah. We're definitely going to want to get real food, as we just ate an entire meal of tomato sauce and fruit jam. That's not exactly ideal. Go ahead and grab 3-gallon jugs real quick. Make some purified water, and while we're doing all this, we'll be back whenever we're ready to actually get on with the journey. Fortunately, the Cataclysm never cares about your plans, as we were just reading some applied science books in the basement, waiting for us to be tired enough to get some sleep so that we can head out tomorrow. Another tiny Cataclysm has begun nearby. We're going to go ahead and stop reading and check our map. Yeah, it looks like it's very close by. Ideally, we don't have to deal with this. And we're going to check outside to see kind of what's going on. Pull out our makeshift spear here. Yeah, definitely looks like some sort of portal storm. Doesn't look like it's spawned anything too threatening. Oh, it's very close by. And as we're walking, we have a moment of despair as all distances seem to vanish. Everything is one, and it is claustrophobic. You awake from what must have been a violent and horrifying daydream. Your body aches as if the wounds were real, and there is just blood all around us. Okay, we're going to go back inside because screw that. I feel like we need to be ready for this. The portal storm is literally passing beneath us. It's almost like it was aiming for us. I don't think I have any interest in the storm. What? As we open the door, a giant probing appendage, blindly feeling the area around it, appears outside. It is hostile. All of your senses scream at you that it's the size of a truck, yet it only takes up about as much space in the world around you as you do. It seems to be jutting through a portal, suggesting that it's merely a smaller extension of something much larger. We're going to close the door and back away. This portal storm has monsters in it, and despite how much I would like to go out there, it suddenly just became daytime. Or maybe it was already dark. The day and night is becoming strange. Things are very abnormal right now. As much I'd like to go out there and investigate, because the portal storms have brought us a lot of value in the past, I don't like the monsters. I don't like not knowing what's going on. What the hell was that? Alien grass. An area that just looks like grass. Its blades are serrated and move on their own. Yeah. There is some serious chaos going on out there right now. I think it's going to be best to kind of just waited out. We just spotted one of these persons. Despite being outside, and where even is it? Outside and in the river. It can just see us. I don't like the fact that we're hearing sounds above us, southeast and above. Perhaps that's just a zombie? Getting freaked out by the portal storm? We also see an absence. Ever since you have claims the space to be empty, but your mind is not full, there's an emptiness here that is far from natural or safe. It is a hostile creature of some regard. The person has run to us and has opened the door. And we just had a swarm structure appear behind us. Your mind can't decide if it's vast structure or an endless swarm of tiny, flying, sharp things. The only thing you know for sure is that it is far too large to fit in the space it occupies. Swarm structure seems damaged, so we're going to go ahead and put away our spear real quick, and we will magic missile. Okay, we're actually doing damage to it. What about a mana bolt? See about just do a huge chunk of damage, almost destroying it. What? I'm sorry, what just happened? The integrity of space-time is violated, and the swarm structure exploded into twisting blades, just like the ones that were outside. Sorry, not even outside, in the in-between. We are going to use phase. And can we phase up an elevation from inside here? We cannot. I don't like this. There's two persons as well. Another one coming. We are going to start running, and the blades immediately move in, slicing into me, causing pain. Okay. We're going to phase to the stairs and head upstairs. We can see them. Even though they're 2 floors below us, we can see them. Or close the door. Try and catch our breath. The person, whatever it is, rushed up the stairs at us, swung the door open, and vanished. And I feel like something was destroyed inside us. I don't understand fully. Pull our spear back out and be ready. We need to close this door. Something just killed a zombie off in the distance. Another person. We swing down and do damage. Okay. It is taking... No. It was taking damage? Perhaps? It's hard to tell. It touched us and disappeared. Apparently there's also a rock bath. Some zombies fell into some of the pits that I've dug. We're going to go ahead and crush them before we forget about them. There's another zombie nearby. During all of this chaos, I think the real threat is going to be that the chaos is getting in the way of normal threats. Portal Storm has moved off very, very far. We're probably out of the thick of this. I don't want to go to sleep with this going on, though. So we're going to wait a little bit longer. Last time, whenever we were waiting, Portal Storm came back to us. Like it's doing now. It kind of swings back around. I worry that if we ignore this and we just try and go to sleep, we're going to run into trouble. Is it gone? Suddenly, as it began, the Portal Storm fades. Reality returns to normal. Hopefully, the scarring is minimal. Okay. Well, that was eventful. That was a... I didn't mean to do that. That was a one way to start all of this. We'll go ahead and close our door and put in our earplugs and get some sleep. Okay. Make sure we take out our earplugs. We are going to drink up as much as we can before leaving, and we have pretty much everything we need on us. Not much else that we really need. We did fill up a minor wand of magic missiles, so as long as we remember about it, we do have that as a backup. That's just a goose. Don't attack me, goose. Okay, good. Geese can be very hostile. I guess that's not really a big surprise. Like so. Came to my house, my place, and then attacked me. What ridiculous creatures. We want to head south, and I want to hit some houses on the way because we're quite hungry. So what we're going to do is we're going to phase through right here, catch our breath afterwards, and we're going to just check. Are there any of these apartments? No, none of these apartments are ones that we haven't checked yet. So we'll just move on. It's a car showroom. There's not going to be any food there. So we will head for the diner across the street here. Once again, just taking advantage of our powers whenever possible, because we do want to practice them. And we're getting strong enough with the phase that we don't really fail it anymore. Okay. Anything? Wow, there is... This diner is really empty. Holy crap. Okay. Well, I guess we'll try out the house over here then. I do like taking a moment to catch my breath every time that we phase, just so that we don't get caught with low stamina. There was just like 4 backpacks in this spot here. That's actually really nice. Would have been nice a lot earlier, I guess. Yeah, it looks like this bakery mostly just has like ice cream. We'll head through this wall. Not teleport safely. There we go. Looks like we were trying to teleport into a wall. Forgot my own rule. And it still looks mostly empty. Rotten brownies, cookies. Yeah. Looks like this place mostly just had like junk food. We'll head out the front door. Bunch of zombies here. Close this window. Catch our breath. And get off the ground level. The only things we're going to be taking if we check these kinds of spots is going to be antiseptic and bandages. Everything else, because we're going on a long trip, is not necessary. All of these doors are locked. Kind of strange, to be honest. And we can't open them from the inside? Okay. Who keeps doors locked on the inside of their house? Like, seriously, who does that? From southeast and below, you hear a steady patter of light, whistling chirps. I'm hoping that's a bird. Don't think we know what would cause a whistling, chirping noise. There's no kitchen in this place? I kind of wanted the kitchen. Maybe the kitchen's on the first floor. I didn't realize that this was a singular house. We're going to be a little non-confrontational, and instead of fighting any of those zombies, we're just going to close the windows and avoid them seeing us moving around in here in the first place. A little bit of cheese. That's at least enough food for us to eat now. Anything else? It doesn't look like it. We're going to have to check at least one or two more houses before we're able to really start booking it to the south. Of course, us being us, voracious diet of literature. We're going to check all of the bookshelves to make sure that there's nothing interesting on them. Bunch of places we've checked before. Do think we will hit up the grocery store across the street on the way out, though. There's a chance it has some valuable stuff in it. Oh, this grocery store has been heavily ransacked by the Cataclysm. Either that or it was abandoned even before the Cataclysm started. We're going to go ahead and mark that one off. We do want to check all of the hardware stores, though. There's a zombie hunter nearby. Okay, hasn't seen us. Kind of looks like we've already checked this hardware store, but we'll go ahead and head in. Yes, we have checked this hardware store. I recognize this one. Breath. Don't want to fight that zombie hunter unless I absolutely have to. Gun stores can also have anvils on a very small chance. But it looks like this is also a gun store that we've checked before. And I think I would have remembered finding an anvil. So we're going to leave it behind as well. We don't want to head towards that wasp. So we'll probably head over a block. Pupating zombie crawler. Ugh, disgusting. And currently, not our problem. Another restaurant. A lot of this area is already quite explored. But there's a chance... Is there any water in here? There's a chance that we left some food behind. Where's that bruiser zombie? Right in there. Ooh, that's one of the zombies with the giant arms. It's another creature we just don't want to mess with. Zombie did manage to see us. We're gonna take it out very quickly. Managed to get a crit, taking it down almost instantaneously. Makes us feel good. There's a bunch of power tools in here. Don't think there was any anvils, though. A garage. Another gun store. I doubt that this candy shop is going to have anything palpable for us. We don't need candy, we need actual food. And the sugar and fake sucrose that modern times used is actually completely impalpable to our elven diet. It will literally make us sick. There is a locked door here. We can't teleport safely beyond the door. Perhaps here? There we go. Someone had shoved a crate in front of the door. Looks like we have a hydraulic press, cylinder engine, rope, screwdrivers, welding rods, and quite a few crates. Mostly stuff we're not going to care too much about. It's all, like, unsurprisingly, for the garage, car stuff. There was a small chance. We do need to check quite a few buildings on the way to this magic tower. Guess it's mostly worth our time. This place has seen better days, but there is a gun shop in the back. So we'll do a quick cursory glance here to see if there's anything good. Despite the fact that it looked like they were actually constructing some weapons there. Stab it through the fence. Absolutely beautiful. There was no anvils. This is the back of a police department. Ooh, that is a shriekling. We want to deal... It just saw me. We're going to deal with it quickly. We're going to start using mana bolts more often, because mana bolts, we have learned, is potentially a much more powerful spell over time. So we want to get as good at mana bolt as we currently are at Magiclysm. Let's see about coming inside here. Wow. Seriously? Is this wall too, like, thick or something? We'll climb over here. Okay. Kind of low on stamina. Take a moment to catch breath. We need to be careful to not do exactly what we just did, basically, and get lost in attempting to teleport, because even if we can't teleport safely, it does end up using our stamina. Looking through the entirety of the building, there's a lot of useful tools here, but I don't see what we're looking for. There is a decent amount of charcoal here. We might mark this place down, because if we do get a charcoal forge going for our blacksmithing needs, where is that guy? Outside. Good. For our blacksmithing needs, then this place actually has a decent amount of charcoal and snack food that is completely unpalatable to us. There's a zombie blank out there. We're not sure, but we think that those things are able to shut off our powers, which means that is a fight we don't want. We will teleport out the back again. Rest. Pull out our knife spear. And we'll mark this with charcoal. And then mark it explored. Fire station to the south here is going to be potentially dangerous. But I really do want to check out this police department. What's on this sappy scroll? Looks like it's a torn skin scroll. Can't see the roof. Okay, we're gonna pry open this door and then immediately back up. Fortunately, just a zombie cop, so not a threat, as we very quickly slice it down. Looks like they have a kitchen, though. There's a chance. Oh, thank goodness. Some actual real food. Oranges and some yogurt. Ah. It's taking a little bit, but we've actually found something worth consuming. There is 21 clean water here? Where the... Oh, that's actually on me. I forgot that I brought one of the gallon jugs of water with us. Go ahead and take this guy out as well. Another zombie down. Looks like that's the front area, maybe the lobby. So far, not too bad. Some clean water there. Looks like we found the bullpen. Lured that zombie onto the table and then immediately took care of it. Few very good hits, luring them onto the various tables. It is a pretty actually amazing way of taking care of these zombies inside of this building here. Okay, that's a zapper zombie. Fortunately, our spear largely wood. Are we still in the police department? It looks like it. It feels good to be able to come back to a police department because this is where we tried. Well, not this particular one, but we tried to find safety in a department at the beginning of our journey. Man, that's been like... Ooh, some actual fresh steel ballistic vest plates. I think we're going to drop the ceramic ones. And can we insert these? Oh, wait, no. We need to insert from here, right? Maybe not. Put into, okay. And did that change the armor values? It seems like it did. We actually have better protection now in our SWAT ballistic vests. Oh, wait, we accidentally put the compromise plates back in. How do we do that? Oops. Is it possible to put the steel plates in? Does not accept these. Okay. Well, never mind then. What was he wearing? He was wearing a tack vest. Can't be right. I did just notice that he had a patrol officer kit, which means that he had a bunch of bandages. Another one down. Posters. More zombie cops. Nothing too ooh. A full riot armor suit. Covers the feet, legs, arms, and torso. Not a lot of encumbrance on each of them. And wow, it actually is a lot of armor. Can we just straight up wear it as it is? No. Hold on. Be honest, our piecemeal armor of elbow pads and like leather gauntlets and stuff like that is actually probably better for us than that because we want to stay mobile. Be able to cast our spells and use our speed. That full set of riot armor would be really good for us if we decided to try and get a little stronger and like actually get into melee a little bit more. But as it stands, I think our current outfit is actually better for us. Okay. This fire department, or this police department is absolutely enormous. And there's another one across the street. But I'm not really seeing much here that is too useful or too good for us. I think we are going to head out. Oh man, it continues here? Oh crap, that place was huge. And yeah, we'll start heading south. Oh no, I think that's the fire department. Gotcha. Ideally, I would like to a pawn shop. I would like to get past this bridge during this particular night. Clothing store looks like it's been completely raided and smashed in, but the pawn shop, okay, pawn shop looks good. Wow, this is one of the things I love about pawn shops. Just shelves and shelves and shelves of stuff and junk, and like most of it's probably going to be fate. Like, for example, I'm curious about these broadswords. Fate. But there's some stuff here, like the silver metal. It's actually made out of real silver. There's some stuff here that's not too bad. Ooh. An interesting book about trapping. We'll take that. Let's see. Some heals, a camisole, faux hat, food person mask. Weird. Potentially a katana. Budget steal. No, it's a piece of shit. Okay. Walking cane, steel chain, lab coats. Most of this military rucksack. Most of this stuff is kind of garbage. Dragon skin vest. Okay, well, we have to check that out. Is that like actual dragon skin? It's a type of ballistic vest, once promised to be the future of body armor. Interesting. It completely covers the torso, has a decent amount of encumbrance, but is actually some pretty good protection. Apparently, the U.S. Army snapped up several hundred units of the armor, but testing revealed that they were extremely heavy, weighing almost 50 pounds, and the design failed spectacular environmental tests. Okay. So basically, they were bad. I should have kept reading. Another fake sword. Unsurprising. M1 helmets, butcher knife, ballistic goggles, plastic apron, firefighter helmet, a grappling hook. We might grab the grappling hook to experiment with. Oh, also there's a roll mat there. That's actually very useful for us. That'll give us something to sleep on tonight. Chainmail coif. Wow. It causes 37 encumbrance to the head. Holy crap. No. I mean, I guess that makes sense. But holy crap. That's so bad. Pea coats, camo top. Another set of pair of wolf's head cufflinks. We already have 2 sets, so I think we're probably fine. Do we currently have knee pads? I don't think we do. We'll go ahead and wear the knee pads. Is that okay with us? Yeah, our legs are fine. Good. That gives us a little bit more protection. Probably look silly as heck, but that's okay. A javelin bag. Charcoal smoke. Ooh, a Shamshire. Still no idea how to actually say that. Of course, it's fake. A Gion. And it's fake. I promise you. It is actually possible. Ooh. Okay, locksmith kit. There we go. I was about to say, it is actually possible to find interesting things in Lesser Wand of Point Flare? I don't know what Point Flare does. We're going to have to attempt this. I mean, it's a lesser wand, so we're going to be able to cast it for free, basically. The tent is tempting because it would give us a place to shelter, but we're going to be in the mega city for the entirety of our journey here, which means that, realistically speaking, we're not going to need the tent. The gemstones, the diamonds and the platinum do really interest us, so we're going to phase past here. And that case is empty, or that case is locked, I should say. Do we have a spell to unlock it? We don't. We've managed to be quiet this entire time, so I don't actually want to open the case, because the chances are that it's going to set off an alarm. And we've done a pretty good job of not attracting anything to us yet. So we're just not going... We'll leave it here. And we'll mark this on our map. With gemstones and gold. There is a military surplus store just behind this, though. So I do think that we are going to go check that out. I saw a fat zombie for a moment, but as soon as I tried to take a look around, it was already gone. Okay. Did find a back wall that we can phase through. Oh my gosh. So many MRE packages. Okay. And the MRE packages actually seems like they have things inside them that we can eat. Yeah. Okay. We're going to take some of these MRE packages because we're not going to take all of them, obviously, because that's a lot. Oh, wow. Wow, there's actually a decent amount of nice stuff here. This particular army supply place is actually pretty good. We're going to take out our compromised side plates and we're going to again try and insert stuff into the ballistic vest, but this time we're standing next to an entire thing of vests. So hopefully these will help. Wow, these ESBI ballistic plates have insane values there. That was definitely something else. And then it was the only one that looks like it fits. So we'll go ahead and put these plates, at least one of these compromised plates, back in to our ballistic vest. Which one is it called? It's these SB ballistic plate. Oh yeah, there's another one. There's two more that right there. So we'll do the same thing again. That should be, if I understand it all what I'm doing, should be an upgrade. Drop this bag here. I don't know why that bag ended up inside our inventory. And grab the things from inside of it. And we don't really need the extra plates to be carrying around. Ballistic glasses. Go in the eyes. That's from environmental dangers. But they're just enough eye encumbrance that it lowers our vision. The vision loss is not so bad, though, so I think it's going to be worth it, because that does mean that we actually have some protection on our eyes now, so if something tries to, like, stab at us or something like that, we don't have to worry about it as much. We're going to take a little bit more of a look around here. I mean, there's just so much nice stuff here that, like, almost feels bad to not be using all of this. How heavy are these MRE packages? They're pretty heavy, to be honest. What's a Hetzamine stove? Apparently it's some sort of, like, very, very small stove. You can heat up food with it. We'll take one and some Hetzamine, I guess. Check these guys. I think this is the first time I've come across a army supply store that has actually been filled with, well, army supplies. And I'll say, if you came here, if we were to find this place a lot earlier, we would basically be done with all of our incidental armor that we need pretty much immediately. Unfortunately, as it is, we kind of already have most of our slots filled. I don't see anything that's necessarily better. We're going to go ahead and mark it as explored. How much carry weight do we have left? Honestly, not a ton. We're going to drop a bunch of this hexamine and just keep a little bit on us. So I think that's taking up a decent amount. And make sure we drop any rotten food as well. Okay. There's a small scrapyard across the street that actually has a decent chance of having stuff that we would care about in it. So we're going to check it out. Okay. This place is going to be a pain in the butt to search. So we're going to use the surrounding search option. That doesn't look like anything interesting here. So far, this trip has been largely uneventful. Kind of surprising. Go ahead and mark that as seen, and there's another military supply store here. And this is more of what I'm used to. Completely empty. These military supply stores seem to have attracted preppers very early in the Cataclysm. Which means that they've been mostly completely cleared out. Oh, quite a few zombies. Oh, wow. Quite a few zombies here. We are going to put away our spear. A few steps over here. And we're going to cast Wind Strike. We do tons of damage to literally all of them. If we can get another Wind Strike off. Yeah, there we go. We cleared out a decent chunk of them and damaged quite a few of them, but wow, we are definitely very quickly attracting more. Let's go for another Wind Strike. Wiping out a huge chunk of the group, to be honest. We're going to pull this one into the alleyway here. Take another one down. We're the one that's powerful here. We're the one that's in control. We are going to just clear these guys out before they become a problem. We hit here. Yeah, there we go. Managed to damage pretty much all of them. Another one bled out. We don't see any unique zombies yet, but we are out of mana. Take down the runner, which was probably one of the only dangerous ones in that crowd. There is one acid-filled one here. We know how to take care of that. We'll just have to wait a moment to do so. Another runner down. And then we will go ahead and move this corpse. And dismember it. Which should be good enough. It is good enough. Okay. Make sure it doesn't get back up. Feels good to be able to just clear out a street like this. Taking out half a dozen zombies, if not more. These are things that will not get a chance to evolve. Okay. We do want to continue heading south, though. It looks like we've gotten a little bit too far east. We're going to head west again. Quite a few zombies there, too. Another pawn shop. Oh, I hate how that thing moves. That's so creepy. Ah, pupating zombie crawler. Do we have enough mana to get a mana bolt off? We do, but we would need to put away the spear. Smashing it for 39 damage. Heck yeah. We'll pull the spear back out. Is it healing? Yep. But we did manage to take it down. And we don't have to worry about it becoming whatever it was going to become. We're kind of out in the open here. I don't like it. We're going to back off towards this pawn shop to the south. And go through the wall? No. Probably because that's Shrieker. We are going to leave the Shrieker alone. We will head the other direction. Perhaps corner will be free. Nope. Catch our breath from all the failures. See if we can manage to find a door. There we go. A broadsword. And in the back. And it's fake. One of these days, I will find a non-replica sword. And when that happens, I will be very, very happy. I will take this throwing knife, though. Apparently, there's rollerblades. Very fast and flat floors, but they make it hard to move on rough terrain, take hits, or dodge effectively. That seems like a hilarious style to live, but maybe not a great idea for us. What is a kippa? I don't recognize that. Is that a weapon? The skull cap. I see. Fishing rods, brass knuckles. Oh, another gem shear. Fake one. It is truly impressive how many fake weapons people have managed to make here. I do like the scabbard, but we don't have anything to put in it. Some military stuff here. Ooh, a broadsword. Budget. Steal. Another set of wolf's head cufflinks. Strange that we keep running into those. Another locksmith kit. We already have one, though, so I think we'll probably hold off. Are you kidding me? We went through this entire place, and other than some modern pistols, which we really don't care for, we didn't find anything here. It's honestly impressive. There's a temptation to go ahead and put down our marker here, but the wizard tower itself is still very far to the south. So I think we'll go a little bit farther first before we put down a marker, because once we do put down a marker, we're going to be in that location for a little while. small horde between us and where we're trying to go. What the hell is this? Completely destroyed SWAT truck. And a grocery store. That bloated zombie. It spots us, which it didn't. Could have been a problem. And we do hear a lot of destruction happening all around us. A dump in a hardware store. Sorry. What? An incandescent husk. The zombie is visible only as a glowing white silhouette that you have to squint to see. It is in a crackling field of lightning that pulses like a beating heart. It walks slowly and deliberately, the thunderstorm surrounding it eagerly jumping to anything conductive within its grasp. What the hell is that thing? It literally is a zombie with a fucking thunderstorm around it. What the hell? There's an Orichalcum security van right here. Okay. I'm not sure if we should challenge something like that with no mana, so we're going to take a look around. The hardware store is probably not a bad idea. The office tower is probably a decent idea. The husk is moving a little closer. We're going to try and get out of here, as we do hear things just 18 meters away now. You can literally see its thunderstorm moving with it. That thing is horrifying. Well, it looks like its thunderstorm is at least impartial, as it did actually take down a few zombies with it. We are going to get away from this. Ooh, I really want that. That is an atomic reading light. We're going to take that. Actually, we're going to turn it off first and take it. This atomic light is going to be literally a permanent light that will always be able to be turned on. And it's just enough to be able to read by. Ooh, there is a pickaxe here. We actually could really use a pickaxe. There's actually a decent amount of tools here in general. Most of them are kind of beyond what we need. But a lot of them are pretty good. And there's a lot of supplies here as well. Is there a place that we can settle down for a few hours? No, there just really isn't. But there is a house right nearby here. And a garage. What was that sound? Sounds like something going on over there. Don't think I want to be part of it. This house is boarded up. Go inside. Actually, surprisingly safe looking. Let's clear it out. Okay, so there's one window down right there. And there's some back access. But there is a downstairs. This could be a decent place. 2 zombie kids down here. We could clear them out very quickly. Now it's pretty much safe. Take one more look around. Is there a way for us to close this off? doesn't look like it. But this place would be difficult for most things to get into. And does this... Oh, it does have clean water in it. Absolutely beautiful. Okay. I believe this is going to be the first place where we put down a gate. Well, it's going to take us 8 hours to create the gate. And then once we have it created, we will be able to gate from here back to our home and vice versa, which means that we have already made at least a little bit of progress here. We will be able to use this as a point from which in the future to travel to. And if we need to, we can just kind of hop home to get anything. I don't think we're actually going to need to, but being able to find a place to sit down and create one of these gates is... I don't think we should be embracing hubris here. We should take the opportunities when we have them to create them so that we don't have to travel nearly as far in the future. It's one of the reasons why this is such a very useful and incredible power. But once we create the gates, we'll go ahead and make it right next to us. We have another attuned to gate. We will call this Southern Bridge, because that is the nearest important location. And then we are going to cast Gateway. Of course, losing concentration the first couple times. Oh, we can even go back to the home in the north, but we're going to go back to the Academy Tower. Oh, that message scared the crap out of me. There's a long moment of darkness and terrible cold that seems like it will freeze your heart, then you're somewhere else. And we fell down a ledge and sit stories, but we land flawlessly on the shingles, as we had seen ourselves in the sky coming down on this place fast, but we land perfectly safely. Completely blew out our stamina, and it's midday now. But we are home, and tomorrow night we can journey out from this location now in order to be able to make it a little bit farther. With travel through the nether secured, the world feels much smaller. Our reach longer. Exploration is a renewed focus, and our goals are simple. We need more knowledge, more power, and the tools to improve our lifestyle. Welcome back to Cataclysm, Dark Days Ahead, my journey as Vellum, aspiring archmage of the apocalypse. We could wake up fresh, and we have already eaten, and one thing that we did overnight is that we meditated on one of the new tricks that we have contemplated with photokinesis, which is something I'm going to be very excited to try. We now have a ability called Photon Beam. Apparently we can now concentrate light into a high energy beam that does damage to a target. I haven't actually tried it yet, but we'll try it as soon as we get a chance. So we'll go ahead and pull out our spear, and the cool thing is, instead of having to worry about walking somewhere, we're just going to go ahead and use Gateway, which might take a couple tries here. There we go. Southern Bridge. And we whisk ourselves away. Ooh, look at that. It actually killed our stamina, too. That's something we're going to have to keep in mind. Okay. We'll catch our breath for a moment and continue our journey south. I did realize as soon as... I did realize pretty much immediately that we had forgotten to pick up that pickaxe. There's an elf there, so we're going to attempt to... Oh, this is very short range. I see. Oh, interesting. It also just... It put out an object? That's interesting. That's not how I thought that was going to work. Let's try this again. Photon beam. I hit him for 6 points of damage. Okay. Well, psionics do tend to get stronger the more you get good at them. So there's a chance that that's going to get better over time. I'm going to put a note here saying... And we're saying South Gate, and we're going to color this green. And put a big G there. We need to continue to head south now. But we are going to hit this hardware store right next to us real quick. I think I heard up north you hear a high-pitched hum. There's a chance that that's... Apparently it's the incandescent halt.
He's 42 blocks away to their north, though, so I'm not too worried about him. I think the pickaxe was in here. Yes, it is. Okay. We definitely need to grab that. The pickaxe will allow us to use it to break down, like, really large... A lashing zombie. I don't know how dangerous that is. Put away the spear, and we are going to mana bolt him. And, of course, we lose concentration. Wow, we lost concentration quite a few times. 97 damage, though. Oh, no, sorry, 39 damage. But it also makes an explosion sound whenever we did it. You know, he's pretty weak. Guess we aren't going to get a chance to see what he does after all. Looks like some fog just moved in. I think we'll go ahead and use our night eyes then to enhance our vision and battle some of that fog. Cosmetic store. I don't think there's going to be anything in there terribly interesting for us. We can just keep going. What is this? Laundromat. Again, probably not going to be anything interesting in there. Grabber zombie's fine. As long as we don't have to worry about anything else. We're going to hit him for a large amount of damage. And immediately take him down. We do have to worry about Mana Bolt's sound level, though. The fact that it makes an explosive sound can get us in a lot of trouble. It also costs a lot of mana. But I think that's one of the reasons why it's going to be so strong, is that the higher the difficulty of a spell often indicates like how powerful the spell can potentially become. So now that we've reached the maximum level of Magic Missile and it only ever does 21 damage, Mana Bolt already does 39 damage. So whenever we get level 20 of Mana Bolt, it's going to probably be much, much stronger. The other one I also want to get good at is Wind Strike, but mostly just because of the fact that it's one of the rare instances where we can actually do an area of effect. I did need some food, and there's a home improvement store. So I think we're going to hit this house and this home improvement store real quick. The house is just going to be a very quick food raid. See if there's anything here. Ooh, some fresh fruit. That is amazing. It has been a long time since we've actually managed to eat something fresh. We'll go ahead and down the tomato and the orange, and we'll save the rest for later. That is a rare occasion to be able to have some actual fresh food. Ooh, we have another book here that we've never read. Principles of Effective Communication. It's hard to pass up a good book as well. Light warmers there. No thanks. I mean, we always have to check the bookshelves, right? Oh, we went the wrong direction. I wanted to check out this home improvement store as well. And we will go ahead and just phase through to get inside. Looks like it's filled with just like a lot of furniture. And carpets. Not the kinds of things that I expected it to be, I will have to admit. Let's go ahead and continue our way south. I want to try and... Oop. There we go. I want to try and get to the Southern Magic Academy area with this craft shop, the Wizard Tower, and this museum tonight, ideally. Being slowed. What the hell is... What? Okay. We have some actual strange creatures here. Now, we have something called a Graken, which apparently is neutral, ignoring us. This is some sort of eldritch monstrosity, an uncouth black being with smooth, oily skin and unpleasant horns that curve inwards towards each other, tall and thin, the shadows cling unnaturally to its vaguely defined humanoid form as it shuffles along, its hands twitching and spasming. And looks like we also have a Krek. This is some sort of otherworldly hound, lean and hungry looking. Its twisted red flesh is stretched tightly across its misshapen, angular frame, loping grotesquely along. Its unusually long neck stretches forward, its skull-like head near the ground as it sniffs out its prey. Its foulness partially veiled by some arcane force. It almost seems to flicker in and out of your perceptions as if, I don't know how to read the rest of that. How do I scroll down? Okay then. Our thoughts kind of just wander off near the end there. It looks like the Grek and the Grakens, I think it were. Yeah, the Grakens don't seem to care about the Krek. But they do seem to care about the zombies. As we're going to smash some corpses here because they did take out a lot of things nearby. We have a medical horror, a former doctor of some sort, though his uniform has been torn apart. You assume the oversized muscles that cover it to be the culprit. I mean, it's hard to pass up taking out some zombies so that they don't get a chance to evolve later. Don't think I want to deal with that medical horror. It basically sounds like something out of a out of some sort of like comic book, I would say. Let's let the fog's run away. We're going to stop concentrating on the night vision because we have enough night vision as it is, to be honest, and continuing to concentrate on things will just kind of eat up our calories and our stamina. Let's go ahead and phase into this house because again, we still do need some food. Just making very quick trips here. Hey, how are we perceiving something over here? Sense a creature there. That's concerning. I'm not sure how we are sensing a creature. Perhaps it is its presence alone is so disturbing. Here we go. I legitimately missed where the kitchen was multiple times there. Internal combustion, I can't read it. Internal combustion fundamentals. I will admit, I didn't see that zombie child was there. We sort of walked into them. Here we go. Just a little bit of food. Almost like we can sense the Graken. Or maybe it's the Krek. It's strange that we're able to sense a creature. Is that something? Hold on. Did something change? No. Oh, my psionic senses allow me to detect creatures from beyond. That's why we're sensing them in the darkness like that. So those are definitely creatures from the Nether then. I'm tempted to, because they can be problematic, we're going to use a mana bolt and then a magic missile to get rid of that boomer real quick. So many zombies around here. Okay, speaking of, unsurprisingly, going through a graveyard like this is attracting just a handful of zombies. Wonder if the graveyard keeper maybe practiced some necromancy or something. Doesn't seem like they have any books. Might not have been literate. Can't really put it past your average human to expect high levels of literacy. What is this? This is a pizza parlor? Ah, let's keep going. Keep exploring. Ooh, okay. A lot of smoke here. It's either a fire or some sort of new type of creature. There's so many zombies here. Okay, we're gonna move slowly here. Slavering Biter. It's another new one. A distorted, swollen human body. Its jaws have elongated into crocodile-like snout, dripping with foul-smelling saliva. That seems dangerous. Let's not get near that one. Oh. They're all getting attracted over. And at least one of them sees us. It wasn't the Slavering Biter, though. Why is that zombie seeing us so well? Almost strange. You know what? I'm going to attempt to discern weakness. Oh, interesting. It's a... I hadn't actually gotten a chance to use that yet, but apparently it's a touch range spell. At least at this level. There's a chance that it gets longer range as I get better at it, I guess. Actually, Photon Beam is already range too. Yeah. So it has the same range as my spear. Oh. Get this window open super fast. It did attract some attention. Probably should have just phased through, but I was afraid to use stamina. Oh, that is a lot of food. Thank you so much. I think we'll just eat some of this right away. And there's the Slavering Biter. We're not going to take any chances here. We're going to pull out a mana bolt right away, smashing it for 39 damage. Almost taking it down in one. And because there's two enemies here, I think we're going to follow up with a Wind Strike. Hitting both of them, then pulling our spear back out. And going out the front door, because screw this. What the hell is that? A thorny shambler, a shambling undead humanoid, its body overgrown with a tangled mass of otherworldly vegetation. Hunched over and dragging its feet as it moves, the bramble utterly enveloping its upper half twitches and moves with a life of its own. Tendrils tipped with a paralytic sting. I believe that I know a thing or two about these creatures. We need to be careful. The poison that they emit will be very bad for us. Okay, so we're going to take a moment because he did actually manage to shoot something at us there. And we'll catch our breath in the bathroom here. Go ahead and pressure on our wounds to staunch the bleeding. And then we'll take some aspirin and bandage our wounds very quickly. Actually, while I'm at it, I'm even going to take some gummy vitamins. Is there anything we can do for the poison? We might have to just wait it out. It's slowing us down right now. Is there anything useful in this bathroom? We are going to take that antiseptic. Go ahead and use it to refill our bottles. And we'll take nothing else, to be honest. Oh wait, there's a first aid kit. Here. Heck yes. We phase through a wall out of the bathroom and directly into the waiting arms of a zombie. Okay, we are going to start running, scramble away. It tries to grab us, but fails, and head out the window. finally point out our spear. Let's take him down. Crush him down. Ooh, that was a little dangerous. That dwarf just kind of like came around the corner. We'll crouch down here and catch our breath real quick. And a zombie dog immediately jumps into the... zombie acid dog jumps in through the window. We're going to back up. Put it down. And we'll pull the usual here. And we'll take the zombie dog and pull it over. And then... catch our breath for a moment. In fact, we're actually going to try and get some of our focus back here. He actually did manage to grab a hold of us there. It's not great. Dismember the zombie dog. Okay. Whew. That was, a little surprise danger there. Eat some food real quick. Take a drink of water. Make sure we stay topped up on that kind of stuff. Go ahead and drop our spare junk here. Zombie necromancer. That's not good. A twisted mockery of the human form, emaciated with jet black skin and glowing red eyes. It is somehow painful to look at, awakening fears deep within your psyche, and even the surrounding air seems more sinister, somehow darker and dangerous. We know a thing or two about necromancers, and there being a zombified necromancer here, I feel a strong compulsion to take this down before we leave. It sees us from a good distance. We're going to go ahead and pull out a mana bolt, smashing into it for actually only 9 damage. We'll do it again, losing our concentration. Second one also hits it for 9 damage. I think it's resistant to magic, perhaps. We're going to just soften it up, getting a 3rd mana bolt off on it. As we step in for the melee. Oh my gosh, okay, it did go down before it actually started doing anything too terrible. I didn't really want it summoning more zombies, or perhaps reviving zombies. I'm not actually sure which one it would have done. But in either case, it would have been not good for us. More smoke. I really don't like the look of that. And as we stepped up, more zombies came around the corner. We might need to take a moment and kind of just catch our breath here. Oh man, there's so many zombies around here. We're going to phase through this wall so that we don't have to open the windows here, because that'll make a lot of noise. And grab the food here. Somehow, it must have smelled us or something. That zombie dog caught hold of us anyways. Book we haven't read. Absolutely required. And we'll phase into this locked room. Close the window right away. Just want to take a moment to catch our breath. That Rottweiler is following me. But we chased after us, jumping through us as we tried to open the door, and we immediately take it down in a single hit. Okay. We're not far now. Only a small horde between us and our first destination. The museum might have alarms. I'll take the Brooklyn Trail Guide. So there's a chance that we want to go to the dump first. In fact, we're actually going to back up this house. And we're going to... I know it seems off, but we're going to take a moment to just clear this basement over here. Kind of just get back control over this situation. Our mood is suffering from all of the zombie kids that we've had to kill. There is a book there, but we can't actually pick it up. And there's some water here. We'll go ahead and fill up our flask, our canteen, and drink what we can. Put away our spear. And I think what we'll do is we'll just take a moment to activate our atomic light here and take a moment, read a book real quick, and just, you know, it's don't spend a moment here, but we just kind of just need to get our situation back under control. Eat a little bit, and yeah, let's read the Brooklyn Trail Guide as well, and go ahead and drop that. And then play with our Uno cards for just a little bit. Our focus has gotten very low. We were kind of losing track of things, and we were really, really low on mana as well. It's one of the reasons why I was so excited to see a atomic light like this, because it does mean that we just don't have to worry about using our light at all. Somehow all of this food like instantly rotted. We'll go ahead and drop all the rotten food. And I think while we're down here, we're going to take a step away real quick. Turn off the atomic light. And we're going to attempt to use this wand of point flare. I want to know what it does. Generates strong heat at the targeted location, damaging anything susceptible to high temperatures. Okay, so even activating it gave us insight into the magic of the item. So we don't have to worry about that anymore. So we can go ahead and put that away. Okay. I think we have ourselves handled again. We're in a good situation. We are going to use our extended stride because I am worried. That we might have to run. But we did want to clear this place out, with the intention being that if we have to fall back, we have a good place to fall back to. Bandage our wounds. And do we have anything we can put on them? We can take a couple aspirin, though. Catch our breath. Okay. Here we go. There's a dump there. Wait, we see off in the distance. Apparently there's people in that orchard. Likely we see signs of smoke or other life. I don't know why the zombies are suddenly seeing me from so far away. But I do want to sort of clear them out, because I am worried about this museum. It's filled with very valuable items that were previously valuable. So there's a good chance in my mind that the museum is going to have an alarm. Why can they see me from so far away? Maybe it's the moon phase? Catch our breath again. Just really need to take our time here. Okay. Front door is still locked. It's actually just good for us, as we will phase inside. Okay, so it looks like there's a cavalry saber in there. Large bone replica. Here we go. This is what we were hoping for, is armor exhibits. Absolutely beautiful. Iron greaves, armored boots, steel arm guards. This is the kind of armor that we've been excited for. What? Biosolidified. What? Okay, we're going to ignore that one. That one is something else. Knitting needles, spiral stone, wakizashi. There's a lot of this stuff is made out of metal, but there is a chance. We'll go ahead and phase through here. There's a chance that we can use our spells, specifically our, where is it? We had a spell for this. Fault Mending Chant. Allows us to, made any item made with natural metal or stone, you can mold it with our hands and repairing the flaws. So if we can get some soil, rock, and, which we know how to deal with all these things, soil, rock, and metal chunks, we might be able to repair these metal items. Shamshire, Zweihander, some bone stuff, copper stuff. We don't really need the copper and the Stone Age stuff, but a lot of this is just so good for us. Unfortunately, there is not an exhibit on medieval smithing, but the Shamshire, Zweihander, Wakizashi, cavalry saber, and especially this armor. Okay, so how are we going to handle this? I imagine if we hit... There's also just a cannon there. That'd be a really funny way to deal with the undead, is to just use a cannon. We're going to check what these back rooms are. And this staff, wooden spear, wooden... Oh, I thought I said wooden spear. I had a double take there. No, it was a wooden shovel. A battle axe, a horn of Odin necklace. Oh, okay. For a second, we were excited that there might be some magic in the Horn of Odin necklace. But, padded arming plants. Thick pants made out of quilted fabric meant to be worn alongside a gambeson under or without armor. That's a lot of protection for your legs. That's pretty nice. Ooh, a longsword. There we go. Chainmail greaves, iron greaves. Ooh, okay. I kind of just want... Like, this is very nerdy, for sure. But I kind of just want to gather all of these things and take them all with me. And then sort them out later. We are still worried about setting off an alarm, though. What is this building made out of? It's made out of brick walls. Is there any places where there's a window or something like that where we have to worry about them getting through? No, but there are some pretty scary zombies out there. So if we do attract a bunch of attention, then we would have a problem. We would have a problem on our hands for sure. In all honesty, though, this is a brick building. A very secured brick building with only a single entrance at the front. Okay, we're gonna pick the lock here. And immediately, we hear an alarm. And we hear things moving around outside. Can they get inside? We'll wait 5 minutes to see what happens. We heard a lot of footsteps. But I don't think normal zombies can bust through the brick wall. But there's a chance that there's other zombies. I'm impressed that the alarms are still able to go off without power. Okay. How much food do I have? So I'm thinking about what we could do is we could get back into this back room here. Get this back door open here. I would feel pretty safe in this back room. Actually, I kind of feel pretty safe no matter what. What is this door made out of? It's a wooden door. Okay. So I would need to be in the back room just to be safe. But if we could get back into this back room, we could make another gate here. Because we don't really have a limit of how many of these we can make. We make another gate here, which also puts us pretty close to the craft shop and the wizard tower that we wanted to check out. And with the gates, we could make a couple trips here and just gather all of this stuff. All of this medieval stuff. Yeah, let's do it. Let's pick the lock here. We did get it open on our second try. Still set off an alarm. We'll wait a few minutes. We have attracted a lot of attention out there, but I don't hear any sign of things trying to bash the door down. Okay. We'll sit down here, and we will create a new gate. Because worst case scenario then, if we do have to leave, then we can come back straight to here. That's what I'm thinking. We're going to go ahead and eat and everything first because the gate process, well, it takes 8 hours, so we'll be back whenever the gate's ready to go. Okay, a solid 8 hours later, we open a gate. And we're going to call it the Southern Museum. Always try and include directions with those things. Really took a lot out of us as far as calories go. We're going to go ahead and eat actually a large amount of food. And I'm also going to take this moment to just very quickly do a grounding meditation because we felt a lot of nether energies affecting us while we were doing that. Oh, hey. That's actually kind of nice. Apparently there must be... Can we see them? Yeah, there's skylights through the roofs. Okay. So what do we want first? I think armor. And the goal here is basically going to be that, is that we're going to just fill up first. And then we will head back with what we have. And then come back for more. I'm not sure what armor is actually going to be the best for us, and I'm not sure how possible it is going to be for us to repair some of this stuff, because we are going to want to repair it. It's all very damaged, especially by the test of time. But yeah, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to pull out a crowbar. Wow, we smashed the window. We did not set off an alarm. That is actually amazing. Okay. Chainmail hauberk definitely is going to have to be a thing that comes. Chainmail feels like... Actually, it's actually not that bad. 7 encumbrance for a huge amount of protection. The helm is bad. The chainmail hauberk itself is actually not that bad either. Covers the arms, the torso, and a tiny bit of the legs. And it provides a lot of protection for where it does. The only downfall being that it's very encumbering on the arms, which is sort of bad for us. So we're going to pull out this one now. I don't really care about the barbute helm. That's another chainmail hauberk. The armor boots are way too much encumbrance. 18 is like, we're just not strong enough for that kind of thing. Iron greaves. Ooh, iron greaves are really good. Let's see, the steel arm guards, also very good. I am already out of storage space. What the hell? Okay. Let's drop some stuff. I'm surprised that we don't have as much space as I thought we did. Guess we do have a bunch of stuff on us right now. And we are just trying to shove it all into an assault pack, which is sort of a streamlined backpack. It's not exactly a grab all kind of backpack. I was hoping we could grab much more than this, though. Let's maybe eat some of our food. And then drop the containers here. See if there's anything in here that we actually want to pick back up. The water purification tablets is a time and mana saver. Okay. We did manage to store that into our inventory now. We'll smash down this one. Steel leg guards. Oh, those are so good. Only 4 encumbrance. You know what we might do is we'll probably just go ahead and put those on. What are we wearing on our legs right now? Legs is knee pads. So we'll go ahead and get rid of the knee pads wherever they are. That's a good question. Where are they on this list? Knee pads. And we will just go ahead and put on steel leg guards. How bad did that make things? Our legs are not even encumbered. That's actually amazing. Now, we don't want to take a lot of damage right now with them because they're pretty badly damaged. Let's see. Junk ornamental plate armor? Okay, that's so much encumbrance. Or crowbar back axe, so we don't want to hurt ourselves doing this. Let's see. What is a gallia? An Imperial Roman helmet with distinct projections projecting along the sides of the head. It's very encumbering, though. And then an oyori, which is a Japanese set of plate mail armor. It's actually not that much encumbrance. The only downfall is that they also encumbrance your hands and your legs, which we need to keep open for spell casting. Armored boots are very encumbering. Armored gauntlets are 20 encumbrance to the hands. Yeah, we're not going to be able to cast spells through gauntlets, but we kind of saw that coming, maybe. I do kind of want chest armor, and I can't decide. I mean, ornamental plate. The ornamental plate armor. Well, it says ornamental. Probably not very protective, right? Chainmail might be honestly the best. It probably is the best. We'll go ahead and pick up the chainmail. And I think there was a second. Yeah, there's a second chainmail hauberk there. And what is chausses? Chainmail chausses. Boots of chainmail, basically. Arm protection? We should also grab those. My arms are encumbered now, but I think it's because I'm wearing other things in my arms. Yeah, I'm wearing elbow pads as well, so we can take off the elbow pads. And see how that... Look at that. I'm wearing chainmail and my arms are only very slightly encumbered. What we need to do is we need to get stronger so that we're not having as much problems here. But we also have these leather padded sleeves on. We can take those off as well. Oh, and look at that. We're not encumbered anymore. Now the chainmail rubs against our unpadded elbows. We could get a gambeson or a long sleeve shirt. That'd be ideal. I don't see either one though. You know what? Let's just go ahead and do this. We're going to take off our SWAT gear. And put on the chainmail. It does also cover our arms, so maybe we don't need the chainmail arms. Yeah, there we go. How much of that overweightness is coming from... Most of the weight is coming from our salt pack right now. The hauberk itself is not actually that bad. Yeah, and the hauberk covers 97% of our arms as well. Out of curiosity, this covered 95% of our torso and has a lot more ballistic defense, so it'll stop a bullet a lot better, but this will stop basically everything else. Like, I don't think this even has ballistic defense. Yeah, it basically doesn't have ballistic defense, but it's good at everything else. Bashing, cutting, pierce. And it covers more as well. It is less armor. Less bash, less cut, less pierce. But it's, believe it or not, it's actually lighter. And I believe it covers more as well. But we are going to take it home with us. And we'll go ahead and gate and come back for the rest. That fall, whenever we return to the tower. Oh boy, that always gets me. Go ahead and head downstairs. I'll drop off our armor there. I do think I am actually going to compare these two. So we'll go ahead and select this. I'm not sure. So we have the two side by side now, which helps. So this covers my arms, hips, and torso. It has less coverage on my legs. It only has 10% coverage on my legs, but it has 97% coverage on arms and torso. This only covers my torso. And it is, in general, higher defense. But I will actually point out that the chainmail hauberk is heavily damaged right now. So that might be where some of the lowered defense is coming from. Let's go ahead and drop our loot. And I'd like to make a new zone real quick. For, do I have a zone for armor? I do have a zone for armor. We'll sort out everything. I do actually think I might want to make a new zone specifically for armor instead of just clothing. So we're going to go ahead and grab this zone and we're going to move it. Is there a way I can move it? Yeah, there we go. We can edit position. So we'll go ahead and move that there. Save our changes and resort. There we go. Now we have all of our armor in one place. The steel arm guards provide 8 encumbrance of the arms, which is going to be a problem for us. But they also provide a lot of defense. Now, what is the thing that we care about the least here? Probably these iron greaves, maybe? No, they have pretty good encumbrance. Maybe we attempt this with one of the other items that's still back at the museum. But my idea here is I want to attempt our repairing chant. We're going to go ahead and gateway back again. Take a moment to catch our breath. And we will pick up... where is it? There should be some armor here somewhere, right? Have we dropped? Thought we had dropped some armor. We'll grab the armored boots, because we're probably not going to be wearing those. What about the lightings? Chainmail lightings. Maybe. Definitely not the gloves. Definitely not the gauntlets. Because we want to stay quick, the greaves are still probably the best thing for us. Okay, now for some weapons, though. The wakizashi is for nerds. The cavalry saber might be a good option. The shamsher and the Zweihander sound like the best options for me. Stone spears, unfortunately, probably like beneath us. Finally, after several attempts, we did manage to get... it's made out of budgets. Are you kidding me? The frickin' museum had a fake weapon in it? What is this? What about the sham sphere? Cheaply made replica. Wow. That is shockingly disappointing. Okay, maybe we'll go for the cavalry saber then, I guess. Very hard to pick open this case, though. That's for sure. Cheaply made replica. That's honestly amazing. That makes me want to check my armor real quick. Hold on. Budget steel chain. It's not actually, well, the leg guards are real. We can go ahead and mark those. Steel leg guards. What was the other thing that I put on? I think it's just the leg guards and the chainmail. I wonder if the other one is made out of better stuff. Budget steel chain. That might be why it's not providing as much armor at that point. Because it's fake. I hadn't even considered checking that. Yeah, because the Dahlia here and the Ayori are made out of cast iron, which is what the chainmail should be made out of, right? We'll check the Wakizashi just to make sure it's also fake. Budget steel. Well, this museum was a pretty massive disappointment. We'll probably hold on to the chainmail hauberk for now, but I am less enthused about it now. Also grab these sleeves, because I do want to make an experiment here with the mending spell. And since it's daytime anyways, we're going to gateway back again to the Academy Tower. Okay, so what do we need to cast this spell? Go ahead and temporarily favorite it. We need a rock, a soil, and a cast iron chunk. So let's go ahead and let's have rocks in here. Grab 2 for now. And we should have some soil around here somewhere. Also in there. Grab 2 of that. Does a chunk of steel work? Where's the fault mending chant? Cast iron chunk, scrap, cast iron, silver, copper, platinum. We do have some gold and silver, so we can use that. But it does look like should probably only keep the bare minimums on us here. Yeah. And then we can carry the gold. Fault mending chant. Oop. It looked like it was immediately casting? Well, holding an item. Okay. So we will go ahead and pick up. Let's go with the Iron Greaves. Actually, no, let's go with the armored boots. Yeah. The chainmail hauberk is very uncomfortable. I think, yeah, we need something to wear underneath the chainmail hauberk, to be honest. And I'm actually gonna take it off for now because of that, and put on our ballistic event vest again. just for the time being, because this thing is so incredibly uncomfortable. And then we're going to try and cast Fault Mending Chant again on the armored boots that we have in our hands. I think it failed. And we're very hungry now. Two unrelated things, but... let's try again. It takes a long time to cast this. Okay, here we go. Something about the spell just works. And, okay, it healed it. Only a little bit, but it did repair it. So we are able to repair these things. So, for example, we could repair these steel leg guards, which we know for a fact we're going to want. How long does it take? It takes an hour each time to try and cast the spell. Didn't seem to repair it. Perhaps it didn't. It only repaired it enough to, like, not be noticeable. Okay, I think for the moment that is going to be, unfortunately, where we're going to have to call it. We need to be on the lookout for, like, some sort of long sleeve shirt or something like that in order to wear under the chainmail. And also, we're going to have to spend some time with some of this gold and stone and such. Also going to be need to be looking out for more gold and that kind of stuff as well, so that we can use our fault mending chant here to repair more things. But at the least for the time being, we do have a very significant upgrade whenever it comes to the steel leg guards here. We do need to, because we weren't able to wear the arm things for now, we do need to go back for our... In fact, I will probably go ahead and do that right away, as we're... Oh, no, we're not going to be doing that right away. Our focus is completely worn out. But yeah, we will go back and grab what we can from that museum, and then we will be checking out the wizard tower shortly afterwards. Who would have thought that a museum, of all places, would display fake medieval weaponry and armor? One has to wonder whether the patrons knew they were mere replicas, as a museum's very purpose is to house real artifacts from bygone eras. Vellum has a passing thought that this is just an example of why he survived the Cataclysms, and humans didn't. He doesn't do anything halfway. Welcome back to Cataclysm. Dark days ahead. My journey as Vellum, aspiring archmage of the apocalypse. As we woke up this morning and headed to the kitchen, we have felt, for a real effect, the consequence of using our powers, our psionic powers, the ones granted to us not through knowledge but from the Cataclysm itself, on us as we are beginning to be underweight. On top of that, we had a new insight. Literally, we were looking in the fridge as it happened, but we had an insight where we contemplated our powers, where we can breach. Just as we can send a target away from you, you could open up a portal to the Nether and allow some of its denizens to come through to Earth, if we can figure out the technique. But in order to be able to figure out that technique, we would actually have to have Metaphysics 8, and we would have to have blue crystalline dust in order to learn this power, which I don't even know what blue crystalline dust is. But as it stands, we are going to go ahead and start the day off right with a gateway, ripping into the Nether and through reality and heading south, and we're going to immediately bombard these houses here for supplies, because we need food. We need food very badly. We'll probably, let's go ahead and make sure we catch our breath. I almost just walked out into the open Cataclysm with no stamina. And go ahead and pull out our... Oh, just saw that. Another dissoluted devourer. Human bodies fused together into a colossus. That is highly not good. Some feral humans down there as well. I mean, we have full mana. There's a chance we can deal with it. It'd be really nice if I could use Discern Weakness on it and see if I can figure out if that gives us any benefits. Okay, well, that's a very dangerous area, so I think we're going to go ahead and cross the road here. And this tough zombie's after us. Go ahead and take him down. And there's a pupating zombie right there. It really does seem like the average zombie is becoming scary now. We just saw clouds inside. What kind of backpack is that? Hiking backpack. We want to kill these pupating zombies, I think. Got stuck on the rosebush for a moment and got slowed down. But they did manage to get a hit off on us, so we're going to grab our wound and put pressure on to stop the bleeding. We just go in the front door? No. What type of zombie is that? Just a normal one? I don't like the smoke. We're going to wait here for a moment and see what it does. Just catch our breath. Okay. It walked away. A hiking backpack would actually not be bad for what we're doing nowadays. I worry that this building is on fire. You know what we're going to do? We are going to put on our gas mask so that we're not afraid of walking into this fire. And we'll take off the glasses that we're wearing, ballistic glasses, because they're going to interfere. We also have something on our mouth that is interfering. There we go. That's as best as we can get. Now we can enter the cloud. Ah, that's what it was. A smoker zombie. Blackened and twisted naked human body. Strips of flesh hang from its frame, and it emits a constant haze of thick black smoke. Fortunately, it is very damaged, so we can take it down immediately. As it does, though, it does explode. We're going to crush it down, and it seems like we have some friends here. You know, we're in the darkness, so I think I'm going to take advantage of trying to see if... We used the photon beam, sent a searing beam of light, but it only did 4 damage. Go ahead and... Oh, we spotted a batwing zombie for just a moment. The smoke is actually sort of assisting us as well right now. Nothing in there. As it might be lowering our vision. It's lowering theirs too. Okay. Just need food. There's an egg cart in there, but there's no eggs. It looks like all of the food is starting to go bad, unfortunately. Some yogurt. Some tasty yogurt. Pretty happy about the yogurt. We'll ignore the zombie runner. Okay. Finally satisfied. Anything interesting here? No. Is there any more food? Like canned food, maybe? Doesn't appear to be the case. Ooh, I was excited for a moment that there was going to be something interesting in here, but we did get some duct tape out of the equation, so that's not the worst thing in the world. Go ahead and mark that place. We really do need more food, so we are going to head to the north here, and we'll drink the water that's in here, and then we'll head to the north here and deal with this place. Apparently we actually got wounded in there somewhere. I didn't notice it happening. Go ahead and bandage our wounds. Get started. We got just a few zombies here. We should be able to get to this house to the north without too much issue. It almost seems like, I feel like I'm not imagining things. It really does seem like they have longer vision range now. I left that backpack or I left that pickaxe in my backpack. That was not a good call. I have actually already checked this house and I didn't mark it off. It was on me. We are getting very good with the spear, though. I don't think there's going to be any food in here. We can go ahead and mark this one off as well. We will check it, though. Make sure there's nothing super interesting here. We'll pry open this. Nothing. Always a possibility there might be some interesting tools being left around here. No. Actually, that steel sewing awl might be pretty good. And it seems like we haven't checked much of this house. But we did check the kitchen, so. Take out that fat zombie very quickly. Same with that one. Catch our breath. Apparently a batwing zombie literally leapt on me in the time that I tried to catch my breath. Note for the future. Don't ignore batwing zombies. Starting to get criticals, like, literally commonly. Is this not the house that I just checked? It is, okay. We'll go ahead and mark that off as well. Mark off these playgrounds. Just need to keep our map up to date so we're not wasting a bunch of time. This window here is probably not going to have anything on the other side of it. And some more yogurt. Happy to see it. Doubt there's going to be anything else super useful here. It is just a house. But it's always worth a very quick check. Plus this house is kind of boarded up. SWAT zombie is not something we want to deal with. I don't know if our weapon could actually penetrate a SWAT zombie. Try the front door. Locked. Not for us, though. Oh, we need to take our gas mask back off. I almost forgot. And we'll put our ballistic glasses back on. And our scarf back on. Some actual sealed food. It's been a little while since we've seen some food that's been sealed. It would theoretically last a little bit longer. But with how hungry we have been lately, it's not actually going to last very long. Murder mystery books, self-esteem books. Nothing we can really sink our teeth into. We love books, yes, but the knowledge in books is where it really brings us some joy. And just these fiction books are just, they don't have the same effect. Same value. Cotton balls, okay. Mark that one off. We'll check one last building, and then we'll see if we can find a place where we can bunker down. The intent, assaulting the wizard tower. We could take the eggs and theoretically cook them. Did we bring anything that we can cook with us? No, so we might as well drop them. We're not gonna be able to cook with them. Apparently we were carrying a bunch of other stuff too. A bunch of other food that we don't care about. Care about the chewing gums and stuff like that. Paper, newspaper, landscaping with earth shaping. I think I've already learned. Yeah, that's turning to the earth and move earth. I've already learned those. But that gives me hope that whoever lived here might have been a mage. They might have stored some other books, so we should probably actually check this one rather well. There's a flu shot. Actually, we're aware of the possibility that we could actually catch a flu, so we're going to actually go ahead and take that and vaccinate ourselves against it. The adhesive bandages, while very bad at being bandages, are good at covering up bleeding wounds very quickly because they can be applied a little bit faster. Cockroaches down here. Be able to take them down relatively quickly now. You can really see how we're getting much stronger than what we used to be. I remember whenever we couldn't hit a single cockroach in the early days of the Cataclysm. They also barely hurt us whenever they hit us now. Double check to make sure we don't have any interesting food. Don't. We also need to be on the lookout for gold and silver jewelry, but I'm probably not going to worry about that as much right now. Okay, I think we will head for the craft shop first. We're also going to activate our night eyes because of the fog. Kind of help come. Ah, that's a lot of zombies. Okay. Good so far. Knife spear is very obviously one of our best assets. Phase through the door. Door's locked. And another locked door there. Ideally, I don't make that much sound. Should be able to... get around this place. Take everything out without too much trouble. I have a bandsaw, router, table saw, planer. We'll take the duct tape. Some books. Nothing too interesting. Ooh, what's this? An actual book. And a cheap wizard's cane. Huh. A Grim Reaper's scythe. Is that a real scythe? Oh, it's made out of plastic. That makes more sense. A nice dark cloak, though. Commonly used by witches and other creatures of the night. You don't say. What's this hard chest guard? Oh, it's plastic. Hmm. Some Mexican cuisine. Place wasn't too bad, to be honest. Polycarbonate sheet. Not interested. We will phase through this door. Even more yogurt. And some meat, which is probably best for our health. I don't remember if I had gotten a mortar and pestle, so we're going to take one right there as well. Just sort of moving through these places very quickly and just getting what we can out of them, because our true goal lies in the wizard tower. Sewing techniques, and we're already to the point where things are getting too heavy. What happened out here? It's like a... Based on the bile stains, it seems like a boomer might have exploded here. Something came through here and really destroyed a lot of these zombies. Hearing a lot of noise coming from this building over here. A lot of footsteps as well. That's what did it. 2 plastic golems and a stone golem. Stone golem is the problem. We are going to start running. And we need to get through a window. We're going to phase through this window right here. Actually, we'll leave it open. Okay, we are probably going to have to take those guys down, though. Some of those times where something like a fireball would be useful. We have a zombie, pupating zombie crawler, and a zombie child in there. Stone golem is down south. I'd like to attract them to each other. that was possible. Oh, that's not a window. I thought I was slowing her down by going through a window. Well, they're fighting each other now. Okay, let's put away the spear and wind strike. Smashing all of them for a little bit of damage. You know what? What I'm going to do is we're going to pull out the wand of magic missiles and see about taking down this stone golem. Some magic missiles as fast as possible. Wonder if the stone golem regenerates. I don't actually know. We've dealt with a lot of plastic golems. Plastic golems are so fast. Okay, that one's down. Catch our breath. I'm a little afraid of that stone golem. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. If it decides to shoot... It doesn't look like the stone golem is regenerating. Okay. But this wand is also only doing about 12 damage. We're going to use a mana bolt instead. Smashing into it, causing an explosion. But the stone golem casts rocket punch. You don't think you should dodge this attack, you decide to serve stamina. And it crunches into our compression side plates, which does actually seem to defend against us. Against it. And we were only hit for 8 damage. Meanwhile, we hit it for 39 damage. We're going to back up. Use the wand. This wand is useless. I mean, it's free range damage. And it managed to get another rocket punch off on us. But the rocket punch was actually not doing that much damage. And we pull it into the thing and collapse it. Awesome. We'll go ahead and put a good bandage on our torso. And a normal bandage on everything else. Wow, I'm actually very surprised. We handled that a lot better than I thought we could. There should still be a plastic around here, though, and we need to make sure that we... There he is. There we go. Took him down. Actually fought one. For real. Like, out in the open. This house right here seems like it's a good place to assault both of these locations. So we're going to very quickly clear out the basement of this place and make sure there's no surprises here that are going to come at us from behind. Just a very, very quick breach and clear. Okay, we're good. Does mean that we need to pry open this door, and it was worth our time because there was in fact a zombie hanging out in there. Okay. Still more zombies that were taking out the golems. We really do wish we could make golems, because even those 2 golems that managed to get out, if they were on our side, I can only imagine the amount of destruction we'd be capable of. Well, that's a deranged axe dwarf. We're going to back out this window here. And I don't want this guy to hit me even once, so we're going to run away from him. Ooh. He only had a hatchet on him. Actually, he has a pair of silver bracelets as well. I'll take those. Popular mechanics, sure. There's a chance that we're going to have to gate back before properly looting this place. Looks like all of the rest of the golems. Gunshots? I hear gunshots. The place is pretty busy. Does look like all of the golems are contained in the inner rooms, though. which is good for me. So what we're going to do is we're going to open up these 2 windows, open the door, and run out. And yeah, this is going to be the old strategy again. Just stab them through the window because they're not smart enough to defend themselves. I'll be back whenever something more interesting is happening. And that's the last one down. 9. Oh, no. There's more. I was going to say 9 plastic golems down, but there's more. There's 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Hey, catch your breath again. 15, 16, 17. Seems like there's a lot upstairs, too. 18. Oh, jeez. 19. And an unnecessary wound. 20. 21. Go ahead and take an aspirin real quick. Make sure that we're managing our pain and our hunger. Two. $23. That one hit us really hard in the eyes. Actually kind of made us black out for a moment there. Make sure we have our wounds getting covered here. There's really not much reason for us to take hits, so we are just going to draw these back to the window and stop taking unnecessary risks. Our pride says that we'd like to fight these in fair combat, but there really is no reason to do that. 24 and 25. Still more in here somewhere. Oh my gosh, so many. And as we were fighting all of these, we've attracted a lashing zombie. We're going to put away our spear real quick, pull out a mana bolt, and smash it for a good 39 damage. And we lose our concentration on the second one. But it is weakened heavily. Step in, finish it off. Okay, let's try and catch our breath. Make sure all of our wounds are at least covered. They are. These 20. Oh man, I've honestly lost count. 27, I think. 28. We're in a lot of pain now. We don't take a tramadol. Make sure that our wounds are very well kept. I'll close this door. And I think we're going to take a moment to take care of ourselves here. Just sort of meditate. Clear our mind of the influences of the nether that we're allowing in as we use our powers. Eat a little bit more food and drink some water. And our pain is back down to manageable levels. And we've attracted some new zombies. What is that? Paramilitary zombie. Okay. We let it through the bush. Very nice. Well, that thing's a little dangerous, huh? Do we have enough for a wind strike? We do. And we lose our concentration, of course. Smash both of them for a ton of damage. Took a few swings at it while it's down, but... Paramilitary Zombie was actually very competent. We need to keep that in mind in the future. That thing... Oh! It was armed to the teeth with armor. Holy crap. Sounds like there's zombies heading in the windows and getting taken out by the golems. Yeah. Looks like I was right about that. Go ahead and take that guy out. Check our wounds. Looks like we're pretty good. And 2 more golems. The Wizards of Old really likes defending their towers. Which is funny because, you know, we've eluded a few of their towers so far, and the academies are really where, like, a huge amount of knowledge is kept. The towers themselves are not traditionally very impressive. But it does seem like we have the place handled now. We're gonna come down here, close the doors, and see what we got for our trouble. Okay, let's see. So... Comprehensive Analysis on Black Dragons. A spell called Winter's Eternal Grass that we can't use. Oh man, if we were a Calvinist, that would have been amazing. There's like a bunch of spells in there. Arduino's Experiments. Sushi Made Easy. Some self-defense books that we've already read. A Scroll of Slowfall. Interesting. Teaches us the Magus spell Slowfall. And then a practical gun to guide to handguns. And the Rite of the First Circle. There we go. That is actually a really good find. Because now, with the Rite of the First Circle, we would be able to do the first circle and then the second circle. And we would be able to ritually enchant ourselves to have higher mana efficiency. That right there, that is an amazing find. Now we just have to have the room in our backpacks to actually be able to pick it up. Is there anything we can get rid of? We don't need this syringe. I think part of the reason right now that we're in a bad place is because we're in a lot of pain, which is lowering our, just weakening us quite a bit here. What is that on this table? Chopstick. Okay. Well, while we're waiting for our pain to go down, I think we will go ahead and activate our common reading lamp here and actually just kind of peruse through some of these things. It says that all of them are too heavy to pick up. We'll go ahead and drop our books so that we have room to pick up some books. Slow fall. Reduce the velocity of your slow falls to a great amount or to 0 if at high mastery. Wow. Okay, that is really cool and also really appropriate for us as we have fallen off so many rooftops. So many rooftops. We're going to go ahead and study for a little while, but probably won't be able to study for too long. We do want to make sure we take this scroll with us. We actually can't read Arduino Experiments because we don't have what we need for it. Can we not read Black Dragon Swamp Ruins? Oh, we actually have already read it. I see. Well, we definitely want those 2 books and these books. Guess we must have already had a copy of the Black Dragon book somewhere. Oh, I see. And then the comprehensive guide on Black Dragons is a different book, Black Dragon Swamp Ruins. With knowledge now that Black Dragons exist, it is a temptation, a strong temptation to make that a goal. I can only imagine what it would be like to eventually kill a Black Dragon. Also, we managed to finally damage our knife spear. I think if we can get some food and be solid for a few days, we can use the silver and gold that we have in order to make a solid effort in repairing all of our various pieces of armor and clothing. Make sure that we are pretty good for the future. But it feels really good to get this wizard tower done. I don't think that there is actually... Oh, there's another one to the south here. Okay. So we'll want to hit this wizard tower from this area as well, using the museum as our checkpoint to the south here. Oh, and there's another one right next to it. That's really nice. What about a magic academy? There's the one that we lived in, obviously. We haven't seen any others yet, though. We might stay here for a little while and sort of like read here until daytime hits, because my goal then would be to use the rooftop here to kind of get a look around at our surroundings, and we do need the daytime to do that. So we're going to sit down and read. We're also going to pull out a pickaxe, and since we have it on us anyways, smash these crystals. And can we reload our... We can't reload our wolf's head cufflinks. I think, since it says when the moon shines I become alive, I think they only activate on a full moon, perhaps? It would make sense if that was the case. We are really reaching the absolute limit of what we can carry here. Close the windows because there are starting to become things that can see us. And we're going to go ahead and take a seat at this person's desk and get to some reading. We'll be back. Okay, we studied through all of the night, but we did manage to learn the first circle ritual of lesser mana efficiency. We do have a pretty high failure rate for it, though, so we'll want to hold on to this book. And it also has a bunch of components, but looking at this, I think I have... I mean, we could use mana dust for the first tier of components. We have mercury at home. We would need a bunch of copper or chunks of copper, but we know where we can get this stuff. And then we would need a tool of mana infusing. And I want to say that our maggot staff had mana infusing in it. But I'm not 100% sure if that was the truth. We'll have to check whenever we get back. I know that our circlet has mana focusing. And we do have a circle back home that has mana infusing, but the problem is that I think this ritual requires us... It said that it required us to be... Ritual must end when the sun is in the sky and you're at least one story above the ground. At least one story above the ground and the sun is in the sky. Oh, actually, that means we can do this circle. Yeah, we can cast this in our tower then. It takes 6 hours, so we would have to start at dawn in order to be able to finish it. Well, no later than noon. So the main thing we would need is the copper then, because we do have a circle back home that has the mana infusing. And we would also need to practice this ritual using the book until we got the failure rate much, much lower, because we don't have the materials to cast this ritual multiple times. And in fact, we might not even have the copper as it is right now. I'll check our wounds real quick. Make sure we can't improve any of them. Some cheap materials. Looks like we can't. So we'll go ahead and turn off our atomic lamp. Grab the book that we grabbed. And, oh, it's not quite daytime yet. We're like really, really close. Guess we can go ahead and eat the rest of the food that we got. That is one of the problems that we have, is that we're currently burning a lot of calories. I think mostly from the usage of psionic powers is where all of our calories are going. Okay, I think it's daytime now. Yes, it is. We're going to crouch down. Well, actually, I don't think we really need to. So let's take a look around. We get a beautiful sight range on this. What's this over here? It's a mine entrance? Ooh, I definitely want to check that out. Some sort of rural house as well. Okay. Is that a wasp nest, I assume? Ooh, it's an elf workshop. Okay, we need to find a way across the river, because if we could get to that elf workshop, there's a good chance, from our previous studies in Magic before actually the Cataclysm, there's a good chance that this is a place where we can find all of the tools we need. There might even be like enchanted forges over there. What else have we found? We have found the center part of another city, but again, as we saw before, it's mostly, yeah, it's mostly just like a downtowns area. There's a library down there though. It's like suburbs, I guess would be how you say it. Suburbs. There is a giant hospital as well and a lot of libraries. So there might be some useful stuff down there, but it's unlikely that... Excuse me, what? A dinosaur exhibit? Okay, that's terrifying. We'll make a circle around here, make sure that we get a good sight on everything, get as much vision range as possible. It'd be even better if we had some binoculars, but I don't think that we do. We do not. Well, with that, as much as I'd like some more food, because we are still hungry, almost disturbingly so. Not sure what's causing all of our extra hunger here. I'm actually really just not sure on that. Actually, that's a good point. We're gonna also put Slowfall on our favorites list. Our favorites list is starting to get quite high. In fact, we can actually take a few of these off. We don't need Harvest of the Hunter anymore. We don't need Spear of Brambles anymore, because we're not going to use those often enough to be worth being on this list. We also don't really use Speed Reader, even though we should. We enjoy the thing too much. And Candle's Globe is also no longer necessary because we have the lamp. There we go. We're at Aegis we should try at some point. Unfortunately, we need to practice it because it's a little bit too hard to cast, but it might be able to save us. And of course, we do still have Cosbear. We have not forgotten about Cosbear. But for now, we are going to gate our way back to home, because even if we were to try and go around and get food, we wouldn't have any storage. So yes, this has mana focusing and mana infusing. Is that what we need? Let's check the ritual one more time here. So we would have tool with mana infusing. Is that not good enough? Maybe we need to have it in our hands. We'll check the staff. Staff has magical focus. I don't see mana infusing on it. Again, just double check, because sometimes these recipes are... We don't have anything with mana infusing. Okay. We'll have to figure out how to get the mana infusing. But I think that is a problem for a little bit later, as we're gonna go ahead and clean out our inventory here, and then we'll find some food and make good with our spoils from this wizard tower. I was just looking, and it looks like we have a lot of copper wire and copper. So there's a chance that we actually have enough copper in here. Let's actually check. No, we would need more raw copper. We could probably go to gun stores for that. Any food that we can make. We are just so desperate for food. For some reason, we're just consuming so many more calories than usual, and we're not finding as much food because now that it's been more than a month after the Cataclysm, the food is just rotting in all of the homes we come to. But with that absolutely amazing haul, finally being able to potentially unlock this ritual where we're going to start having higher mana efficiency, kind of paving the way into further rituals in the future, the Cataclysm filled this world with monsters, edge to edge. We walk amongst them at night, hide from them during the day, and dream of them in our sleep. However, these monsters bleed, and we can kill them. Nothing in this world is immortal, and we are growing stronger every day. So strong that one day, we might be the monster. Welcome back to Cataclysm, Dark Days Ahead. My journey as Vellum, aspiring Archmage of the Apocalypse. Okay, we're going to have a little bit of an out-of-character catch-up at the beginning of this episode, because I'd like to ask the community for some help. I have been trying to figure out how to cast this ritual, and the issue is that... Where it is. The issue is that we do actually have a tool with mana infusing. We have one up on the roof, and I can't figure out why it's not working. I actually just can't figure it out. Now, mind you, it's not something we would have been able to do today anyways. We need to learn the ritual better. I want to get the spell level of the ritual to like 4 or 5 before I go to cast it. But it is a early goal of mine to try and get this done, and it's going on my list of higher priorities to get this done. I will probably be, in Vellum's downtime, I will probably be reading the Rite of the First Circle and training it, like so, whenever possible. But if anyone could give me any... People in the comments have been incredibly helpful in the past, and if any of you guys could give me any help on why this isn't working, I would greatly appreciate it, because I've tried to do some searching of my own, and to be honest, I just haven't been able to figure it out. With that, though, let's get back into the episode proper. One of the biggest issues we've been having is that we're kind of running into this deficit of food, and I want to try and solve that today. And there's a lot of different ways that we can solve it, but one of the things that we came across is the idea of... Is there any tablets over here in this pile of corpses that we have? Is the idea of, well, we have all of this tall grass along the side here, so... Can we actually use the tall grass to forage? No, we cannot. But the idea of foraging isn't actually a bad one. On top of the fact that another thing that we have is we do actually have this internal grass here. This, oh, this is golf green. Area of grass. Is this actually grass? I'm not sure. But either way, okay, let's go to the south here, and I am going to pull out a shovel and get rid of some of the golf green and see if there is... Where's my shovel? Where's my shovel? I have a entrenching tool. That's what it's called. It's in this pile, okay. So we're going to pull out our shovel and see if there's dirt underneath here. The goal of that would be... I keep forgetting that dinosaur's over here, and the name shows up red on the compass, so it freaked me out. We're going to see if there is dirt here. There is. Okay. I see. So there is dirt here. So what we could do is we could actually make farms here. I mean, it is summer, so it's not exactly the best time to plant farms, but it is something we could do. We could deconstruct these benches and haul everything out of here and make farms. That is one of the options. We do have a lot of druid magic that would make this pretty useful. So how does the turning of the earth work, for example? Wow, it costs so much mana. Holy crap. It also did nothing. Okay. We'll go ahead and pick up our staff for now, just to have it in our hands so that we start regenerating mana a little bit faster. We might want to cast it in an upturned earth next time. Yeah. We also might want to attempt to cast... Let's go ahead and do that, actually. Let's attempt to cast Hardened Earth on the upturned dirt. Hardened Earth turns into solid rock. So yeah, we can create rock floor by upturning dirt. It's not crazy useful in this particular instance, but it's good to know that the spell actually has a use, because we had struggled with a use for that spell before. While we're using the staff, we can actually pull out our karate and potentially have a little bit more ability to damage things. Sacrificial regrowth costs health instead of mana, and it would restore a barren and withered plant nearby. So, for example, we could restore this dead hickory tree. I want to test some of these spells because there's a possibility. We lost concentration. I lost concentration again. Is it even possible? Hold on. I realize we're losing... Oh, it's too difficult. I should have paid attention to that. We can pick lotuses, and we can pick cattails. So we got some cattail stalks. I guess that's technically food. It's only 18 calories. Oh, the cattail rhizome is actually quite healthy. Does it leave a cattail in the water? It doesn't appear to. There's also a possibility that we venture out onto the water and use something like Wind Strike in order to quote-unquote fish. Basically just blow fish up out of the water. I'm not too worried about being out here during the day. Now let's just take a moment and cook these cattails and see what that does for us. Why is it so bright in here? Oh, because this door's open. The door doesn't actually cause us any problems. So let's start a fire and see what this is like. Cattail seeds. So we can plant those in shallow water. And we can use the stalks for that. And we also can make roasted cattail rhizomes. We don't like those, do we? We deserve better food than this. Yeah, unfortunately, they're disgusting. So those are going to be trash. Is there anything else we can make with this? Let's try one cattail stalk. Oh, hey, the cooked cattail stalk. It'll spoil in 2 days. And it's at least something. I am actually going to make 2 seeds real quick. Wait, did we actually run out of... We actually ran out of wood in our fire. Hold on. I think we have plenty more. Yeah. Let's go ahead and haul just a little bit of wood from here. Back into our pile. And how much did we actually manage to do? 2 seeds? That's fine. That's fine. Is there anything else we can cook from this? Boiled lotus seeds. Let's make 1. Okay. It's only 27 calories, but it's something. Yeah, we'll go ahead and make some of these stalks. I don't think they're super... Yeah, they only are 25 calories a piece, so it's not exactly going to be super good for us. But I will say that it's something that we're very much enjoying, is actually finally eating food that is closer to what we ate back in, our elven times. Is, food that actually tastes like it's from nature and not made by the processes of, these I'll just say it nicely, these humans, air quotes. But let's see if we can find something else, because cattails is obviously an answer, and we do actually have a lot of them. I forgot to bring the seeds with me. I wanted to see what it's like to plant these real quick. We've never farmed. That's always been sort of beneath us. But we're in a survival situation, so how do we do this? Do we just like shove the seeds into the water? I'm not sure. Maybe we just drop them in. Let's do that once. No. Those are just seeds in water. Can we use our entrenching tool? We can dig a water channel. That's good to know. I'm not sure. I've never farmed before. I did just notice that our knife spear actually managed to get damaged. We probably want to spare one of our hours here fixing that. We'll need to get more gold soon. Actually, how much do we need? So we need fault minting chant. Where is it? We need 1 soil, 1 rock, and 5 gold. Okay, so we'll just pick up 5 gold. Pick up soil, because they need to be in our hands to do this, and 1 rock. And then we'll cast fault minting chant, which is a very expensive spell whenever it comes to time, on our knife spear. They've repaired it enough. It's not fully repaired, but it's not damaged anymore. And we're also getting better at the spell. Do we have a book that has fault minting chant in it? We do. Just want to check something real quick, because the book will tell us how it evolves. It's mostly the cast time. Oh man, that's actually a really good thing to spend some time researching then, is getting this cast time down, because an hour is a long cast time, and sure, the necessity for gold and such like that is pretty high as well, but I actually think we should be able to find enough things made out of gold and silver that's not actually an issue. Because we even have more gold and silver things even here. Not very many, though. Let's see about getting more food still. Okay, up north, there's a park, so there's a little bit more forestation. For example, we can pick these strawberries off the strawberry bush, hit the grapes. There's some food for a couple of days there. There's also a possibility that we use magic to blast fish out of the water, if we can manage to get an eye on them. Keep an eye on the zombies as well. Oh, that one sees me. Should be careful about that. That is a full health Aptosaurus zombie. Is it coming after us? Potentially. This area is relatively clear, but we do still need to be careful about stuff like that. I think it's definitely coming after us. I'll go ahead and create a little pit here as a trap for creatures like that are coming towards us, and just to try and be a little bit safer as well. Its vision range is a little crazy. I mean, we can pick some more cattails for now to at least have food so that we can go on another adventure. They're not going to last very long, but at least it's something. We do need to find a longer term source, though, of food. We'll go ahead and cook this up, and then whenever we're ready to head out, we will be back. We wake up fresh and ready to face the day. Unfortunately, we still need food, but we are going to head to the Southern Museum area and see about getting everything we need down here. Phase through the door. And immediately have to take down a zombie. There are some houses around here, though. It looks like we've searched most of them, but I did want to search this small dump to the north, because there's a chance that we can find some stuff that we care about here. It's a very small chance, mind you, but the chance exists. Does seem like the zombies are kind of killing themselves in here on their own, falling into pits and such, which is a huge help for me. They kind of just shamble around, and it causes them to end up killing themselves. We have considered that if we didn't care about how we look, which we do, we would probably consider living in a dump at some point, just because of the fact that it would kind of be pretty safe. Don't know where those bodies just went. Let's take a look around real quick. I don't see any kind of... That's mostly just like... Ooh, that's a lashing zombie. Okay, here's the idea. We're going to back away from it and go over this barbed wire fence. And then we'll put away our spear and... yeah, let's mana bolt it. And take it out from the other side of the fence. Because whenever they try and go across the fence, they're just going to hurt themselves. And then we can just hop back across the fence again ourselves. Without too much concern. Still don't see... No. I don't see anything... Like, there was a chance that someone threw away something anvil light. But it does not appear to be the case. Our need for calories is still pretty present, so we're gonna hit this house real quick. Just kind of make a very quick run through of it. We did get some yogurt from here, but there's also a Year of Living Without Magic, which is a magical textbook. We'll definitely be grabbing that. It's always a surprise to find just like a normal building with a magical textbook. You know, that orchard over there could also be pretty interesting. In fact, we're actually going to eat that fresh yogurt real quick. Because we're very low. There's a part of me that says that I could shoot that pigeon out of the air with magic as well. If I did that... Just mana bolt it real quick. And of course it attracted some zombies. What we're going to do is... I want to kind of test to see how many things are around me here without being in too much danger. So actually, we can do this another way. Hold on. So we could cast Cloak of Fog. No, Cloak of Fog's too difficult. Isn't there another one that we have, like a shadow spell? Shadow Field. Here we go. I'm actually going to favorite that because this is actually pretty useful. So we're going to cast Shadow Field. Oh, we need our hands free. Cast Shadow Field on ourselves. Well, that's interesting. While inside the Shadow Field, we suddenly gained an incredible perception of our surroundings. Why is that? Weird. Okay, we're not going to worry about that right now. But now that we're in the Shadow Field, we're going to pull out our atomic light. The area around of it is still pitch black, right? It's almost like we have a perception of our surroundings. It's so strange. Maybe it activated our elven dark vision by being in the pitch dark like this, and everything else seems lighter because of it. It's an interesting use of our dark vision. And we're going to butcher. We'll do a. How long does Shadowfield last? Does it say? 44 seconds. So if we butcher this for 2 minutes, we could quarter it. Let's try a quick butchering. We're going to ignore any claims of something being spotted. We got 1 scrap of meat from it. Is that it? How long is that going to stay fresh? It won't tell me. I guess it was just a pigeon after all. We have a field kit with us? We don't. I am too curious though, so we're actually going to gate back super fast, blowing all of our stamina in the process. And we've never tried pigeon, so I'm curious if it is palatable. Go ahead and try and cook it up. Shelf life of a day. We can make it with salt. That was not worth our time and energy. Damn. Okay. It was like 50 calories worth of meat. If we find something larger, though, or maybe if we find some fish, then we could possibly do this to a much greater degree. We need to consider hunting as an option. Up until now, we have relied entirely on houses for food. But as the Cataclysm continues, that is going to stop being a thing that we can do. This is a unique opportunity for a wind strike right here. Wipe out all of those zombies simultaneously. Is that a strawberry bush? I mean, we can harvest all these strawberry bushes. That's food. It's been a long time since we've had to forage the forest for food. But this kind of fresh food that comes from the forest itself is far more natural for us and far better. We have 3 days to eat this, so we can go ahead and just stuff our face with some blueberries there. Oh man. Honestly, it just feels good to eat real natural food again instead of all this processed yogurt and cheese that we've been eating. It's just like, it's a real diet all of a sudden. Any bandages here? Always use more proper bandages. No. Oh, geez. There was a cockroach on the other side of that door, and we just reflexively took it down. There we go. We always make sure that we kind of step away from the skies. We never need to... We need to make sure we're never, like, taking zombies for granted. Oh, here we go. There's some books. We've never read the cookery book here. Yeah. Oh, another pigeon. We'll let it go, though. Theoretically, we could even tame... Ooh, here we go. Actually, we'll take all of these. Considering we're considering farming... Looks like there's some mature plants here, but they're not ready to harvest. Considering we're considering farming, it might be a good idea to start grabbing stuff like that. Did we ever manage to check this craft shop? Doesn't appear that we did. We have enough food for the time being. In fact, we actually have more than enough food for the time being. So we can start. Come on. Wind strike's not that hard. Why do we keep failing? Fizzled the spell like 6 times, I swear. There we go. Start actually doing some proper exploration again, looking for that anvil again. Not sure what kind of craft shop this is. Jorts, track pants. Looks like it's a clothing craft shop. I guess we can grab anything that's made out of leather, though. We do need leather to repair our backpack. I was reading the word backpack and I said backpack. We need leather in order to repair our armor. So never leave behind anything that's going to be useful, I guess. Oh, we also need, I just remembered, in order to have something to wear under our chainmail, we need something long sleeve. Torso and the arms. Thermal shirt will work. Let's see, what else can we get? We need something that's not sleeveless. Honestly, a turtleneck would work. A simple pair of black pants that just go underneath our... Like maybe some sort of thermal pants as well. Something that is really light. That can go under our chainmail would be really good. That's a great coat. Long sleeve shirt. There we go. Yeah, just a basic long sleeve shirt. It's also really good to go underneath the chainmail. Even if it says poor fit, we have the ability now. We're good enough at tailoring that we can make them fit. I had almost... So many pigeons around here. I had almost forgotten that was even a thing that we needed. Oh, man. I just noticed our focus. We're not going to be able to cast any spells like this. We'll just take a moment and play a little bit of Uno with ourselves. Go ahead and mark that off. There's another craft shop. Oh, that was a clothing store. For how much I read, you think I could read? This is the pool. This is a really well-designed pool, though. It's fully enclosed with stone. If we didn't have our wizard tower, this would actually be not that bad of a place to have lived. Good source of water, solid stone walls, defensible entrance. Into this craft store, though. We'll look in the front window real quick. Glass jars, flasks, test tubes. I can't make a guess what people use this place for. Actually, I still can't. Is this glass blowing? If it's glass blowing, there's a chance here that it's something useful. A granola bar. I'll take that. I think it is glass blowing. There's enough glass here. Well, yeah, there's a charcoal kiln. Are we able to, let's close everything up. Yeah, can we take this charcoal kiln with us? Because we could. That's like a huge, huge improvement. You can paint furniture? No. Metalworking chisel? We're gonna take that as well. It destroyed it. Well, that's unfortunate. We'll go ahead and get rid of the light then. There is a crucible here. We did actually already get a crucible. We'll take the charcoal, though. Metalworking chisel. As we were trying to pry this open, a dog literally just leapt through the window, shattering the glass on the way in. There we go, finally. Art of glass blowing. Well, mark me surprised at the glass blowing place has a Art of glass blowing book. More charcoal to grab. That'll save us from making so much in the future. Safety glasses, more crucibles. I don't think we need multiple crucibles. Nothing there. Super useful other than the soap. Ooh, here we go. All the eggs are rotten, but we do have some nuts and other food. Okay. No anvil, though. Theoretically, we could just use this place. We could have, I should say. Just use this place. Not in its current condition, unfortunately. Okay, where was that other tower? Just to the south here. Pretty far south, to be honest, but go ahead and mark that so that we remember where it is. Is there anything else we want to grab on the way? There's a fitness gym, apartment tower. Some clothing stores and a dump. Probably not. I think we'll just make our way towards... What's this? Silver locket and a desert eagle. Okay. I mean, the silver would be pretty useful. I believe this might be some sort of Mick mansion, which means that they're going to be able to afford books. Well, can sealer instructions. That might... That creeped me out. Freaking hockey master there. What I was going to say, though, is that the can sealer instructions might be what we need. If we could gather a lot of fruits, make it something edible, and then seal it into cans, that might be a way forward. Because this process of sealing cans does seem to make the food last a very long time. We have a lot of food now. It feels good. It's the first time in a little while that I felt comfortable about our food. Those are all books that I've read before. Just go through the door. Floor safe. Ooh. This is someone's workshop of some kind. There's a mommy long legs here. Gigantic version of a daddy long legs. Surprisingly shy giant cellar spider. Holds a head-sized ball of crawling spiderlings in different ages in its mandibles, carefully balancing on her long legs not to drop her precious cargo. She seems uninterested. Yeah, I'm uninterested in her too. Probably for the best, and we don't mess with each other. Nothing interesting here, other than the mommy long legs herself. We are going to take this leather apron, though, because, again, leather is good. And I think we're out of carrying capacity. We are. We are officially overburdened. Why? We were fine with each other. And then you suddenly attacked me. Jerk. We got a little greedy with our looting here. I want to explore more than I want to loot right now, so unless we find something really interesting, like books. It's too heavy to pick up. Can't read that book anyways, it's kind of beyond us. This thermoelectric suit, the full body suit of thin thermal underwear. Covers the arms, the legs, and the torso. That is actually a really interesting idea. We can take and drop all of that. Pick up that suit. And if we wore that suit underneath our chainmail, it would act as some sort of modern gambeson for us. Covering everything so that we can actually wear it without too much problem. And we're overburdened again. We have too much stuff. I almost feel like we need a better backpack. Okay, we're just under being overburdened. So what we can do is probably just go back, to be honest. I just noticed it's also 2 a.m. We'll offload all of our stuff and head, honestly, right back out. We also left our fire going. While we were preparing food and repairing our armor, we have finally resituated ourselves to be wearing this thermoelectric suit, which allows us to wear our chainmail hauberk comfortably now. So temporarily, we're not going to be wearing the ballistic vest anymore, although I do think that the ballistic vest was probably a good source of armor. The chainmail hauberk is better for us going forward because we can use magic to repair it, and it covers more of us as well. So we're in actually a pretty good... We can look at our armor situation now. We're in a pretty good place with above 10 defense in most places. The places where we have to work on things is like our hands and our feet, but we don't really want much encumbrance there anyways. So it's probably for the best that those places are not that defended. The other thing I wanted to talk about is the fact that, oops, I read the wrong book. We have Dispel Magic now, which is the Year Without Magic book that we can learn. So a new spell to be added to our ever-growing repertoire of magic. We also sorted out our base a little bit here, so that all of our gold, silver, copper, rocks, and soil, which is our repair materials, are all back there in one space. And I sorted out all my rotten food, and my seeds now go all over here, which we don't really have a use for those seeds yet, per se, but soon, maybe. We are going to read until we're tired and then head back out again tomorrow, and we'll be back when that happens. We woke up fresh and ready at just before night, but we're hearing footsteps from the south. So we are going to go investigate this. See a pumpkin seed? Oh, it's a type of fish. Okay. I am surprised to this day that there are still zombies finding their way to us here. I don't see anything, though. That was strange. We definitely heard footsteps down here. It perhaps was just an echo. We're gonna go ahead and gates, though, and see if we can make it to that southern wizard tower. There's that dissolute devourer from earlier, all the way down there. It's tempting, because we're at full mana, to attempt to try and kill it, because it's only going to get stronger. It will consume the zombies nearby and gain strength. Yeah, we're gonna do it. Hit it for 32 damage. And it also downed it. Do we have anything that does more damage than Wind Strike? We could summon a bear. Chances that's takes 5 seconds to cast, so it's not exactly something we want to cast in the middle of battle. The chance that a bear could defeat it seems low. Mana Bolt does do more damage, so we're going to go ahead and store our spear and hit it with a Mana Bolt. Look at that. We blasted a chunk off of the Devourer, doing 31 damage, and it just regenerates so quickly. It did manage to climb to its feet. Regenerates so quickly that it basically had no effect. We're going to fall back on magic missiles. Only doing 10 and 7 damage. It's not even worth it. We puncture it for 24 damage. It's bleeding now. Perhaps that's how we get it done. It's bleeding massively. And still, almost no effect. Is it slower than us? It's faster than us if we're not running. Okay. That means that we can't fight this for very long. It did manage to hit our leg at that last moment, but our armor protected us. Okay, well, we were going to wind strike it again. It is downed and bleeding heavily. Oh, look at that. We managed to get one massive critical off on it just as it climbs to its feet. It is close to dead. Oh, wow. That is a true sign of progress, and we couldn't be happier. We have taken down, we have killed a dissoluted devourer through the combination of Wind Strike, which allowed us to down it and make sure it can't chase after us, combined with our new mastery of the spear. Oh. The fact that we can take those down just feels so good, and We had several times there where it actually did manage to hit us, but it hit our armor, and our armor protected us. It's a relief, because it does mean that we're not losing the arms race yet. The apocalypse will not claim us. We can kill some of its more dangerous denizens. Immediately afterwards, of course. As I'm excited about our recent discovery, I did in fact actually just get bit by a zombie there. And we need to bandage that wound now. It makes it seem like there's a lot of zombies around, but it's mostly just because of the fact that we have very long vision range right now. We do have to deal with this feral here. Ferals can see pretty far. There's a binder here. Oh, that's not the kind of binder that I thought. I was thinking binder as in like a book binder, but no, that was a chest binder. We're going to try and book for... Oh man, there's so many hordes down there. We're going to try and book for this wizard tower to the south, though. There's also a cabin, which we found the location of through a magical location kind of like pamphlet that we had read earlier. That is also probably worth checking out, and probably was the home of some sort of druid or something, which means that there's a chance that there are spells for us there. And we took a step away and that thing instantly grabbed us. Nothing on it, though. Oh, but there's some more strawberry bushes here. Just, some nice food for the moment. It does feel nice that we can just move, though, and we don't have to worry as much about getting food right now. Let's get a move on to the other part of the city to the south here. There's a crater down south. Not ideal to interact with. Zombie soldiers. But we're almost already there. The only downfall of it being this bright out is that these ex-human zombies, if they're normally very bad vision, are being heavily assisted by the brightness right now. We're going to put away our spear and magic missile that guy, because we don't want that boomer near us. We are out of mana, though, so we need to be careful. Worst case scenario, if things really go badly, we could gate out. You know what? I don't want a photon beam this guy. And just destroy him with it as well. Heck yeah. We need to start practicing that spell, or that ability, I should say, because the photon beam will allow us to have magic-like abilities even whenever we're out of mana. We're going to avoid the road, head along this back part, hit a plum, eat a plum, and start heading towards this wizard tower. One thing we have to keep in mind is we're going to have to find a base nearby instead of attacking the wizard tower directly, because again, the wizard tower is going to be absolutely positively chock full of golems. Clear this house out and see if this house has... Ooh, that was creepy. The hell is that? Giant talking doll. Ugh. Just pry open this door real quick. Might cause some noise, but that's okay. We just teleport through? Can't teleport safely, which means that might be a closet, not a basement. Here we go. Okay. Catch our breath first. There is a good basement here. Can use this. Use this as a place from which we can besiege the wizard tower. We always need a fallback point. And there's a window here, too. That's actually very useful for us. We already see 2 plastic golems. We're going to mark this house. Just run through the window. Okay. That could have been more graceful. But we handled it. Okay. Those 2 are down. Oof. These golems are still a problem for us. They're so quick to be able to do damage to us. We really need to not fight them in a fair fight. They're just as fast as us. They have even longer vision range than us. And they're capable of just tearing us apart in a mere moment. We are going to crush down the bodies of the things that they destroyed, though. Because zombies that reanimates have a chance to evolve. We think that they evolve faster, too, when they're reanimating. That's my current running theory, at least. I don't see any golems in this first area, so we're going to go in. This will probably be the best spot right here. Actually, if we can get around to the back side, that'd be even better. Because we'd have plenty of space. Yeah, this will be a good spot. Pull the golems too. We'll go ahead and open this up and get started. We'll be back whenever something happens. And with that, the last golem goes down, and we have claimed another wizard tower. This one was actually not that interesting to take down. There's only about a dozen or so golems in it. Ooh, the limitations of mana economy. We might be able to learn the spell Crystallize Mana here. Interesting. Scroll of Cone of Cold, that of course we can't use. A Baker's Companion. Book on Philosophy. We'll take that as well. Rocking Algorithms. I think we already have that, but we'll take it just to be sure. Some Human Bones, always concerning. And a Scroll of Ionization. Finally, a Storm Shaper Scroll. We do know that there are some pretty amazing Storm Shaper scroll spells that exist. Like, we could potentially learn, like, a Lightning Bolt and stuff like that, but as of yet, we haven't been able to find any of them. We'll, of course, break the magic crystals down. Double check, make sure that we're not missing anything. And unfortunately, this place only had 1 or 2 books. We have a Scroll of Ionization and the limitations of mana economy. We're going to check those out real quick before we leave for today. So we have Ionization. By manipulating the charge in the air, you can conjure a sharp snap of lightning over a wide area. While its destruction potential is far cry from natural lightning, the light and thunder type produced will leave your foes reeling. Ooh, that actually seems really good. It doesn't do a lot of damage, and it doesn't cost a ton. I mean, 300 is actually kind of a lot, but it might be an AoE stun, which would be really useful. We also have the limitations of mana economy, which allows us to create crystallized mana. I mean, it's a difficulty 3, and once we learn it, it's just done. That's going to be pretty key, pretty important for us to have going forward. Now that we have this place clear, though, looks like there's another mana tower or another wizard tower down there. Go ahead and mark that one off. And we'll be heading to that one next. We do want to make sure, though, that we don't miss anything here. There's always a possibility that there is valuables that aren't at the top of the tower. Always surprised whenever we do these wizard towers, and there just isn't that much in them. We did find another academy, like the Magic Academy that we had. It would allow us to learn so much more magic so quickly. So we do want to check out this cabin, though, and we want to check out this wizard tower, because both of them have a very good possibility of being very, very useful to us. I don't imagine we found anything else in the meantime. It looks like no.
Today we will be tested. We faced challenges that have killed many before and will have killed many still. A horde unlike any we've seen in the Cataclysm. And the greed of a wizard who will not abandon the potential for treasure. It may be our downfall. Welcome back to Cataclysm, Dark Days Ahead. My journey as Vellum, aspiring Archmage of the Apocalypse. We are heading south now to this cabin, the one that we had marked earlier whenever we found a book that was talking about good locations for a wizard to visit while in the city. So the chances that this cabin has something magical in it, I don't know what, but something magical in it, will be pretty high. There is a what now? Sorry, a Gargoylosaurus zombie. These zombie dinosaurs are very rough. So there's a zombie hunter over there. No, it's a slavering biter. You know you've been in the apocalypse for a little bit too long whenever things like slavering biters are just like, oh, that's actually not that bad. Not something I have to be worried about. We're going to just make a beeline down here. Probably have to take a crawler. There we go. Ooh. That's some lights. What's causing that? There must be a car or something around here. Oh, that boomer just spit bile at me. I'm going to start running a little bit. And then we're going to put away our spear and magic missile it, so that we don't have to worry about it. Just avoid the light here. We made it to the Magiclysm cave. Ooh. Definitely a wizard's cabin of some kind. What? We see an owlbear tub? This horrible owlbear is probably the result of genetic experimentation by some insane wizard. These creatures inhabit the tangled forest regions of every temperate clime, as well as subterranean labyrinths. They are ravenous eaters, aggressive hunters, and evil-tempered at all times. They attack prey on sight. But it's just a cub. I'm so sorry, little guy. I'm so sorry. I am actually deeply, deeply sorry. Take the, actually, we'll take both those things. Mana flash. Ooh. A small notebook. Illegal potion recipes not found in common books. Heck yeah. Some more mana crystals. A plastic tumbler. What's that used for? Nothing. It just says it contains. We have some tools here. Nothing too interesting. And a minor wand of fireball. That's actually really nice because we can recharge this. And we have access to a spell now that as a druid we normally, or sorry, as an earth shaper, we normally wouldn't have access to. Just fireball, because fireball is exclusive. We'll actually take another wand of fireballs, thank you. Fireball is exclusive to Calvinists and their type of magic. And there's an owlbear egg here. Hard to leave behind. Is there anything more here? Got a little bit of food. We should kind of look along the walls. Make sure that we're not missing any secrets. It'd be hard to miss a secret here, though. Like, there's not really enough room. Perhaps this back here. See if we can pry this. Oh, okay. It's just their water heater and cooler. Well, that wasn't as interesting as I thought it was going to be. But it was at least... I mean, we got a
wand of fireballs now. We actually have multiple wands of fireballs now. Kind of hard to say that that wasn't interesting. We'll have to take advantage of this wand sometime soon here. Don't want to be in the light, though. That light is illuminating a shady zombie over there for me. So there's that. What is causing... Oh, there's a car all the way over here that has its lights on. See, some survivor must have just recently crashed that thing. You know what? We're going to, as incredibly ill-advised as this is, we're going to use the wand of fireballs. Oh boy. That is quite an AoE. And the bushes are on fire. Hit the zombie for 40 damage, though. Yep. Fireball might not be the most intelligent spell to cast. We'll hit it with a magic missile real quick and pull out our knife spear. Looks like he burnt to death, maybe? Rational step out and crush him down. And I believe we might have started a forest fire. There's a howling dog? Apparently it's some sort of howling canine. Kind of like a Screecher, but as a dog. Strange. Of course, we will ransack the nearby houses for any goods that they might have on our way through. And let's go ahead and start heading east. Probably want to avoid that southern part there. Just because we don't really want to be anywhere near that light. How are we doing on food? We actually have quite a bit of food right now. What the hell was that? Okay. We spotted a zombie prowler, and whenever we spot things, normally it's us spotting things way off in the distance, so I didn't really think anything of it, but apparently this thing was right on top of us. Enveloped in darkness is the outline of what used to be a person, quick and spindly and nigh invisible in the shadows. Even with the unnatural camouflage hiding its features, you can make out large teeth and even larger claws. However, as it reached out to grab us, we did manage to block all of the damage with our knife spear. And as it grabbed at us, I think we might have been knocked down as well. No, just grabbed. Okay. We'll swing out to it. It takes another swing at us. We block it again. It's pulling us away, dragging us along the ground. But it is almost already dead. Take a couple swings at it. And it goes down. Oh, that thing was scary. If there was any other zombies nearby, and that thing was around, and it dragged us into the zombies, that could have literally been almost instantly deadly. Okay then, zombie prowler. That's a new one. That's on the list of things that we're going to take deadly seriously. Do you think that how well we handled it does show just how much we've improved? I just noticed that our torso is actually infected. It's still infected. Hold on. We need to take care of that as soon as possible. It must have gotten a good, solid bite off on us. Okay. And we're going to cover up the torso with something a little bit better. There we go. Not the best way to start a night of hunting, to immediately get chunk taken out of us by a zombie. says Wizard Tower, but I see a garage here. This Wizard Tower has a different design than the other ones. Pupating zombie. Do we have any mana? No. Oh! It just exploded into a flesh raptor as I took a step up. Okay. Well, fortunately, it only exploded into one flesh raptor. And where's that brute? The zombie brute's down there. Okay. Oh boy. Take a look around real quick. So these guys are slower than me. This guy's slower than me. I think they're being attracted by the explosion of the pupating zombie popping. We're gonna start running. And I think we're going to just immediately climb the fence here. And there's also a shrieker back there. Okay. Is this a wizard tower? This is. This is a different design than we've seen before. We're going to carefully step in here and take a look around. There is a lot of dwarves and feral dwarves in here. Holy crap! Oh, and a dissolute devourer on top of all of those things. So that devourer is going to probably start to assimilate all of those zombies. That, I mean, if we weren't afraid of burning down the wizard tower, that right there would be like the most optimal use for a fireball I have ever seen. Can we get up to the second floor? Is there a place where we can look down upon this? Sort of. We can just stuff ourselves into the window here. Start swinging down at them with our spear. One did manage to, because the ferals are smart, manage to come in around behind us and get into the building. We need to be careful about that. Oh, and there is still golems here. Actually, if I could lead this golem outside. Oh, okay. We have a moment here. Catch our breath. Get back outside. That was getting really dangerous really fast. Something is busting down this fence post over here. We're gonna take a look around. I think those sounds over there are the zombies fighting the plastic golem. And I think the zombies are losing. There are several down. Taking advantage of the wizard tower's natural defenses was pretty clever. That bruiser zombie is going to be a problem. We're going to start running. And in fact, we're just going to climb here. Can we climb up? Yes, there we go. Okay. Whew. I feel a lot safer immediately just being up on this roof like this. I think what we're going to do is we are going to go prone and we are going to catch our breath, because failing to catch our breath has been what has cost us nearly our life in the past. I don't like that boomer being able to see us down there. Our military zombie. We are sort of surrounded on all sides by zombies right now. In fact, we might actually take a moment to, we're going to use our deck of Uno cards to kind of just get our focus back. It also gives us a moment for our wounds to heal a little bit as well. We'll go ahead and bandage our torso again because it took a beating during that last fight. Take a little bit of aspirin. Okay. They might have lost our immediate scent. Okay. As we come up to the ledge, we immediately see the Dissolute Devourer at the bottom. This is risky to do, but we're going to do it. We are going to start taking some swings at it. We managed to puncture it for a little bit of damage. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to kill it like this. Take out that zombie. I was right. It's consumed some of the nearby neighbors here, making it quite a bit stronger. Despite the multiple hits, we have barely done anything to it. Okay, we have finally started to whittle it down, slicing piece off of it, eventually. Oh, taking all of our stamina and actually damaging our knife spear in the process. We finally take it down. We are going to take a moment to catch our breath, despite how much I want to go down there right away and crush its body down. Okay, is it still down? Okay, it is still down. So what we're going to do is we're going to come over here, a few steps away, and we are going to phase and aim downwards. Okay, we managed to do it correctly for the first time ever, and we managed to phase from the rooftop to the ground, a thing that we've been practicing time and time again and only just now began to master. We're going to crush this guy down. Another Dissolute Devourer down. The world is safer. Man, how many zombies have we killed tonight alone? 10, 20 more? Okay, what is this place? Just a house? It is absolutely filled with zombies, though. There's even more out here. Oh my god. There's just so many zombies around here. Okay, we need to crush these guys. As we go to crush it, another one comes up on us. I swear they can see us from far. A listener zombie. Zombie's head was once obviously destroyed. The gaps in its scraps of face is now filled with a peculiar gray goo. Human ears hang from the sides, enormous and unsettling. Thin slits at the front suggest it may have a very limited sense of sight. This might be why the zombies were able to find me so well. They have something new on their side. But it goes down just like the rest. The listener is down. One of these zombies literally smashed through the brick walls of this building to get into the building. To get into the Wizard Academy. Magic. Okay! Holy crap! So many zombies down. Was this the doing of the single placid golem? Look at this carnage. What is that thing? The placid golem took down a desolated devourer? Wow, I don't feel as special anymore. That is absolutely insane. Well, I think that this horde would have been the death of us. Instead, a single placid golem wiped out the vast majority of them while we just took out the strays. I can only imagine how powerful we would be, how much of the world we would be unafraid of if we could get one of these placid golems on our side. Or any kind of golem. The interesting thing is I don't see the corpse of a golem anywhere. We'll take a quick look through real quick. No, it's... The golem survived. I don't know where it went. It can't fit through the windows, but it can go out these large holes that were left here. We are hearing footsteps from above. So there are more plastic golems in this building. But we finally have a chance to actually look through this place now. Just completely taken aback, completely in awe of the power that these golems must have to be able to obliterate so many zombies and then also still survive the encounter. This gives me a evil idea that we could take advantage of if we were to take a golem and free it from one of these towers. We could basically use it. Oop, there's a sewing book here. We could use it to essentially clean out an area. Radio. I'll go ahead and unlock this door. We can. I don't want to try and phase through the door, just if there's something on the other side. Is that the last lockpick? It is. I think we need to make more lockpicks. I saw some wire downstairs. We can actually just go ahead and make some while we're here. Yeah, hold on. Some copper wire here. Let's see if we can find any more real quick. There's no more around. But there should be some knives. Bread knife would work. Let's see, maybe forks. Herring knives should work. Steak knives. Should be all we need to make a few more lockpicks. Yes, rudimentary lockpick. We'll head upstairs, where it's a little bit safer. And put away our spear, activate our light here and make some lockpicks real quick. How many can we make? Just 2. We're limited by the wire, I think. And then turn them into improvised lockpicks, which will take a little bit of time. But whatever's in here is heavily defended. Okay, we'll pull our spear again. And see if we can get through this door. Satisfying click. You know, on some level I knew that that was going to be the result of opening this door. On some level I knew. We heard a lot of moving around back here. So we knew that there was going to be golems back here. Looks like we have 4, but we have the footsteps and the sounds of more. We're going to lead them out. There is not an ideal place to fight them on this floor. So we are going to head downstairs. And out a window. Three of them down. Okay. Of course, there's more. Another one down. And we need to take a moment to catch our breath because making a mad dash away from these things down the stairs really wears us out. We need to make sure we check our wounds real quick because okay, we're still fine. And we take this one out without even having to use the window. We're already becoming stronger. Okay, let's give ourselves a moment. Catch our breath. And 2 more. Another one down. That got a hit off on me. Another one down. I think there's more up here. Oh my gosh, another locked door? What the hell is this place? Okay, we're gonna start picking this. It is stumping us a few times, but we did finally manage to get it open. And based on the number of sounds on the other side, we have more golems. At least 3. Okay, we're gonna put away our spear and mana bolt the first one. Back up a bit, pull our spear back out. Take one down before we even get to the stairs. And another one down, bringing it down to the first floor. What kind of mage needs this level of security? There's 2 of them. Okay, we're not going to risk it this time. Okay, maybe they're going to be stupid. Get stuck on the stairs. Okay. Took those guys out, no problem. Ooh, one right there at the top of the stairs. Another one down. We're going to have to spend some time repairing our equipment after this, I think. We're going to close this door behind us. Ooh, there's some... Oh, there's a lot of silver here. Oh, wow. That was a good find. Bludgeons and Broken Bones. A guide. Oh, look at this. So much materials. So much materials. What do we need? We want this flash of mercury. And we'll take all of the magical food. Magical, alchemy ingredients. We're going to move carefully across this top floor. There's a chance there's still a golem up here. There's not. Okay. Scroll fireball. Can't use it. Book on knife throwing. That's not the worst thing in the world. Book on coding. The Book of Living Stone. That's going to be interesting. Let's see what we can drop. Instead of dropping anything, I think what we might do is... We'll go ahead and close all of these windows here. Since the curtains are still in one piece. What is that? An enchanter's workbench. An ornate oak cabinet topped by a durable resin countertop resistant to most alchemical spells and burns, has wired-in electrical and gas fittings, and has been decorated with several protection runes, mostly ornamental. Interesting. We'll have to take a harder look at that. Also, a Scroll of Ogre's Strength, which is a Magus spell to our great pleasure. I was worried that it was going to be something else. This has officially been the first magic wizard tower that has been very worth our time. And there is a decent amount of food in the fridge here, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to put away our spear, pull out our reading light here, and we're going to grab some books and start reading. So, ooh, Summon Boulder. Pull forth a table of smooth rock from underneath underground bedrock, using your forces of earth shaping. You can use this as a table or as a primitive anvil. Okay, that's not a bad one. What is this? We'll go ahead and put this book down for a moment. Pick the scroll, which is enormous. You gain the strength of an ogre. Okay. At Matt's level, the duration is 360,000 seconds, which is, what is that? Like 5,000 minutes or something like that? That's pretty good as a Magus spell. That's probably going to be one of the first ones that we learn. We'll put that over there as well. Was there anything else? A very interesting book on science, technology, and oils. We'll go ahead and just read through all of these. And, oh, hey. Yeah, ionization. We actually already had a book on this. Oh, this is the book that we had on this. I think we just left it in our inventory by accident. So we have crystallized mana we can learn, ionization, and then 2 new spells. The Magus spell is going to be probably one of the best ones because that Ogre Strength spell, that is going to be absolutely amazing for us. Okay. We'll probably sit here and read for a little while and fill ourselves up on the food that's in the fridge here. And we'll be back once we've learned all these spells. We spent most of the night and a good portion of the morning reading through those spells. And we now have a few new spells on our favorites list. We have ionization, which allows us to conjure a sharp snap of lightning over a wide area. It does cost a lot of mana, sitting at 300 mana, but it's a pretty huge area that it affects. We also have Ogre's Strength, which only lasts a minute for now, but we were doing the math and it would last somewhere over 100 hours if we can get it up to level 20 actual skill level. And we did get a few other spells, but mostly they are going to be for moments of just like moments of need, I would say. So we have like the crystallized mana, which allows us to create solidified mana. We also have, where is it? We also have a Summon Boulder, which would give us a primitive anvil, but I don't think that primitive anvil is going to be that useful, and like it doesn't do enough of what we need to be like a proper anvil per se. And before we leave, we are going to, as usual, break down this large mana crystal. I would say, though, if we had found this place earlier, this probably would have been our home instead of the academy. There's not as much around here, which is kind of a mixed blessing, both good and bad, as the academy, but it is a very, very fortified location, and I would feel very secure being up in the upper floors of this location. We're going to take one more glance around, make sure we didn't miss anything important in our mad rush to clear this place. But I think we're good here. There is a lot of other books here, but all the rest of the books are just kind of fiction novels that's, as interesting as they can be, are not exactly for us. All things equal, what I think we're going to do now is we are going to find a place, because we have come a very long distance. We're going to find a place somewhere in the secure upper floors here. Probably this top floor in this corner. And because we've come so far, we are going to create a new gate. We'll probably actually come back and get rid of that south gate at some point. Does this town have a name? So if it does... So this is Groveland. This is the northern part of Groveland. We have pretty much fully left Brooklyn now. And we are going to... although it is going to be costly on our hunger and our time, 8 hours. That'll put us at 6 p.m. in the afternoon. Well, we're going to be pretty tired after this, but taking 7.5 hours, we will, in fact, attune a gate here. That'll put us at 5:30 in the afternoon. And we'll be back whenever that's done. And we have a new gate. Go ahead and activate it. And this is the... There we go. Take just a moment to collect ourselves and head back for the first time in a few days, actually, to our Wizard Academy back home. Everything else we have organized back into our downstairs area. However, we have put the owlbear egg in this room over here. On the off chance that the sunlight and heat will eventually hatch it, we're gonna leave it over there. I don't think it's going to hatch, but if we could have a pet owlbear that just kind of hangs out in that room and can't get out, I'm kind of fine with that. I think at this point, what we're going to do is we are going to take some time to repair everything we have. We need to repair our leg guards and our chainmail and our knife spear, try and get everything back up to full condition. And we'll spend a little bit of time. I think we have food for at least a day. We'll spend a day trying to study some of our books that we have. Probably studying both Odor Strength, Mana Efficiency, and Cause Bear. We do actually have Cause Bear high enough now that it is theoretically plausible that we could cast it. Although it is still risky. We do have a lot of silver we could use to, with Fault Mending Chance to repair. Is there something cheaper that we can use? Lead and scrap cast iron. Okay. We do know where there's a lot of lead. If we were to check out some of these gun stores a second time, a lot of these gun stores had just oodles and oodles of lead. We also refilled our wand of fireballs. And we'll probably leave the wand of magic missiles behind. It's just useful to have on us. As much as it actually weighs us down, it's just very useful to have on us, the wand of magic missiles. And yeah, we're going to get everything kind of sorted out, but that's also where we're going to leave it for today. Over the last few days, our life in the Cataclysm has changed drastically. With the gate system, our reach has extended dramatically, and we have grown strong enough to test ourselves against the truly monstrous likes of dissolute devourers, and come through victorious. Now we set our sights on a new city on the horizon, and fresh locations from which to gather resources and power. We seek books for new knowledge and spells, tools to create weapons and armor, and hope to find an elusive anvil, or at least the means by which we can create one. With the smithy up and running, we could thrust ourselves into crafting and enchanting a lethal offense and impregnable defense. Welcome back to Cataclysm, Dark Days Ahead. My journey as Vellum, aspiring archmage of the apocalypse. Today we are going to be heading back to our furthest southern location here, and we're going to take just kind of a little bit of a look around. One thing that I have considered being a very good option is starting to check libraries and bookstores, and there is a very large library and a hunting supply store and a bookstore and then another bookstore kind of all down around here. And it also gets us into the next city here, Groveland, which again has a bunch of extra stuff that we've never even touched. So I think what we're going to do is we are going to head back down, use our gateway to head back down to the Groveland Wizard Tower, which puts us here. Our first destination beyond this is probably going to be this bookstore here. This was the location of our grand battle against this horde. Absolutely destroyed them. We are going to check, just for like travel rations, we're going to check some of the nearby houses for food super fast. I don't really see anything of value, but I do see some zombies. We're going to take them out because they're near our gate. So we want to make sure we don't have to worry about these things next time we like come back from this gate. There's a lot of materials here. And one of the things that I'd also like to find is a train track. And the reason for that is that we look at our recipes here, we could make a crude anvil with a 1/2 meter length of railroad track. And that would, since we've been not having any luck finding a anvil in the world, that would actually help us quite a bit. Oh, geez. Literally came around the corner on that guy, huh? The anvil would help us get a anvil made before we actually find one, because we've not been having any luck finding one, and what the fuck is that? Thorny Shambler. Okay. So I think it just, yeah, it shot a dart into us, and we feel poison enter our body. We're going to actually step up to it and take it down, and then deal with our situation. We need to press down on our wounds, get the torso to stop bleeding. There we go. See where we are after that. We are pretty low on bandages, actually. That's a plastic golem. Guess he got free. We're going to put away our spear, pull out mana bolts, shoot a mana bolt straight into him, and then a second one, and we should be able to finish him off with magic missiles now. Whew. 3 magic missiles and a mana bolt takes him out. We burned a good portion of our mana, but I think that was a worthwhile expenditure. We'll go ahead and kind of, well, I was going to say quickly enter this place quietly, but that zombie dog had a different idea in mind. Copper wire. Ooh, a lot of copper wire. And some bricks. If those weren't so heavy, those would be useful, because I actually do want some bricks right now. The idea be, ooh, here we go. A lot of food. Okay. And we actually have some raw food that isn't bad. Yeah, cooking oil as well. It might not be edible right now, but this salt and cooking oil will be useful for us in the long run. Is there any edible food right now? Just some yogurt. I'll eat the yogurt right away, actually, because I'm pretty sure we're kind of low on calories. Okay, that should be all the food that we need for the moment. We are going to just go ahead and head out, and let's go ahead and mark a path now, and we will start slowly making our way that direction. It's pretty foggy, right? That's what's causing this? Yeah. We're going to use our Night Eyes ability to combat the fog a little bit. There's a shocker zombie there. Runner zombie. We can take them out as we go. Kind of clear up the path a little bit. Yeah, I do think I agree with this. We're going to go ahead and head south here. We're seeing a lot of spent casings around here. Looks like there's some sort of fight here. and the very, very decayed remains of a body, so fight could have been a long time ago, to be honest. Oh, hey, blueberry bush. We do want to try and pick as many of these bushes as possible. I am actually thinking that there's a possibility that we plant some of this stuff around our base so that in future springs and summers, we actually have some fruit and veggies available to us, some fresh fruit and veggies. Ooh, this person back here had a sort of workshop. We can go ahead and phase our way into here and check out to see if they have any tools we care about. They had a brazing rod. I don't know what a brazing rod is. It's for brazing steel. That doesn't actually mean anything to me, unfortunately. We'll take the sandpaper, though, and then just head back out a normal way. There's a building in construction here. Sometimes we can find some interesting tools. Looks like a reciprocating saw and a hedge trimmer, cordless drill. Unfortunately, we don't have the power to run some of these. The saw would be pretty nice, but I don't think we can carry it, and we won't have the power to run it either. If we can find a battery-powered one of these, that would actually be pretty nice. There's a nail gun there. Is this, yeah, cordless drill. Okay. The cordless one has a battery. Is it these wires? It's mostly these wires. Now that we are making a bit of longer trips, we might consider a better backpack. We'll go ahead and mark this. Yeah, power tools. We might consider a better backpack, a bigger backpack, one that's not good for combat, but good for these long looting trips that we do. Our assault backpack this entire time, the primary reason that we liked it so much was because we were kind of constantly on the move. And now that we are making these kind of longer excursions, we're running into, for the first time since we started this teleportation excursion thing, we're running into our limit with our backpack. We're just not strong enough to carry much more right now. So the next time we see some sort of large backpack, like a hiking backpack, we're definitely going to be taking it. I might try to find a safe location down here somewhere to put down a new gate. Oh, that was a fresh zombie. Interesting. That means that someone down here just recently managed to die. It's honestly kind of interesting. We're going to go ahead and wind strike here because that is a lot of zombies. Send out another wind strike, just down the field, knocked down several of the zombies, making them a lot easier to take out, and weakened them pretty heavily. Oh boy, that is quite a few zombies there. Send a wind strike down, crashing into the window, shattering the window, but also damaging all of these zombies. And unfortunately, we're already out of mana. We're pretty strong these days. Our skill with the spear is starting to become truly something else. With the fact that we can weaken so many of them, we just took out that small horde with almost no issues. We got hit by a rock there, but that's the only hits that they even managed to get off on us. We're going to go ahead and send out a few magic missiles over to this feral human because he is going to try and throw rocks at us like that. What a bloodbath. We have become something strong. At the same time, though, I don't want to get overconfident. Okay, let's go ahead and head a little bit south here. We're trying to head to this library after all. Hopefully it's in one piece. Feral human down. He did throw a rock at us, but it actually just bounced off. Oh, it looks like this library is destroyed. Holy crap, okay. We can search this very quickly, though. Go ahead and... Actually, there is a decent amount of books here that we would care about. I don't think we care too much about mechanics. Yeah. Well, we can take the cookbooks as well. Just kind of scanning through the titles here very, very quickly. Unfortunately, it looks like that's all there is there. That was not really the kind of find that I expected to have. We need to find another location nearby here it's our next location that we want to find. Looks like there's another bookstore to the south. What we're hoping is it still foggy? It is. What we're hoping is that we can find some extra books that some mages have left around. The world in the old... Ooh, a farm. The world in the old days always had magic in it. The only problem is that eventually people stopped caring about the magic because... Oh, that was unclean water? Well, that's unfortunate. It means we don't actually have any water on us then. This trowel has some digging quality. So does this shovel. The shovel is probably better than my entrenching tool that we had, which we accidentally left on us. Actually, it's not. The entrenching tool is just good. Did we also leave our pickaxe on us? No. Okay. Looking around, we have a candy shop, hunting supply, a dump, a bank. This city center will be probably, we can find a good place to put down a portal and be safe for 8 hours. Then this city center is going to be pretty good for us. There's a lot of things that we can hit here. Ideally, we can still make our new spear. Okay, looks like the fog is cleared. We're gonna stop concentrating to let our focus recover. Chainmail managed to block a hit from that tough zombie. Chainmail is doing absolute work for us. It is amazing, actually. I'm sorry, what just happened? Why is it full bright all of a sudden? Oh, I think that's why. There's a crazed survivalist grasping a sharp-bladed weapon. This feral prepper has an athletic physique, a sign that they were trained extensively before turning feral. In addition to remembering how to use a flashlight, their survival instincts seem to kick in when crucially harmed, causing them to act in self-preservation, unlike most zombies. Okay, so what are our options here? We have a house behind us, a few paces behind us. I didn't mean to move. We're not aware of what else is around us, and this guy here, realistically, the only other thing that's fast around us is this feral is a high concern. He has a bladed weapon, and this dog is a high concern. So we're gonna start running, take a step back, hit a few swings. The dog's down. We want to get away from this guy. He started running, and then as soon as he started running, I managed to cut him down, tripping over the fence in the process, and his flashlight turned off. Okay. We're not out of the woods yet, though. We are going to phase through this door and see if we can get away through the building. Just head out another way. We can hear all of those zombies attacking that building to the south of us, attracted to where they last saw us. If we had enough mana, we would go down there and deal with that, but as it stands, we probably just want to get away from this as quickly as possible now. Let's move to the south. We need to remember that some of these dangers are actually still quite threatening to us. One-on-one, we have incredibly good odds against pretty much any of these zombies. We're completely overloaded. We have room for absolutely nothing at this point. But if they get surrounded like us, like that, or we get a feral survivalist to light us up with a freaking flashlight, like, it becomes a different matter almost instantaneously. How are our wounds doing, by the way? Torso needs a new bandage. It's like this bookstore is just one block to the south now. We do spot a shrieker in the distance, in that playground. I'm gonna just try and go through the wall. No, I can't. Okay, there's things in the way. I don't want to keep trying because there's probably bookcases on the other side of this wall. So we'll try and find a door or a window. This place does seem in better condition, though. Yeah, much better condition. Okay. Ooh, that's a book we need. Historic Warfare for the Bronze Age. This will have a recipe in it that will teach us how to fabricate bronze. We actually had one of these books before, and we had to leave it behind. Okay. So this is a pretty important book for us. In fact, there seems to be a lot of books here. But this also doesn't seem like a good place to try and rest. And it also doesn't seem like a good place to try and sit for 8 hours in order to create a gate. There is a bank nearby, though. What we could do is head out the back here. And let's head to this bank. Oh, that thorny shambler just saw me. Okay. We're going to change our tactic here. I want to get to the bank without going through that thorny shambler. It's difficult to avoid. Head through this house real quick. Clear out the zombies within. And we're going to go out this window. And that puts us right up next to the bank. Take a moment to catch our breath. And then we're going to clear this place very quickly. Make sure there's nothing dangerous inside here. That door's locked, so that's okay. Seems like we're pretty much good. We could just phase into the bank vault, correctly? Correct? No, we can't. Can we draw through the wall? No. Bank vault might be... Considering we reach out, touch the wall several times here, trying to phase through, but it seems like it's not an option. So the vault itself might be very, very thick. What I think we're going to do then is this back area here is pretty secluded. There's no windows nearby. There's no exterior facing doors. So I think we're going to use this as our place to create a gate. And that's going to take a hot minute. So we're going to just eat some of the handfuls of berries and strawberries that we have so that we don't feel awful at the end of this. But if we do this, then we should have a good place to come back to. We'll go ahead and... Actually, we're going to make the gate first to make sure that something bad doesn't happen. As we're making the gate, we did have our powers lead to another insight. Bending light leads to deflecting it, and you should deflect harmful light and radiation away from yourself, if we can figure out the proper technique. We're going to ignore that, though, because we've already invested several hours into attuning to this area, meditating on this area. We do see some light leaking in from the door and staircase off to our west there, but I don't think it's going to be a problem. And we also heard something walk by outside, but they couldn't smell us through the walls or anything like that, so they weren't able to track us down. And we put down a gate, so this is mid-Groveland. There we go. We will go ahead and head back to the tower, and we're going to make sure that all of our... We see a what now? A Cerosaurus zombie. Where is it? How far away is that? Oh, it's on the other side of this building. Okay. Whew. I was about to say, if it was near our building, our tower, there's a chance that it could actually break its way into our tower. We would not want that. But we're going to take a moment. We're going to get fed. We're going to get rested. And we will head back to properly explore that town. Okay, we are fed. And while we are here, I'm going to update you guys on how I've changed the base a little bit. We did actually manage to find a pickaxe recently, so we experimented with taking out some of this rock wall here, and with the rock that we found, both by breaking the large rocks to pickaxe, we did manage to make a rock forge, and then we also used Summon Boulder. We used Summon Boulder here in order to pull up a smooth, flat boulder from the ground, which gives us a tiny bit of the anvil quality, but not enough to actually do anything significant with it. We still can't make a steel spear because we need an anvil quality of 3 or more, and the crude anvil and bronze anvil both require things that we don't have. So like the bronze anvil is going to be a big deal for us, because if we can learn how to make bronze, then it kind of opens up a lot of opportunities. So we're going to immediately cast gates, and we're going to be heading back to the Groveland Bank and to this bookstore. Pull out our spear, make sure that we're always ready for a fight, and let's head back into this bookstore. We know what the inside of it looks like now. So we know where we can phase in, take advantage of our abilities whenever possible. And we're going to start collecting books. There is so many books for us here. So many books. Beginner's Guide to Magic. Ooh, is there a spell in there that we actually don't know about? Hold on, let's activate our Atomic Light real quick and take a look at this Beginner's Guide. Phase Door. That's right. We've had this book before, and we actually didn't learn Phase Door because it just kind of does the exact same thing as the ability that we already have. We're going to definitely take this Arms and Armor of Imperial China there. So many books on these shelves. Arcano Hiking for Fun. So I was correct that these libraries are going to have a lot of potential for spellbooks. Just spellbooks that people have sold to bookstores and just not cared about. Because again, the world has had magic in it for a long time, but technology had kind of made magic obsolete whenever you could just perform these tasks that magic could do, but without a college degree worth of learning. And unfortunately, well, you know, technology has kind of obviously failed in the land because, well, electricity's gone and it would be hard to replace. So, in my humble opinion, magic wins out in the end. And all of these books that people thought were useless because they take a great scholarly mind, like myself, to learn the magic are suddenly quite good. I am also going to very quickly read this hiking. So it gives us the ability to traverse the wilds, blend in with the wilds, and urge them to speed your passage. This is a druid spell. Trees bend out of the way, bushes do not hinder you, and even grass subtly moves your feet along. The spell cannot be cast near civilization and will fade if your travels take you out of the wilds. I don't know if that's going to be worth learning. We'll take the spellbook because it'll be an addition to our stuff, but considering the fact of where we are, and the fact that the spell automatically fails whenever we're near wilds, I don't think that's going to be all that useful. We're gonna put a gate symbol down super fast so that we don't forget where our gate was. I did just spot that there is another museum here. There's also a bookstore on the way. These museums and bookstores are... Oh man, there's so much movement in that park right there. A what? A sproglodyte. This crouching child mutant's face is dominated by a pair of huge black eyes, and its fingertips end in sharp claws. And that zombie soldier can see me from there. Oh, crap, because I still have my atomic light on. Yep, we're gonna move because they had a bead on me. And we want to get away now. Whew. That was probably a mistake of overconfidence. We need to remember that this, even though we can handle basic zombies now, it is still the Cataclysm. There is a feral dwarf heading our way. We're going to go ahead and magic missile him from a distance because he's the only one who could see us. And it seems like these might be freshly reanimated zombies because all of them were pretty damaged already. And there's a Disilluted Devourer. We don't have to fight it, so we're not going to. But there is a Shrieker up ahead. I think I am going to take care of that Shrieker. We're going to put away our spear, pull out a magic bolt, a mana bolt, smash into it for a huge amount of damage, and take it down before it manages to shriek. The explosion sound from the mana bolt probably wasn't that much better than it shrieking. I didn't want to risk it. Okay. Inside the library now. Overcoming gravity. What? Oh, it's a book about gymnastics. Okay. I was about to say, it got me interested. Molding and casting? We are starting to actively learn about, like, blacksmithing and stuff like that, so be pretty good to grab. We'll grab that longsword training manual. If we ever pick up a sword and we ever get interested in swords, it might teach us some training techniques. Oh man, outside of that though, this one might be a bust. Another beginner's guide to magic. Useful, but beneath us, unfortunately. Some reading lights, reading glasses. Nothing really upstairs to speak of. Just seems to be some sort of coffee shop. Because I want to practice it more, we are going to phase through the ground here. If I understand how to do this correctly. Yes, there we go. We phase through the ground to the first floor. Okay. I think we're getting a handle on that now. Let's head to this museum next. The fog is really getting with us again. We're going to use our night eyes to try and expand our vision. We want to always make sure we have more vision than... We stop dead. Feel the chill go down our spine. That is a monster. A headless horror. This headless zombie is swollen to frightening proportions. Towering almost 9 feet tall, 6-foot-long feelers of black ooze blindly wave from its neck, violently twitching at nearby sounds. Its long stride allows it to quickly pursue its targets, which it pummels into a pulp with huge, swollen fists. Oh boy! Let's find out. If we're running, it's only slightly slower than us while we're running. Can it see where we are right now? No. But based on its design, I imagine this thing is quite capable of hearing instead. We're gonna move slightly. Okay. It is tracking our movements. What do we do? What do we do? How long does it take the gate? Not that long, but long enough to be a problem. So we are going to use our extended stride to start being able to move faster. It is moving straight for us. Okay. We need to find a place to hide now. We can run east back into the butcher shop, but those are glass windows. I don't even think it's going to slow it down. We could run east and then try and get up the stairs. We don't have enough stamina to run very far, though. So we're going to start running. And yeah, it was heading exactly for where we were. We can see pretty far right here. We're going to catch our breath until we can see it again. We don't see it. We're going to end our concentration real quick and only have our night eyes going so that we don't burn our focus. There it is again. Does it hear us? Just stay perfectly quiet. We make no sound as long as we don't walk on grass, but even touching the grass makes sound. There's a part of me that wants to see if we can take this thing down. It is a monster that is trying to claim the apocalypse from us. And this is not their apocalypse anymore. This is my apocalypse. This is where we live. How much mana do we have? Over 1,000. We could get several mana bolts out. We could also get an ethereal grasp out. Let's do it. We're going to put out an ethereal grasp. Can we not target the ground with this? Looks like we actually have to, despite it being an AoE that targets the ground, it has to target a hostile, which you can see in the valid targets there. That is a bit of a unfortunate thing there. Maybe we start with a wind strike then. We hit the headless horror for 37 damage, and we hear a powerful whoosh come off from it. And we did, in fact, down it. Okay, let's pull out a mana bolt, and we lose concentration. It climbs to its feet. We do set off an explosive noise with that mana bolt, smashing a bolt into it, though, for... Oh, okay, it doesn't seem to be regenerating. It's terrifyingly powerful, but does not seem to be regenerating. We hit it again for another mana bolt. We hear another explosion go off. We'll lose our concentration. And another. It is weak now. I worry about continuing. We're going to cast Odor Strength on ourselves, I think. How long does it take? 2 seconds. No, we're not. Take down a zombie. Is it going to be approaching? We need to use the silence, the stealth. To our advantage. Doesn't seem to be able to, despite how good its hearing is, it doesn't seem to be able to get a bead on us. We're going to take off our spear again. Mana bolts. Smash into it. I think it's being attracted by the explosive sound of the mana bolts hitting it. The mana bolts exploding into its muscular form, but not being able to figure out where it's coming from. Another mana bolt. It is incredibly weak now, but we're also out of mana. We may need to go in for the kill. That is a terrifying prospect. It is so weak, though. Smash some corpses. See if we can attract it over. I was right. It seems like it's being attracted because it relies entirely on hearing. It's being attracted to the place where the mana bolt hits. We could... You know what we're going to do? We're going to pull out a wand of fireballs, which I have forgotten to favorite, and activate it, and fireball him. Smashes into him. It's causing a massive explosion against all of the nearby zombies. In fact, setting one of the zombies on fire. Do it again. And it goes down. Oh, okay. Pull out our spear, and we're definitely going to crush the crap out of that thing. Is this zombie still on fire? It is not. Okay. Oh, that cost us most of our resources. But it proves that we have gotten very strong. Headless horror corpse. Oh, that is a beautiful thing. That is a beautiful thing indeed. That renewed confidence, I think we are going to head on towards the museum and find out if this museum is less ridiculous than the last museum we found. In the last museum, these humans seem to have been keeping replicas of things. Ocular zombie. What the hell is that? Another strange, twisted beast. An otherwise regular zombie's head is absolutely filled with brim of eyes. It just seems to have very good vision. Well, you'll be able to see your demise then, I suppose. Wasn't even a challenge. Not compared to what we just took down. These normal zombies really don't feel like threat. Compared to what we're capable of doing. Well, that's a pupating zombie crawler. I don't actually want to mess with that. I want to take a moment to catch our breath, and we're going to avoid that because it's just every time I hear the word flesh raptor, I feel a chill go up my spine. That zombie actually managed to get a hit off on us, and it didn't even matter. It smashed into our armor with no effect. And I was trying to move down this hallway, and this brown chicken actually just ran into my spear there. Well, I guess I'm just gonna take a moment super fast and yeah, let's just like very quickly butcher this. Take a scrap of meat, turn our light back off. Looks like there's no other entrances into the museum. Not something that surprises me. If we remember, based off of, you know, these humans, they kind of like to make buildings the same every time. So if anywhere we can teleport in, exactly, it's going to be back here in the back corner. Okay, so we have a cult, a Gallia helmet, bone fossil, wooden shovel, a cutlass, some more chainmail. We're going to actually take a look at this cutlass. Looks like it's made out of budget steel. The chainmail is 2 bronze greaves. We could probably pull those apart for bronze, which we're going to want. So we'll take the bronze greaves. Let's see, a stone spear, pointy stick, locked door, but doors don't really mean much to us anymore. Stone axe head, billets, katana. Looks like the katana is another replica. What is wrong with these people? Flute, stone adze. This is all Stone Age stuff. We need something beyond Stone Age. What about this long sword? Classic medieval sword. Feels like the pommel could snap off. Another fake. Ooh, a mace. It's made out of wood and aluminum. It is, in fact, a cheaply made replica. Wooden shed stick, stone axe, and, what? Elephant armor and elephant barding. I remember hearing stories about a great general that existed way back in ancient history who used elephants to attack neighboring nations. Something I would probably do. More bronze greaves. We'll go ahead and break this glass here. The armored gauntlets, yeah, they're much too much encumbrance. Chainmail coif. Hold on. How much encumbrance is that? Oh, ow. Yeah, okay. That 37 head encumbrance. That is not great. Lorica segmenta, though. Arms and torso. Overlapping strips of armor. We're going to pick this up real quick, and we're going to compare the Lorica with the chainmail. Because, okay, so the Lorica covers more of the arms and torso, or less of the torso, actually, and more of the arms. No, okay, I just can't read. It covers less of the arms, less of the torso, and doesn't cover the legs. But it also has less encumbrance on our arms. Okay, what about its armor? It is generally across the board better at armor, but it's worse at bashing, which is important because zombies generally do bashing. So I think that's, considering it's so close to being, I mean, it's a real piece of Lorica segmenta. It's made out of cast iron and everything. But because it's so close to being the same, we're going to go ahead and keep what we already have. Some more steel leg guards. That's, I think, what we're wearing right now. We are. What about this? Armor boots, steel leg guards. Gallia, armor boots, armor gauntlets. No weapons. No real weapons. That is still highly disappointing. It's so hard for me to believe that these places are in such terrible shape for what they should be. These museums should be collections of history, not collections of replicas showing what history was kind of just looked like. Perhaps it's an educational museum, and I'm giving these people too much credit. We did see that there's military surplus and 2 gun stores, a library, pawn shop. This local area here is actually going to be very good for us to gather things. So we're going to take a moment to check these areas out. See if there's anything here we can get that would be useful. These gun stores will have a chance of having lead in them, which we previously had been ignoring, but now that we know that we can use lead with our fault minting chant. There's a zombie hunter out there. It hasn't seen us yet, but that glass door is not going to stop it. I accidentally went into the veterinarian clinic. instead of military surplus. There we go. It's like some sort of tent. It's a tent. Interesting. Looks like this is another military surplus that got completely looted. Tactical gloves? What are those like? Very encumbering. We would slow down our spellcasting much too much. Just kind of cut through this construction site here, and we're going to head over to those gun stores while the night is still young. Perhaps someone sold a spear or a sword to the pawn shop as well. Ooh, I see tools. Angle grinder. A welding cart. A mounted workshop. Interesting. I wonder if we would be capable of... Oh, wow. Lots of nuts and bolts. We're actually going to take those. But I wonder if we'd be capable of taking a cart or a vehicle with us through the gates. Okay, let's see. So we have a sledgehammer, broadsword. Looks like it's fake. Horse. Arming sword. Looks like it's fake. That tablet PC we'll grab here in a moment. Let's see. Chainsaw. No thank you. Armored boots. Arm guards. It looks like it's a full set of medieval armor, actually. Is that coverage on the arms? Yeah. Steel leg guards. Yeah, there's a full set of plate mail over here. And a great helm. I mean, that's pretty cool, but not super useful. It's so disappointing that every single weapon we have found has been fake. Where was that e-ink tablet? We'll grab another one of these, and we will... Actually, we'll grab the one that's full. Has a full battery. We'll do the same thing that we had done before falling into the river, and start filling that up. It's very tempting to take this full set. The junk ornamental parts are made out of junk steel, budget steel, but the rest of it, the armored boots, gauntlets, arm guards, and leg guards, are all made out of actual steel. What's currently on my arms? Just the chainmail hauberk. That would probably be much too much encumbrance, though, if I were to put that on. Let's actually just try real quick. So we're going to wear these and look at that. Oh, yeah. Okay, so we are officially encumbered on our arms if we wear both. We would have to refit the plate mail itself, which would be very, very hard to refit. And we would need some budget steel and leather to refit it. But, I mean, 50 encumbrance on legs, arms, and torso doesn't seem worth it. What about the helm? 20, 30, and 59? Yeah, we'll go ahead and take off the steel arm guards. Actually, we'll wear them for now because honestly, we'll probably hold on to them. It'd be nice if I could get a suit of chainmail that doesn't have the arms, because these steel arm guards are a little bit better, a lot better for our arms than the chainmail hauberk is. I mean, we could technically wear both. What does this cause problems with? It causes a little bit problems with balance, manipulation, stamina cost. Yeah, arms is pretty bad, it looks like. Having our arms being over encumbered is pretty bad. Out of curiosity, oh, we don't have enough mana to cast it right now. Oh, and because of our arms being impeded, it's actually bringing up the cost of our spells, right? As well. Yeah. Okay, so our arms being impeded is actually very, very bad for us. We're going to wear it now for just the moment, though, because we want to take it with us. It would also be nice to have an acoustic guitar. The only reason being that's... Honestly, I think we'll wait out for a violin. Acoustic guitars just... They give me a vibe that I'm... Even in the apocalypse, it feels cheap. Oh, move into the back room here through the void. Looks like just a bunch of cameras and such. Nothing terribly interesting. We're mostly out of mana anyway, so our ability to cast being currently impeded doesn't really affect us. Apparently there was a brown chicken down there that just kind of burst up whenever we came around the corner. A lot of construction materials here. About 1,000 freaking nails. Holy crap. I think we still are very, very good on nails, though. Oh man, I wish I could just, like, take all of these construction materials with us. That'd be nice. We're gonna search for an anvil super fast. Doesn't look like there is one, so in the lack of an anvil, we'll just kind of take a look around, see if we find anything interesting. Unfortunately, that place was pretty much useless, and it looks like this gun store may not have fared much better. As soon as we open the door, immediately a lashing zombie. Do we have enough for a wind strike? No, but it's only because we're impeded. Does it see us yet? doesn't. Okay, so we have time to put away our spear and hit it with a magic missile or two. And as soon as it gets close, finish it off. Okay, looks like a mess of things happened here. Gunshots everywhere, rifles. We don't really need any of this stuff. We're looking to see if they have a gun construction area. So if they, ooh, what is that backpack? It's another assault pack. Okay, and another assault pack. Looks like there may have been a person who died there. There's some copper though. Okay, we're gonna come over here. Take this guy down. 200 copper. That is something we need. Okay, what can we drop? What can we drop? We don't really need the Arcano hiking. You know what? We'll probably just drop the... No, we need the bronze. We literally need the bronze. After survival guide, we don't need the book about long swords. We don't really need the book about dodgeball. Okay, can we pick up any of this now? We'll pick up the beginner's guide. In fact, what we're going to do is we're going to put away our spear, and we'll just pick up the book into our hands, and we'll gate back. We do really need to be on the lookout for a better backpack, though. This was a good haul, though. This was a very good haul. We have... With what we have now, it might actually be possible for us to attempt to make a bronze anvil. So the only thing we would need is we would need the charcoal to get the forge going. Go ahead and drop this book here. We'll need the charcoal to get the forge going, but if we come up here, we have started construction on some charcoal-related things. We have some smoking racks up here for once we actually get some food as an actual possibility. But if we look, we can look at charcoal. We could make a charcoal kiln. That's what we would need. So if we honestly, we could just make one of these right now. We have a digging tool. We have enough rocks. Go ahead and kind of just pile the stuff that we just got into a pile. We'll sort it later because we need the room right now to get our entrenching tool back out. And we needed 8 more rocks. So we'll go ahead and grab from our pile here. And we'll go ahead and make our charcoal kiln right away. The idea being that we have like 4 racks along the way here. We'll make the charcoal kiln at the very end here. We need to activate our light so we can construct. But with the charcoal kiln going, we should be able to create charcoal and put it into our charcoal forge. And with that and the book on how to make bronze, how do I fill this with wood? Let's see. Doesn't seem to be... Do I just drop the wood in? Okay, it is. It is just drop it in. Okay, so what we're going to do is we are going to move these planks into there. Can we move more into there? That's wood as well, right? Wooden posts and wooden panels. Just move as much of that into there as possible. Okay, it's full now. Now I just need a fire source. Well, we can do this. Summon a fire spark and then fire the kiln. Okay. It'll finish burning in 24 hours. Okay, so in 24 hours, we should have... Well, that's concerning that I can apparently put a small fire in water. We'll keep an eye on that for a moment. I didn't expect the... You know what? We're going to haul everything away from that fire real quick. That's really concerning that that's a thing that magic can do, is that the fire was able to literally light the water on fire, at least... temporarily. We'll wait here a minute or two. Make sure that fire actually goes out. Okay, it did. Good, good. But once we have charcoal from this, and it'll be done in 24 hours, we'll be able to fill the racks here with charcoal. And we can at least grab the charcoal that we brought up here earlier. This is just kind of like our spare charcoal. And we can load this, with charcoal. There we go. We'll load it with all of the charcoal. And let's read... the Bronze Age book, and the Imperial China book. And can we make bronze now? Chunk of bronze. Hell yes. Okay, how much can we make? Only 4 chunks of bronze? We'll just pour ale on the ground for now, and we'll mop this up later. How long does this take? Not that long. So how much bronze do we have now? 4 chunks of bronze. Okay, how much does it take to make an anvil? Bronze anvil? 90 chunks of bronze. Okay. Well, it's a start. It's literally a start. We'll put these chunks of bronze in with our other materials. Grab our mop real quick. Where did that mop go? Just clean up that stuff that we... Clean up the Pilsner that we dropped on the ground there. But Oh my gosh, this just feels... It feels so much like progress to be able to actually have bronze now. Can we take apart the bronze greaves that we came back with? Where are they? We could cut them up. Did that turn into any bronze? Really? Not a single bit of bronze. Interesting. What do we actually need for the bronze? Chunk of bronze. We need aluminum, aluminum foil, copper. Okay. So it's 50 copper per. Interesting. So we need a lot more copper, and then we need aluminum, which we can get aluminum and aluminum foil from all sorts of places. Just all over we can get that. But we should be able to just start gathering that kind of stuff. We're going to go ahead and put this meat and eat it real quick. Wow. This has been some of the most progress it's felt like since, man, it feels like it's been weeks since we've made progress like this. We are finally actually another step closer to being able to make a steel spear. And then once we get the steel spear, we'll be able to, where is it? There we go. We'll be able to start enchanting our spear. And we can make a steel spear with a +1 and a +2. And once we get this steel spear +2, it's going to do 36 piercing damage, which is incredible compared to the fact that we already feel incredibly strong with a 26 piercing damage knife spear. This haphazardly made thing that we just keep repairing with enchantment magic feels incredibly strong, let alone... We need to make sure and take these off. Let alone are we going to actually feel so much stronger when we actually have a real enchanted weapon. We will be an unstoppable force. Vellum had finally unlocked the last secret of primitive technology needed. A book on the Bronze Age taught us the formula for making bronze, and now it seemed like every locked door between us and success had simultaneously opened. Now it is a rush for aluminum and copper, revisiting old locales and hotspots. However, the Cataclysm has not forgotten us. Hordes of zombies and new monsters await us even in the places we once cleared. Can we survive the nights, and even worse, can we survive Vellum's greed for materials and power? Welcome back to Cataclysm, Dark Days Ahead, my journey as Vellum, aspiring Archmage of the Apocalypse. Today, Vellum wakes up focused and refreshed with a whole new goal. And we left the fire on while we were sleeping. But we have a whole new goal today. We are so close to this spear now, we can almost taste it. And yes, we're going to be missing blacksmithing and bladesmithing, but that's actually not required in order for us to actually complete it. All we need is the anvil and the flat jaw bronze tongs. The tongs are going to come whenever we have the anvil, though, so we don't have to worry about that. So our biggest thing today is that we need to make more chunks of bronze. We need a lot of them for the anvil. Let's go ahead and search for anvil real quick. The bronze anvil is going to require 90 chunks of bronze, and then the tongs are going to... flat jaw bronze tongs are going to require only 3 more chunks. So 90 chunks is the anvil. That's the majority of it. I'm not surprised because, well, oh, do we need a sandcasting mold for both? No, we don't need a sandcasting mold for both. We just need the anvil of 3 or more, which will come with the bronze anvil. So we just need bronze. That is the biggest thing that we need right now. And in order to get bronze, chunks of bronze, we're going to need scrap aluminum, tin powder, aluminum cans, aluminum powder, or aluminum foil. So the 2 that we're going to be looking for is aluminum cans and aluminum foil. And then we need copper. We only have 130. We need we only have 130. We need 50 for each. So let's do some quick math. We need 90 times 50. And we need like 4,500 copper. But despite how awful that sounds, that's actually not as bad as you might think. There's also the possibility that we look for chunks of copper by like digging out our walls, because we do have a pickaxe. But that's going to be our last option, because I really don't want to start digging out our walls and then have our base collapse on us. So what we're going to do is we are going to go on kind of like a spree, hitting all of the gun stores nearby, because the gun stores all had... So we're going to actually unmark this one. Couldn't figure out why I couldn't unmark it from them, because I was in search mode. We're going to unmark these two, and these are probably where we're going to be heading first. And we're going to be checking a bunch of gun stores, because the gun stores had a lot of copper and lead. The gun stores had a lot of copper and lead, which are two things that we actually care a lot about right now. And then beyond that, we're going to be checking for basically every house for aluminum foil, because if we can get a lot of aluminum foil, we can use that to make the bronze. So we have a goal, we have a task. We're going to eat real quick before we head out. We'll just eat some of this pesto that we have sitting around, stuff some fruit jam in there. We'll ignore our salted fish. We made a little bit of salted fish last time just to see how preserving food goes. And let's make sure that our inventory isn't full of anything we don't need. Looks fine. So we are actually going to walk out our front door for the first time in a little while now. And we are going to make a beeline for these nearby gun stores. It is foggy, so we'll go ahead and activate our night eyes. And wow, our pits have found a lot of things. That's not good. That Sahara zombie might actually get back up. Let's actually take care of this real quick, because what we can do is we can grab this plank and then drop it in places where we can actually get to these corpses so that we can smash them down, because otherwise this would be, where is the actual corpses? Right there. Okay, this would be a problem. Go ahead and smash down that corpse as well. We're going to ignore the fact that Vellum probably couldn't actually reach these corpses, because dealing with it in a realistic way would be very difficult. There's a bunch of... Yeah, so whenever we get to the steel phase, we do have tons of steel around us with these shattered car. But I'm just making sure real quick that we don't have any, like, scraps of copper here. I didn't think that we were going to, because, well, cars aren't made out of copper. Pretty obvious one right there. But we do have plenty of steel. Once we get to the phase where we actually have an anvil and we start making stuff of steel, it's going to be a lot easier all of a sudden. That's a zombie hunter. Let's pull out our thing. We're going to wind strike him to try and knock him down. And then once he's down, slice him up. We're near home, so we want to kill all of the zombies that we can. That's an electronics store that had solar panels. Some more electronics stores. Oh, we should actually check the electronics store, because we're looking for copper. That's a very good point. Go ahead and phase in and quickly just go through all the shelves. There's some copper wire. That is a form of copper. Also grab the super glue. You also can check these back rooms now as well. Induction hot plate. What does that do? I mean, it's made out of aluminum. I'm just gonna take it real quick and then drop it on the ground and see if we can deconstruct it. We could cut it up, but that's about it. Does it tell me how you can deconstruct something? It doesn't seem to tell me how you can deconstruct it. We might be able to deconstruct it back home. How heavy is it? It's pretty heavy. I feel like I would just rather find aluminum. It's a moorhen? Oh, okay. I was like, what the hell is a moorhen? Well, I'll go ahead and, yeah, I just feel like this, almost like this renewed sense of purpose. This moorhen is just like following us. That's kind of cool. I feel like this renewed sense of purpose now that we have something that we need to be doing. And we have so close. We're so close to being able to properly... Wow, that was a lot of copper wire. Holy crap. So close to being able to start blacksmithing the things that we need. Okay, so electronics store. Good to remember, electronics store is just like copper wire heaven. We have just gotten so much copper wire in such a short amount of time just now. We're going to head immediately for... Take out the zombie. Head immediately for the gun store now. Take another guy here right now. Just slicing down zombies left to right, like they don't even matter anymore. Feels really good. Plus, we've taken out some real monsters now, as well. Our personal confidence level is higher than it's ever been. Here we go. 200 ingots of copper there, some lead, some more copper. We actually might have to go back after this, because this is probably going to fill up our inventory completely. Not quite. We can grab just a little bit more, it looks like. Nothing else back here that we really need. But this was one of the places that I had remembered finding before. Was a place like this that had just like a a gun creation place. Yeah, it looks like everything up front here is mostly just guns themselves, guns and books. So we don't really need any of these things. Oh, nope, there's more copper up here. And more lead. Okay, we are officially at the point where we're becoming overburdened. So what we're going to do is we're just going to be making these short trips and gate back right away and go offload all of this stuff into the tower. And we do have a dedicated spot in the back corner here for all of these materials now. So we're going to put the lead and the copper in this kind of like giant pile of materials that we have back here. We already have 600 copper and 2,600 copper wire, which I imagine the copper wire doesn't go nearly as far as the copper does. So that's probably less impressive than it sounds. This immediate success in getting even just a little bit of copper. Well, I can't even say a little bit. That was actually quite a lot of copper. It spurs us on just even more. Actually, that's a good point. We don't have to use that to get out anymore. What we can do is just phase through the northern wall there. Make sure we catch our breath, because we did gate and then not catch our breath afterwards. That can lead to some problems. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to mark here and then let Vellum auto walk with safe mode on, so that we can do this travel a little bit faster. There was a zombie hunter, so we're going to stop auto moving, turn off safe mode, and we are going to wind strike this guy. He fell down, finish him off. Beautiful. The wind strike should bring in most of the other creatures around here. The sparrow. Once again, just kind of clearing out our local things. Okay, so this gun store is done. We can get rid of that marker. We're going to this one next. We'll actually just go through the front of that gun store here. No reason not to. That's a grappler zombie. What we're going to do is we are going to phase through and then immediately wind strike him. Did he get knocked down? He did. Wait, it could reach me from there? It says grappler zombie climbs to its feet and its arms fly out, but you dodge. What is the reach on this thing? Holy crap. Yeah, we're just gonna wind... Did I press the wrong button? I did. We accidentally pressed blink and Vellum just vanished from reality and reappeared nearby. To be honest, I don't think I need blink on my hot page anymore. I don't want to be casting that by accident, so we're actually going to get rid of that. We are going to head back out here, though, and deal with this grappler zombie. There it goes. Goes down. Take out that zombie kid as well. And we just kind of want to make sure that while we're going through these areas that are just so close to home, we take out any of the zombies that have roamed too close in the time since our last time through. Oh man, yes, this is just an absolutely amazing source of copper. I'm glad that we checked these places in the past. I don't see anything more in the back here. We're going to check the front of the store now. Check through real quick. Yeah, this place was pretty heavily ransacked at some point in the past. There's some more lead. We'll be using the lead for repairing for the time being. I don't think we have another use for it. There might be some alloy that Vellum could create in the future using some actual blacksmithing methods, but for now... Ooh, large tactical backpack. Let's pick this up real quick. And we are looking for a better backpack, so we're going to compare our assault pack to the large tactical backpack. So let's see. Where is like the amount of weight? We're not going to care about anything else. So total capacity of the tactical backpack is 80 volume, 220 weight. Yeah. Meanwhile, what's the total volume over here? This thing has so many pockets that it's showing us like pocket after pocket after pocket, and I don't really care about that. I just want to see the total volume. But I think that the total volume might be all the way at the bottom here. No, I must have missed it somewhere. Hold on. Let's just look at... So we know what the volume of that other one is. Maybe I just missed it. Excuse me, game. It wasn't letting me scroll down for some reason. Where is the total volume? Total capacity, 42 and 146. Yeah. So we might actually... So this is encumbrance when full 55. And this one is when empty 5. Yeah, so this is a much, much larger backpack, but we will have to watch about keeping it full. So what we're going to do in order to make sure that this is done correctly, we'll take that backpack off. We're going to put on the other backpack. Then we're going to take everything out of this backpack. made sure that we grabbed it all. That's why we checked twice. And then we're going to unfavorite this backpack and pick this backpack up. So now we have 108 volume, but we still only have 108 weight. That's interesting. It didn't increase the amount of weight that we had available to us. I wonder if that's just a strength thing then, which means that our previous backpack at 108 weight, yeah, that actually means that we should switch back to the Molly Assault Pack, because that means that our previous backpack, the Assault Pack, yeah, see, our weight never changes. We actually could have filled up our Assault Pack just fine. And what I mean by that is our Assault Pack has enough weight enough maximum weight that we are going to run to our strength limit before we run into our weight limit on our backpack itself. I'm curious though, if we cast Ogre Strength on ourselves, does that improve our carry capacity? 125, yeah. So Ogre Strength right now as a spell brings us up to 11 strength, and it increases our total capacity to 125. The only downfall of Ogre Strength is that it lasts a very short amount of time. Right now it lasts 3 minutes and 57 seconds. We do have the spell up to level 1, and it can go up to 20, so it'll eventually get strong enough that we can do something with it, but for now it's just not that great of a spell for us. I do believe it would increase our damage a little bit, but I believe that spear damage is mostly off of like dexterity. What is that? It's a bruiser zombie. We'll leave him in there. This is a hardware store. There is an acid zombie in here though. Make sure to take him down first. Take down the other guy, and then we will shift that corpse over and just do a very quick dismember of the acided zombie. We are going to take a moment and play with our deck of cards here because we've been losing a lot of focus, and that's going to stop our ability to cast spells and stuff like that. Go. Do we see anything in here? Some sandpaper, plastic canteen. Well, that's actually a full set of, like, everything in here is actually pretty good. This must have been... What was this? This must have been like a prepper or something like that. Looks like it's been here long enough that's everything is kind of dissolved, but we should look through this and make sure that there's nothing useful here. Yeah, like for example, right there, that was actually very useful. Combat boots. We might take the combat boots. Those might actually be better than we have right now. There's a bayonet here. I think we already have some bayonets though. MRE package with some crackers. We'll probably just eat those crackers right away. These large power tools may eventually be useful for us, but they would require power. And power, I'll say this out of game real quick. A lot of people have been suggesting that I set up power, and there's a good reason why I don't really mess with power or tablets or something like that. It's because, well, Vellum is an elf, and he's a mage, and we are trying to accomplish most of our tasks, if not all of our tasks, without modern technology. That's just kind of like, it's part of the character, but it's also part of the challenge to do it that way. So we're kind of avoiding those kinds of things like power for as long as we can. And if we got a handheld tablet, for example, we would actually have to, start using power to keep things going. Ooh, there's a heavy wooden beam there. There's actually a really good reason for us to try and get that heavy wooden beam if we could get it, because we can make long poles out of that. Yeah, we could make 2 long poles using that, and long poles are really good for making spears. But yeah, my point basically is that we do want to avoid electricity and just modern technology in general for as long as possible, because, well, it just doesn't fit Vellum, and I think it cheapens the experience of playing a Archmage to some degree. Teleport down to the first floor, catch our breath. As we were catching our breath, this zombie got way too close to us. Okay, where else can we go? There's another gun store down south here. Let's go ahead and mark this one off again. Oh, so that's the craft shop we were just in that was saying that there is assault tools there. We're going to delete this note because that note was created by dropping one of our favorite items. What is that? That's a candy shop? Really couldn't care less about candy shop. Between our armor and our ability to dodge, we are taking threats down incredibly fast. He even managed to take a swing at us, and it just didn't matter. Chunk of steel. We have a lot of chunks of steel near home. We should not be gathering the chunks of steel whenever possible. But we still have a lot of weights available. see what else we can find here. I don't see anything as of yet. Trying to make sure we... Actually, what we can do is we can search for copper that way, and then lead that way. We'll go back. Looks like there's another smithing place back here. Crafting location. Should be able to search all of it. Wow, actually no lead or copper this time. Kind of impressive. Okay, so those are all the local ones. Is there any other places nearby that we can get copper? We're going to search for craft stores real quick. So there was that one. There's another one up north there. We'll head there next. So we don't know what kind of craft store that is. Take out a zombie very, very fast as we're stepping out into the dark. What the hell is that? An ornithomius zombie. Faster than us. Shuffling corpse of a medium-sized bipedal dinosaur covered with tattered feathers and black putrid liquid. We're going to give that thing a wide breadth and be cautious of it. It looks like we're getting to the part of the city that we haven't cleared out as well, as there is already a lot more zombies here. You can kind of tell the volume of zombies changes very, very quickly here. We see the putrid remains of... That was probably either going to be a regenerator or one of the pupating zombies. So we're going to also avoid going a little bit farther east here. Yeah, we're definitely getting to the density of the proper horde of the city here. Ooh, what the hell? Another new one. A blistered horror, a huge canine with multiple large, foul-looking blisters covering its body. A corrosive liquid spills from its menacing-looking mouth. You know what? I don't really want that to be around here. So how do we wind strike? Okay. Okay, in the middle of that, something shot at us. You hit the blistered horror for 37 damage, and as you hit it, acid sprays out of the blistered horror as it is hit. So we hit it, and acid blasted out of its body. Okay, we're gonna put away the spear, and we shoot another magic missile into it. Just as the horror climbs to its feet, we cast magic missile, and we hit it for 21 damage, and the body leaks acid. Acid sprays out of it in every direction, but it does go down. We're going to finish off the rest of this small horde, as it had a entourage of based zombies. In fact, they even had another acid zombie. So what we're going to do is we're going to stand in the center here, and we're going to look up and pull this zombie over, and then we're going to look down left and pull that zombie body over, and we're going to butcher everything and dismember everything once. And we just sliced it into pieces. Very good. Got a few more over here. A hazmat zombie, which went down very, very quickly. We are going to take its Prussian blue tablets, though, just in case we ever do run into radiation. Radiation is something that Vellum's not going to be able to see very well, but if we do run into radiation and we don't have any Prussian blue, it could literally just kill us without us being able to be fully aware of why we're dying. I did remember that we do need to check houses very quickly, though, for two different reasons. We want to make sure that we're grabbing any books that we haven't read before, which are the ones in red, and we're also going to be looking for aluminum foil. So what we're going to do is we're going to use this and type in alum, because this is going to be way faster. So there's some aluminum cans in here. I would just want the cans themselves. So what I think I'm going to do is we don't care about this stuff. So we are going to pour these onto the ground and just pour out everything in these cans. That gives us 5 aluminum cans. Getting aluminum cans would probably be the most inefficient way possible for us to get aluminum for bronze. But the issue is that we don't really have a better choice. No aluminum there, no aluminum there. 1 can. Actually 6 cans. Also some actual food. We're going to step away to make the unload menu a little bit smaller. Unloading aluminum cans is going to take forever. If anyone can let me know in the comments a better way, a more efficient way for Vellum to find aluminum. And don't say mining. That's menial labor. That's sort of beneath him to do mining. I just set off the alarm. Gosh dang it. But if you can find a better way for us to find large chunks of aluminum. I was hoping to find aluminum foil. Aluminum cans is an option, but it's just not a great option. Because although we're going to have incredible access to tons and tons of aluminum cans. It's just really not an ideal option to try and go through this many aluminum cans. So if anyone can get in the comments, let us know a way for Vellum to be able to get access to a large amount of aluminum in another method, I would be greatly appreciative to hear it. That's more cans. I think we're going to stop with the cans for now. Go ahead and phase through this gate, climb over the wall, and we're into the crash shop. I don't remember what was in this one. Resistant aprons, blanket. I see those polycarbonate sheets. We might need them eventually, although I doubt we're going to be making anything with polycarbonate. Vellum is more in the... Ooh, a steel chain. Gas forge. Problem with a gas forge is that we're not going to be able to keep it going even if we did take the gas forge. We will take this charcoal, though. I think we're quickly reaching our maximum here. Carry load. What is that? Some sort of heavy machinery. I see. Okay, so where's next? There is a strip mall here. I actually wanted to check this out before as well, so we're going to very quickly move over to this strip mall and kind of just hit everything along the way. Looking, again, for aluminum. We'll grab that aluminum can. Another one over there. There was just a zombie in that dumpster. That's interesting. That's interesting. We might be able to search trash for aluminum as well, actually. Something I just thought about. And are, like, any of these tars made out of aluminum? There might be some aluminum, like, harvestable from some of the technology of the city. Zombie... Ooh, that's a new one. Zombie Predator. Is that an upgraded zombie hunter? With its joints in odd places and needles, this humanoid creature prowls across the landscape with surprising speed. Its teeth and arms are sharpened at defined points, and black ooze soups out from doing stuff. It's much faster than us, and while we're running, it's about the same speed. We're going to close this door here, and it managed to get one bite off on us, and even through our armor, it managed to slice at our head, causing a deep bleeding wound on our head. Oh, that was actually a little scary. Okay. We do have a bunch of books here, though. A bunch of survival books, actually. We'll take an autobiography of a mountain man. Art and Science of Chemical Warfare. We'll take one copy of that. Chemistry. Ooh, some first aid books. Wow. Okay. We need to... We're going to mark this. Books. We'll mark it with an L because we want to come back here, but I think we are going to have to... we're going to have to probably back away from this place because I think... Yeah, we're right about one more book and we're going to be overloaded. So that's a whole bunch of computer science. Oh, look at all these history books. Swords of the Samurai, Bronze Age Encyclopedia. Oh man, yeah, I think we're going to grab one of these. Bronze Age Encyclopedia, and we're going to put it in our hands, so we're wielding it. And then we are going to gate back and drop off our stuff. And while we're doing that, we're going to stop concentrating real quick and catch our breath because we actually failed to gate several times there, 4 or 5 times there, which means that we're probably running to the point where our concentration, our focus is starting to get a little damaged. We'll drop everything off and get ready to head out again. But before we head out, we'll probably check on how much bronze we can make. Okay, everything's away. How much we make? So the aluminum is the limiting reagent right now. So we could make like 10 chunks. Yeah, the aluminum cans is getting us some progress, but not a lot. So I want to see something real quick. Can we disassemble? Okay, well, that was a mistake. So we tried to disassemble some of that copper wire, and apparently it just turned into plastic. That was a pretty massive mistake there, which I apologize for, but these kinds of things happen, I guess. Yeah, it doesn't... Ooh, did I just see that we had a diamond in here? We have a mana dust, and I thought I saw diamond in here. We did have a diamond in here. We're going to drop that over here. Oh, we did get copper out of it. Okay, good. So we got an extra about 700 copper from disassembling that copper wire. Okay. I got really worried there that I actually just lost all of that copper. Make sure we drop off the Bronze Age Encyclopedia book as well. And It's 1 a.m. We still have a lot of time. Yeah, we will head right back out. How far away are we going at this point to try and get to here? Not far enough that we need the gate anywhere. So we will just go ahead and walk our way back there. We're going to turn safe mode back on, activate our night eyes so we have a nice long vision, and then we'll auto walk there until we run into something dangerous, like the zapper zombie. Just saves a little bit of my time and yours. In fact, I'm actually going to get rid of this zapper zombie so that I can start auto walking more often. We have a wood stick on our pole here, on our spear, so we don't have to worry so much about... Ooh. Zombie brutes. Are we faster than it when we're running? It is much slower than us. Okay. So we're going to start running. Be very careful. Always taking like 2 steps each time we take a swing and take it down. Hell yeah. A pupating zombie and a boomer. We are going to boom the boomer with some magic missiles and then take down this pupating zombie, which will start regenerating, but we took it down. Bat-winged zombie. Don't leap at us. Still not a threat, though. We're going to try and take out as many things as possible, so... flesh raptors and... the hell is that thing? A barghest. The flesh raptors did manage to get 1 hit off on me, so we're going to put away our spear real quick and press down on our wounds. The hell is that thing? A spitter zombie. A hunched human body with its eyes pushed up into its forehead and drooping cheeks. Most of its face is occupied by a puckered mouth. Its stomach is swollen and nearly translucent with a sickly yellow tint. And this place is basically feral axe elf. Yeah, this place is essentially only dangerous things at this point. Let's wait until the axe elf gets close. Slice at it, take it down. We see smoke to the north. Back up, killing a few zombies. It looks like killing that boomer kind of brought all of the zombies out of the nearby houses. Yeah, we're getting just like a tide of zombies coming in. Fortunately, though, we can go around behind them and slice them up because we are way too stealthy for them to see us. That is a skeletal dog. We have to worry about... Oh my god, what the... Holy crap. That boomer really attracted a bunch of zombies. So we're going to take a moment. We're going to pull out our fireball wand, and we are going to put a fireball right in the center of all of those zombies. We hear a massive explosion, but we do damage all of them dramatically. Another one. What a beautiful, if incredibly loud, sound of dozens of zombies going down to a single fireball. And we put a 3rd one down, and they all get shattered. Go in and finish up what we have here, and start... What the hell is that? A smoker zombie, blackened and twisted, naked human body. Strips of flesh hang from its frame, and it emits a constant haze of thick black smoke. As it died, it exploded into smoke. We are going to rush to get our gas mask on, wear it. Flesh Raptor, in the middle of the smoke, managed to get a swing at us, and we're going to escape from the smoke wearing this mask and start pushing down our bleeding wounds, bandage ourselves while we have a moment, and we need to quickly take off our ballistic glasses because our face was probably just terribly encumbered there. Or spear back out because there is still a flesh raptor around here. A flesh raptor is evading us, so we put away the spear and pull out a magic missile, taking 1 shot at it, immediately destroying it. We're going to bandage our torso even better, pull our spear back out. And it looks like the smoke is cleared, so we can go ahead and take off the gas mask as well and put our ballistic glasses back on. It looks like there's only one zombie left. This here, though. Oh, this is a beautiful sight. We are going to catch our breath. Looks like one tough zombie coming in to investigate the explosion. And we are going to go on a body smashing spree here. Just getting rid of all of these guys. Oh, that is very satisfying. Looks like there is one thing here we have to dismember because it was filled with acid. Q-spaded dog. The dog's snout and jaw seemingly fused together, the skin and flesh ranging from completely gone to barely hanging on. This bony mass as a whole has an incredibly sharp yet jagged point, stumbles around barely keeping its hefty beak from the ground. Yeah, that sounds dangerous. How fast is it? While we're running, it's slower than us, which means we can take care of it. Okay. Well, I wasn't expecting that much of a journey there. We'll pick our plastic canteen back up, which also means that we probably have a marker on the map now. No, actually, no, we don't. Oh, wow. I did not count, but I would guess that Vellum just took out somewhere within the range of 20 zombies and is feeling incredibly confident in himself right now, incredibly confident in ourselves. That felt kind of amazing, and it only used up a handful of charges of our fireball wand. Something that we can also refill as well. And with those explosions, we probably cleared out this whole area around there. At least for the time being. We hear porcelain breaking. Looks like there is... Yeah, there is a Diluted Devourer to the south of us here. These monsters, these monstrous-style creatures, are becoming the norm. And that Diluted Devourer, it must have been trapped in here for a while, because it was pretty weak, which means that it actually didn't get that many zombies to eat. The Diluted Devourers, of course, to remind you, are a zombie necroboomer. At first, this creature looks nothing more than a grotesque and olaginous husk, bloated and punctured by jet black pustules. When approaching, its glowing red eyes and an aching grin take form. Its skin tears and its guts teem with unmatched fecundity as its gaze inspires fear of nothing less than cosmic, inhuman ecstasy. Okay, yeah, no, let's not even with that one. I don't think we have the mana for magic missiles, so we're going to go back to... Actually, we'll pull out our wand of magic missiles, because I don't think we need the fireball wand. And we'll send one magic missile off of it. It reflected off its thick hide. Well, screw that. Fireball time. Excuse me. I wanted to be wielding the fireball staff. Okay, that did damage, but it also started running towards us. And its eyes were glowing. I don't like that. Unfortunately, as a small result, what building was that? That's an office tower. We also accidentally just lit the hedges on fire with that fireball. We're going to finish... You know what? We're going to run from this thing. Is it on fire by chance? It is not. If we get far enough back, we shoot another magic missile, one of our magic missiles that should be doing a lot more damage at it, but it hits and deals no damage. Okay. I don't think we have a choice. We're running out of stamina quickly. We are going to send out another fireball. This one aimed a little bit farther north, and it explodes. The zombie boomer lets out an unholy screech, and the corpses around it stir. Fortunately, there were no corpses around it. Oh, it actually animated some corpses nearby. Holy crap. We now have a bit of a raging fire over here. And, oh yeah, look at that. Well, fortunately there's a brick wall there. So even though all of those bushes are definitely going to be catching fire, there's a chance... Oh man, it's also going to be attracting all of the zombies around here as well, isn't it? There's a chance that that won't light the entire building on fire. Oh yeah, it is like a beacon to the zombies nearby. And we are basically standing in the path of where all those zombies are going to be coming through. And it's getting brighter and brighter by the moment, which means that the small fire is probably growing in size. Still foggy, so we're not going to end our night eyes. Okay, I think we need to walk away from this situation. and just get out of here. Just completely get out of here. Just a handful of normal zombies here. Snot Gobbler. We don't really want to mess with that Snot Gobbler. We jump into a building only to see a Sproglodyte immediately within range of grabbing us. Oh, here's aluminum foil. Oh yeah. We take down these Sproglodyte very quickly, which I believe is what happens whenever a Feral Dwarf just spotted us to the south. We'll need to take this guy out because he's going to be causing a lot of issues. Like that, for example. He did alert the Snot Gobbler. Not a thing that we want to be saying over and over again. We're going to get out of this building because this has started to get very dangerous. What the hell? Wretched Hatchery. Ugh, and just everything we run into, every time Vellum turns a corner, a new monster has evolved in the Cataclysm. Lethargically resting on its back, this hideous mass of sagging flesh and writhing organs, which used to be a child, twitches feebly as its midsection churns. Almost bursting from its skin, the child's ribcage is arched outward, forming a hive-like structure covered by severely stretched epidermis. Through the wretched organism's taut abdominal flesh, you witness a small form swarming within its ribcage like guts, roiling as new beings are sculpted from pilfered flesh and bone. It is literally a walking hive of eldritch monsters. And we also have several other special zombies here as well, including a zombie brute which is leaping towards us step by step. We take down the normal zombie, take down the brute, and we are going to probably leave the rest of these alone. Because, frankly, screw that. Because, frankly, screw that. Vellum sees this inhuman eldritch hatchery, this birthing of some sort of unknown creatures, and does not think twice to honestly just make our way away. And as we are running into more and more zombies in this direction, we are going to make a beeline through this building where we can have some cover. That's a tough zombie. We actually saw the tricycle for a moment there and mistook it. And there's a zombie dinosaur. Okay, we are going to phase through this building and just take a moment to catch our breath in the midst of all of this chaos. Grab this string and head back out. Oh, wow, that was honestly potentially quite terrifying. In our excitement here, our newfound desire to just kind of go around and find materials rapidly, we almost ran into some serious trouble. Taking out these zombies little by little. We're just clearing out the hallways, alleyways here, so that we have safe venues of retreat. Okay, catch our breath again, and we are actually going to play with our Uno cards for a moment, just to get a little bit of our focus back. So if we did need to cast a spell in our current state, we actually just wouldn't be able to. Just sit down, relax, let Vellum take a deep breath, and although he has become quite callous with death in these last few months of being in the Cataclysm, we can't become overconfident. Okay, overconfidence has led to many mistakes in the past. There's some aluminum cans here, an aluminum pot. We might be able to deconstruct that, actually. We also managed to damage our spear in there. Burn all that as well. More aluminum foil. Very nice. We're going to just very quickly activate this light, and we can't deconstruct that. Okay. Turn the light back off. Don't think we attracted anything, but there is a feral elf. Get down. Okay. This has definitely been an eventful night. We're going to check our wounds real quick. Looks like we don't have anything that we need to bandage. And heading a little bit more south than we were a moment ago, we are going to continue to head towards that bookstore that we saw before. That was part of that shopping district, because there were some seriously good books there. We do want to watch the durability on our spear here, though, because we've been fighting so much tonight that we've actually managed to damage the knife spear pretty heavily. And it's going to take several hours back home to repair this. Should go ahead and check. And we actually didn't. We did manage to damage our thermal electric suit, but We didn't manage to damage anything else too badly. We need to repair those leg guards soon as well because they are pretty badly damaged at this point. There's another Dissiluted Horror. Sorry, Dissiluted Devourer. There's a good chance that we can just take this thing down. Is it bleeding yet? Heavy arterial bleeding. The bleeding... Okay. We are actually going to back away from this thing because this is not going well. And we're going to try and light it on fire. I think this one has actually managed to get several corpses here. Snap to target. We did hit it. Why is it running? Why are you running? Like, it was hard running away from us. Smashed it with another fireball. It is bleeding and on fire. That should be good enough for us to... Yeah. We have countered its regeneration with by bleeding it and putting it on fire, and we're able to finally take it down. We're going to check our bandages. Okay, everything's still pretty good. And our armor did an amazing job of protecting us against that thing. The Dissiluted Devourer got multiple hits off on us, and it just did not matter. That zombie predator corpse wasn't pulped, which is interesting to me because I almost guarantee you that I did actually get rid of it before. There's a thorny shambler in the back corner of this place. Did manage to get one of its thorns out on us. That caused the bleeding wound as well. Okay, we're good. We're slightly poisoned. That paralytic poison, I've learned... Vellum has learned that it doesn't really take a vat unless there's a lot of it in us. So we're probably going to be fine for now. There's a sewing techniques book here. And some... This looks like the non-fiction section. Yeah, this is all... Sorry, the fiction section. That was all fiction there. Day trading books. Here is the bookshelf where I'm just like... Everything here is something interesting to us. I don't want to start picking up the same book multiple times, so we're actually going to come back here into this reading room. And we're going to turn on our light and kind of just very quickly peruse all of these books we just read so that we can keep track of what books we have an understanding of and which books we don't. So we don't pick up the same book multiple times because this bookstore does have the same books multiple times in a lot of places. Yeah, see, the Bronze Age Encyclopedia is a new one. Engineering 301 is a new one. And this copies of Constraint Constructions is new to us. A whole bunch of stuff about science might be a good idea. We don't really care too much about... Honestly, that's all computer science. We don't really care too much about computer science. Vellum would look at those books and just be like, yeah, that's kind of a technology thing. Like, we might be able to learn a tiny bit of science from them, but for the most part, it would be learning technology. And it's unappetizing for Vellum to try and learn parts of what used to be modern technology of this world. Is there one of those back areas? No, there is not. In fact, that is a straight dangerous area back there. You know what? We're going to leave this door open and we're going to back up a little bit here. And then we are going to wind strike down this hallway. Oh, that didn't actually work as well as I thought it was going to. Well, this boomer, if we put away our spear and we mana bolt the boomer, it'll explode, and that is going to attract everything into this house, which is good because we were about to leave anyways. So it should attract everything to an area where we're just not going to be. This part of the strip mall, that looks like some sort of laundromats. Let's go ahead and head to the next part of the strip mall and see what that is. Attorneys at law. Don't think we're going to care about an attorney at law. What about this sign? Furnishings? There's a chance. There's a chance something useful is in here. It doesn't look like it. It's like it was just a basic furniture store, unfortunately. Can we get through this wall? No. There's something on the other side of it. Like maybe this wall? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that wall was double thick. Okay. We'll go ahead and mark those off. How are we doing on weight? Honestly, with all of these books and everything, we're just going to go ahead and head back. Which means that we do need to wait somewhere for a moment. Phase back into this bathroom. Catch our breath. And then from this bathroom, gates back to the tower. This has been an amazing day of looting. Gathering so much materials from the nearby area. I am curious now equipped with this aluminum foil, which sounds like a hilarious thing to say, about how much bronze could we make? Yeah, so, oh, it costs 370 aluminum foil. So all of that foil we got only gave us 1 extra piece of bronze. So we can only make 9 chunks of bronze out of, so 1/10 of what we need. We definitely need a new source of aluminum. Again, I am calling out to the comments who have been incredibly helpful so far in helping with Vellum's journey, helping with some of the more difficult tasks and the tasks that are difficult to research. Our goal of a bronze anvil and the gateway to blacksmithing is so close now that Vellum can almost taste it. He lets this tantalizing goal push him and encourage him to take risks. Facing off against monsters and hordes he would usually quietly sneak past. These dangers have given us the chance to see Vellum's true power. With only a makeshift knife spear, he cleaves through the dead and eldritch flesh alike. Surely nothing could stop his progress. Welcome back to Cataclysm. Dark days ahead. My journey as Vellum, aspiring archmage of the apocalypse. We are going to go immediately back into our mad search for aluminum and copper. We had some pretty good tips on me asking for some help with Vellum here and finding aluminum. And one of the things that they mentioned, someone mentioned, was a recycling center, which we do have one. It is up north. Okay. So apparently if we head to this recycling center, there's a very good chance. Actually, is that closer to... That is actually a lot closer to our other gates. So what we're probably going to do is we're going to gate to this house here, and then we'll just head south from there. I was also told to be on the lookout for, like, hyper-light cars. So, like, electric cars and such like that. Because those should be able to provide what we need. Northhome should be the right answer. And this takes us back to a place Vellum hasn't seen for a long time. A place where his master had died. And there are still these strange blood-powered generator CBMs on the ground there. We don't really know what those are. Some sort of bionic. Just kind of looking around because I don't remember what all we left here. Some books, but not anything terribly interesting. I actually will take these multivitamins, though. Oh, I forgot. This was one of the first places where we built a big pit like that. I'm gonna go ahead and mark where we're going. Oop. We immediately see, as soon as we get out, 2 slavering biters. We are going to move out into the street despite them, though. And does anyone see us? No. I think we are going to approach them. And we don't have a ton of mana because I was spending most of my nights repairing things as we approach and very quickly windstrike one of them and take the other one down with a very quick and decisive spear strike. So we're looking for, that's a pickup truck. That is not a hyper-light car. Oh, that's a dog, though. We are going to start running. Back up. Okay. That was not that much of a problem. Go ahead and get a few swipes on this tough zombie here and take out their friend as well. Just kind of slaughtering our way through the street here. The more we take out now, the less that can become evolved later. Okay. Looks like we got some specials along the edges here, but nothing much that we need to worry about. What is that? A sports sedan? That's not going to be what we need. If we have to, we will fall back on getting our aluminum from cans. It's just sort of tedious is all. Ooh. I need to be a little bit more cautious. We went through that window and immediately there was a fat zombie within grabbing range of us. They took one swipe at Vellum, just barely missed being able to grab Vellum, and he had very uncautiously leapt through that window. Sedan, sort of getting confident with how quickly we can take these things down with our spear. The days of slowly aiming at zombies with arrows and taking pot shots one at a time at them is far over at this point. Between our magic and our spears, we are a force to be reckoned with. But we need to not get overconfident. That's what that window was there. Okay, speaking of not getting overconfident, that is a shocker zombie. And there appears to be a crowd attracted to him. Do we have enough for a wind strike? We do not currently have enough mana for a wind strike. So we are going to avoid that. If we had enough, I would have considered it. What is that? Acidic zombie dog. Okay, no thanks. I'm gonna keep it within sight though, so I can track the movements of that crowd. As we're moving, we also probably hear... Vela probably hears like gunshots or something like that to signify that we do actually notice that there are thugs off to the distance there. Also, we can delete this note, right? Because we killed that devourer, I think. Oh, that's not the one that we killed. Well... It's dead now. Hell yes. Hell yes. You can see that this is one that we have definitely put some arrows in before with an aluminum broadhead and a carbon fiber arrow sticking out of it still to this day. We're going to go ahead and quickly bandage our torso and continue moving. We'll put away our spear and we're going to magic missile that boomer, which should probably attract quite a few zombies. And the hope is that they all get attracted over to where the boomer exploded and not getting attracted towards me. We're taking out zombies so fast that they're not even worth mentioning anymore, as Vellum is just cleaving through all of these forces. These basic guys are just... Ooh, there's a crate in the middle of the road here. These basic guys are just not even worth our time, honestly. But we do need to clear them out. Okay, so we have a recycling center here. We have been told that this is a potential for a lot of aluminum. Yeah, it looks like... So this is probably glass, I assume? Yeah, glass, electronics, aluminum. Okay, so, oh, here we go. So everything in here is probably aluminum then. I'm curious. Can we do this? I'm going to kind of just like put everything on the ground and we are going to see about disassembling them. Oh, we can't really disassemble too much here. What if we turn on our light? Just for a moment. We can disassemble the spray can. Okay. That actually worked. It said that I was going to make a... There we go. There we go. For some reason, that first time, I think... Okay. I'm going to drop our disassembly, deactivate our light, and it appears that we may have attracted more than one or two friends here. Oh, yep. And that would be a pupating zombie. We're going to focus on that guy first, because he is going to regenerate. Hopefully, being able to bleed him... There we go. Finally took that one down. That took a lot out of us. We'll wait for... The sludge is slowing down these zombies, so we'll just wait for them to approach. Wow, there's just so much aluminum here. I mean, we just don't even have to hunt for it anymore. This actually might be a good location for a few other resources, too. Where is that survivor zombie? He is across the street. Okay, what we're going to do is we're just going to go ahead and head out here. And just take out as many of these guys as we can so that we can take advantage of this recycling center. Just kind of clear this street here. There we go. What kind of car is this? Hey, an electric car. It seems like it's dropping all steel, though. That's unfortunate. The super compact electric car, but it's still not made out of aluminum. Seems like the street is quiet for now. We'll go ahead and close the door there. And I think what we're going to do is we're going to... Can we not drag one of these? I was trying to drag one of the metal compactors over, but it doesn't look like we can do that. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're just going to transfer everything out of these onto the ground and then haul it onto one place. Just basically want to haul everything other than the zombie corpse. Okay, I think we have everything from the aluminum section. And yeah, we'll go ahead and move this table in the way so it at least slows them down if zombies come in here while we're doing this. Actually, what we can do is, I think, is this a closed room? Are there any closed rooms here? There's one down here. So we're going to grab everything and haul everything down into this room down here, close the door, and then we will activate our light and put away our spear and see what we can disassemble. And we're just going to say disassemble everything. Okay, looking at our spoils here, it looks like we have a lot of aluminum foil now. We have a lot of copper wire. We have chunks of aluminum, which are good because whenever we get a chunk, the one chunk turns into one bronze. So let's go ahead and do another disassemble and just kind of go through now and disassemble the things that didn't get grabbed by our original pass. I think the cut up means that we don't have the appropriate tools for these. So we're just going to do that. And okay, so what do we have now? So I'm going to haul everything that ended up being aluminum out of it now. We'll take the copper wire as well. Okay, we have a lot of aluminum now. We also have 3 aluminum kegs as well. Interesting. I wish I could disassemble those, to be honest, because the aluminum keg would be really useful. I don't think I can actually use the aluminum keg for... Yeah, it doesn't look like I can use the aluminum keg for making bronze, but the scrap aluminum, I have 38 of it, so that actually makes up 38 bronze by itself, and then I have another 26 from that, so I have over, this pile right here is justifiably about over 50 bronze. Someone threw away books? Why? I can't even imagine. Vellum is almost, like, shocked and appalled that people would throw away books. In fact, there's even a martial arts guide in here. We're going to go ahead and... Japanese spears? Oh, it's a polearm book, but unfortunately we actually already know everything inside of it. High explosive quarterly. Okay, we'll go ahead and add that to our pile here. And our only issue now is that is a lot of stuff and we're far from home. How are we going to get this all back? There's just a barrette in here. Okay. People throw away the strangest things. I do have an idea. What is this? Steel, iron, copper. We need more copper, right? I'm just gonna take the straight copper because copper is actually a little bit easier for us. It was used quite frequently in the technological age here, so getting copper out of things is a little bit easier. Although I do think that we actually need an absolute crap ton of copper, right? Because yeah, it's 50 copper per instance of this. So again, we're just going to pile everything up over here. And what is this? Batteries? Electronics? Okay, so how do we go about this then? I imagine we can't pick up all of this. I really imagine we can't pick up all of this. Surprisingly, we can get most of it. The only thing we can't get is the aluminum kegs. And I'm not 100% sure... And you don't have the tools necessary to disassemble any of the items here. Yeah, we might have the tools to disassemble the aluminum kegs back home, but definitely not here. But we surprisingly were able actually to pick up everything with almost no problem. So we're going to go ahead and gate back to the Academy Tower, drop off all of our spoils, and see about trying to find another location here. And while we're back home, just because I want to keep track of where our progress is, we are going to go ahead and make the 18 chunks that we can make right now and scrap all of this down into the bronze that we can, because I want to keep track of how close we are to making our anvil that we're going for here. So currently we are sitting at 31. We are 1/3 of the way through 31 of our 90 that we need. And it looks like we have a limiting reagent now. It actually looks like we're out of copper. Okay. I wasn't expecting that, to be honest. Not anytime soon, at least. But we do just need both. We need more of both. I think we are going to go ahead and head right back out. We just need to be cautious and aware of the fact that we are a little weary. Actually, that weariness level only means that we can't exert ourselves extremely. So that's not too bad. Okay, so where are we going next? That's the question. So are there any other recycling centers? Because that was amazing. There was another recycling center way off, beyond the Brooklyn sign, right here. Do we have any gates near there? Our closest gate is here. It would be more or less a straight stretch, 1 block over from there. So what gate is that? That is South Gate. Okay, let's go ahead and gate to South Gate. Looks like I named it Southern Bridge on the map. We're going to go ahead and change our note because if I'm not consistent, we're going to get lost very quickly here. Go ahead and grab the water that's here. That's pretty useful. Make sure we have our spear out and ready. There's a small dump behind us there too. Excuse me? Oh, yes, I forgot about this thing. There's an incandescent husk here. There's also just a bunch of scrap aluminum on the ground. Pretty happy for that. How close is that thing? It is 28 to the north. So, yeah, we're just being able to see it from a long distance. It's not actually that close. Not something we have to worry about right away. What is this? A garage. Interesting. There might be some pretty interesting stuff here. We should check it very quickly. Looks like it's mostly... I mean, unsurprisingly, it is mostly stuff for messing with cars. There's a whole bunch of brazing rods and stuff like that. I'm going to put a note on my map. Full welding materials. Just in case Vellum does end up needing these in the future, we're going to make sure that we remember that we did find a full set of welding materials, but not something that we actually need right now. And I do think that we're going to pretty much leave all of this behind. We have a mission, and we really want to get this mission. So it's going to be gun stores, any we can find, because they'll still have a good source of copper for us. And we're going to head towards, where was it? This recycling center. Because that aluminum was incredible. Ooh, what the hell is this? What the hell is this? It is an Orichalcum security van, and it's actually in pretty good condition. It has a battery, uses diesel. Wow. We're going to put a marker on the map for that. If we ever needed a vehicle, and we decided to go the route of having a car, this would not be... Oh my gosh, there's just a whole bunch of gold in here. Hell yes. This must have been some sort of like... Oh, we have a runner on us. Must have been some sort of like they were transporting for a bank or something like that to have so much gold on them. But don't worry, the gold will be more useful nowadays than it was in the past. We won't just use it for money. That's silly. No, we're going to use it to craft things. We're going to use it for magical purposes in order to make magic items. There is a lot of zombies right there. I was actually just about to engage that zapper, but seeing that there's a pupating zombie and a handful of others there, we might actually kind of back off slightly here. Took down the zapper anyways because the rest of them seemed like they were kind of moving aside a certain way. There's a Sproglodite though. I don't like those things. They're way too fast. We're going to Wind Strike, actually taking down several of this, taking down Sproglodite and hitting several of the other zombies all at the same time. Kind of engaged the horde here. Take out the remainder of the stragglers. It looks like the horde, for the most part, is all moving off to the west, possibly investigating some sort of sound. We're going to just let that happen, and we're going to continue moving east here. Apparently, we still had a walking cane on us. Where'd that come from? We must have put that up earlier because they're made out of aluminum, but we don't have the right tools in order to take apart the walking canes. So they're not all that useful for us. Man, there's just so many zombies. That one actually hit us? No, okay. Ever since we put on this chainmail armor, basic zombies have very much struggled to do damage to us. I think that would be a good way of saying it. We'll check this guy real quick. There is some valuable stuff on him, but nothing that Vellum can really make use of right now. As we were trying to just move down the road and clear as many as possible, we are getting to the point where there's starting to be quite a lot of them. We are going to use a wind strike here, smash down these guys, which knocks them to the ground. Let this hunter approach us, take it out. Same with the runner, take it out. We're gonna stop rushing. Okay, that football zombie there kind of really got up on us there. We're gonna back off. Don't let the shocker touch us. And there we go. One very small horde taken out very quickly. Whew. We actually managed to catch our breath there. I wasn't really in danger per se, but I was starting to get worried about the fact that we were really getting low on stamina. And we are tired because Vellum kind of wasn't really, he was too hyped up from all of this recent affairs with copper and silver and aluminum, and just being far too excited about all of this that we actually didn't get any sleep last night. What's going on here? There appears to be the remainders of a car crash. As some zombie just literally ripped through that car trying to get to me. We're gonna back off a bit here. And Vellum caught wind for a moment at about a zombie Night Stalker. But I don't see a zombie Night Stalker. It says that it thrusts a claw at your left arm and glances off your armor. We are going to... It's one that's again. Okay. I think this thing might be invisible until we have light. That was not enough light. What can we do? What can we do to make light here? Field of light. Here we go. And we illuminated it. A zombie Night Stalker. Somehow this brute hides in the dark like some sort of boogeyman. Very agile for such a large zombie. Well, we lit it up and prevented it from continuing to be invisible, but we did basically attract... We need to get this thing back towards the light. Okay. We're low on stamina. We're low on mana. This Night Stalker is chasing us right now. There's a building to our south. We need to really take a moment and think about our options here. There's a zombie hunter right on top of us. The zombie hunter is faster than us, but we can outrun basically everything else. So we are going to slowly and carefully... We caught sight of the stalker for a moment there. And we're going to try and get back to this building. And we're going to use these windows. We're going to stop running. As they get to the windows, Night Stalker revealed itself and we took it down. Hell yes. Okay. We did manage to actually take a hit there, though, on our head. Our head is bleeding. We're just going to go ahead and put pressure on it. It does seem like because of the lights, everything else kind of lost track of us there. And I think we're going to step into the house here, catch our breath, make sure that we're doing fine. Yeah, we'll take the antiseptic there. Just refill our bottle of antiseptic. And seeing the multivitamins actually reminds me that we actually probably should take some multivitamins, because we haven't really been eating the best food recently. And we'll check to make sure we don't have any like basic food here and basic aluminum. Of course, zombie dog inside of here. Start running, just very quickly take it out. Okay, I am not one to balk at a horde. Vellum sees every single one of these as intruders in his Cataclysm. And we're just going to go through and just take them out very quickly. Oh, hey, Emery package. That will be my food for today. Some crackers. Howling Waif is dangerously close. Oh, that's what a Howling Waif is. Okay. No thanks. I'm gonna put this away, and we're going to magic missile her. In fact, we're going to start magic missiling everyone, because I just noticed that our spear took so much damage during that fight. We actually almost broke it. And we have attracted quite a horde. Take out all of these guys. Wiping the streets clean. Vellum has become a force of nature. And finally, We crunched down... Oop. I was going to say the last of them. And the zapper zombie kind of came out of the woodworks here. Okay, now we've crunched down the last of them. Pick up some copper wire and finish off these bodies. And of course, just whenever we think we're done, a diluted devourer and a grabber zombie come out of the darkness, and I think that's a good time. Yeah, that's a good time as any. We are actually gonna back up because our spear is going to break if we try and take down everything. And we're honestly just... I accidentally pressed the wrong thing, and we started trying to waste 7 hours of tuning. That would have been very bad thing to do at that moment. Oh man, we actually don't have the focus from all of the tiredness we have to gate right now. So we're going to back farther into the room and just play with our Uno cards and see if we can get our focus back. Saluted Devourer spotted. Spotted where? Way out on the street. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. Gate again. This time it succeeds. And we get back to our home in one piece. I think that will be our outing for today. As inconsequential as it was, we were able to figure out that recycling centers is kind of like the thing that we're going to need to do. And we're going to want to remember that we found this car. In fact, I'm actually going to give this a better note here. Let's go ahead and do something that we don't use very often. So let's go with a blue color and like a V for van. So we have a nice Orichalcum van over here now. That's something that we really do want to consider. Having an armored truck that was designed to transport gold and waylay thieves would actually be a viable moving base whenever it comes to Vellum gathering these materials. We had never really planned on having a car of any kind because Vellum's not exactly a mechanic and he's not really interested in mechanics or engineering. However, if we found a car like this, one that's, well, already functioning, then that's a little different. That is something that we might be able to do something with. Zuiquan. Is Zuiquan... There's a chance that this is a martial arts that involves spears. We could just learn it and then find out afterwards. I know that Muay Thai and Taekwondo. Taekwondo is all about kicking. Muay Thai is kind of like a brutal martial arts style that just involves just beating the crap out of your opponent in every way possible. But Zuiquan, I don't know that one. Vellum hasn't heard of it before. Hasn't watched enough action movies to know what's going on with Zuiquan. So we might actually just learn this as we're waiting to be tired enough to go to bed. And perhaps it is a spear martial arts, because if it is, it'd be nice to actually have a martial arts that is something that Vellum could actually get good at. And we did finally pick it up. So let's take a look at it. We're going to open our martial arts menu and take a look at this. It looks like, oh, it's drunken fighting. Wow, that's really not Vellum style. That is not Vellum style whatsoever. We do have karate, which I don't know if I mentioned that we had learned karate, but if we ever decided to go, if we ever got a more powerful staff, one that was actually worth using in combats, we could use the quarterstaffs of karate. But for now, we'll just continue to use brawling, which gives us at least a few benefits. It's not the best thing in the world, but it gives us more benefit than nothing. And I don't think we have enough to make any more chunks of bronze. No, it looks like copper is currently our holding point there. All we're going to do right now is we're going to cast Vault Mending Chant a few times and repair our stuff, and as soon as noon comes, we will rest up and head back out to see if we can get back to that recycling center and see if we can get just a little bit more copper and aluminum before the night is up. Awake and ready to face the day, stronger than you was before, we are going to go straight back to this southern bridge, grab more of this water. Doesn't really matter. We have plenty of water back home too. It's just, oh wow, what is this? I just noticed that there's a whole bunch of, we're going to take some of this with us, actually. A lot of thread. Wow. Tailor's kits, even more thread. Unload this tailor's kit here of thread. Yeah, we just got like 1,000 thread from this little spot here. And the leather patches are also quite good for us as well. That was... Can't believe we've missed these last few times. We'll probably leave the rest here. Take the Kevlar shears, because I think that the Kevlar shears might be... Yeah, they're the strongest tool whenever it comes to cutting things up. I hadn't even noticed that our teleporting basement was some sort of workshop for clothing crafting. This should be a little bit faster this time because we cleared out a lot of the road. Actually, there's a supply store here real quick. We'll check for any aluminum. Doesn't look like there was any. We'll go ahead and use our fast travel to just get as far as we can along this road. Very quickly taking out zombie after zombie, just a whirling dervish of blades. But the more we clear out now, the better. As we have said many times before, I'm sure at this point. We've already returned to the scene of our previous carnage. We do need to watch out then, because last time we were here, there was... Grab the copper. There was a Dissoluted Devourer, which will take a little bit more of our attention than usual. There's a gun store here, so I'm going to alter our path to head to the gun store first. There's a chance we can get large chunks, it's like there's 2 zombified dogs in there, large chunks of both copper and possibly lead or anything like that from the gun stores. It is well worth our time. This is how strong we are now. I can only imagine once we have this much... Oh, there's an ocular zombie there. Okay, we are going to put away our spear. Hit the ocular zombie once. Okay, it's down. We can only imagine how strong we are going to become. Gosh dang it, a feral elf. Feral elf threw something on us, and we managed to hit it with the boomerang, shooting 1 mana bolt into it, then 2 magic missiles, as another feral elf comes up behind it, then another mana bolt into it, followed up by a magic missile, and another, making sure to take them out at a range, because we have had previous experiences with those feral elves being quite bad for us. They were one of our downfalls in the past, having to take advantage of protection, the still unknown protection that benefits Vellum. Perhaps this protection is part of why we're so confident. We know that although we have used it in the past and we understand that there's consequences, we felt a potential change. That change never happened. So it feels like there wasn't actually any real consequence for having to get assisted. What is that? That is a Shrieker zombie. Okay, I'll take 1 step closer. And we are going to Wind Strike all of these. Take down those guys while they're still on the ground. Take out the Shrieker. And just clear through. Looks like there is some sort of large boomer bloated zombie over there. Okay, we're going to put away our spear. We do not want to fight the bloater in short range. And it exploded into gas. Okay, we're going to very, very quickly put on our gas mask. Pull our spear back out. And we have been surrounded. What the hell is that? A gargoyle. The zombie's arms have stretched far beyond human limits. The skin lengthened in the gruesome, fleshy membrane. The rest has become emaciated with thin, rope-like muscles rippling through that taut flesh. While it doesn't appear to be able to fly, it uses mutated arms to make shockingly fast leaps through the air. That is a significant upgrade from the bat-winged zombies we have seen before. A significant evolution. It is slower than us. Most of these are slower than us, but we need to move away quickly. And I believe we're currently poisoned, yes. We are going to focus on this gargoyle, making sure to take it out. And we take down the feral, which was our other big concern. Oh, and we stop running. We're going to catch our breath. And as we were catching our breath, our Barghest ran up on us incredibly fast. What spells do we have available to us right now? I mean, we could discern weakness. Range 1, though. Let's see. Shadow Field, it's hands-free. Okay. We are going to just back up. Immediately, it bit at us. Okay. We managed to get some of our stamina back. Did this thing have anything on it? No? None of them really did. Okay. I wasn't sure if, because it was something special, if it was going to potentially especially reward us for managing to take it down. That doesn't seem to be the case. At the end of the day, it was just another zombie. Looks like there's another boomer right there. We're going to put away. Come on. We're trying to mana bolt it, but we lost concentration over and over and over again. Finally managing to take it out. Okay, we've taken out the vast majority of these guys now. As we're crushing down the corpses, a pupating zombie moved up on us, with a feral throwing rocks behind. The rocks being one of the few things that seems to be able to slowly whittle down our defenses at this point. And that's a howling zombie. Okay. Take her down. Did she manage to scream? She did, I think. As we're stepping away, that tough zombie grabbed us. Okay, we're going to take a moment here. Okay, despite everything that just happened, our spear's in good condition. How's our armor looking? Armor's in good condition. And the only thing that we really have spent is a lot of stamina. Okay, Vellum looks at this field of destruction that he has created and wonders for just a moment, am I the monster now? Nah, we don't have to worry too much about that. It looks like we got some scrap aluminum from something there. Interesting. Another Shrieker zombie. I feel like with those two Shriekers that we have taken out, considering I think at least one of them got a shout off, we are pretty much taking out all of the zombies of the nearby area at this point. As we slice down an entire horde. Okay, we're going to put away the spear, send out a magic missile, destroy that boomer in one shot. And while we're here, we're also going to take a moment to take our gas mask off, actually. You quit swipes, takes out a skeletal, not even an issue anymore. And in fact, with a critical, we managed to slice a pupating zombie in half with incredible ease. And we finally push through and get to one of our destinations, trying to get to this gun store. We're going to cut through a building real quick. Honestly, just so that we don't have to deal with so many things. And the neighboring building was, in fact, the gun store, so we're finally inside of one of our two destinations for today. Even as we get inside, we do hear wailing and fear and buzzing sounds. Not the ideal noises we want to be hearing. Okay, that is a giant wasp guard to our southeast, as there seems to be a small horde of zombies, smaller than the horde that we've actually taken out so far, fighting with some of the wasps. I think we're going to take advantage of this situation and see if we can't find anything of use to us in here. 3 zombies in the back. Looks like they might have been the remains of some sort of gunfight in here. We don't want to mess with that wasp guard because Vellum knows that if there's a few wasps, there's probably more. We're going to phase through this door. And speaking of, it looks like we found out where the wasps are coming from. We opened the door only to see a giant wasp, almost the size of us, grown to the size of a person, buzzing around her home while foraging. Her sisters are relatively content to live and let live. This one won't hesitate to attack anything she considers a threat. We're going to just go ahead and close that door. Take a step back. And, you know, it's kind of a good thing that we phased through now, because we're just going to phase through that broken door again, and we're going to go ahead and mark this whole area as a wasp nest and never come back. Because, you know what? No thanks. We're good. Go ahead and mark the recycling center, and with a simple phase, get out through... Well, there's the queen. Can't see us, so we're going to just move away north, away from it as quickly as we can. This region is fairly unexplored to us, so its threats are new to us as well, and it looks like this part of the city is no safer. Definitely no safer. As we finally approach the recycling center, we see something wholly new. A fungaloid shambler. A large white fungus, a bulging gray stalk supporting a bloom at the top. Spores float from its gills and tendrils extend from the base. Chunks of rock, metal, and bone and wood are held by tendrils as a kind of armor. Following behind it is a fungal zombie, once alive then undead, now something entirely else. Fungal tendrils spout from its mouth, eyes, and other orifice, holding together a shambling mass of mold-covered flesh. Vellum has a basic understanding of science. Vellum has a basic understanding of magic, and he understands that if he sees a fungaloid creature and a zombie nearby, a once human zombie that has been converted by this, he rushes to put his gas mask on, knowing that this could be a whole new type of danger. This could be a kind of an infection that could destroy his city and his world. This is a major threat. We're going to have to investigate this. Vellum gathers materials, making trip after trip, each time getting closer to his goals. However, the resistance of the Cataclysm never lets up. He has slain monsters he once thought immortal, discovered new horrors, and cut them down, and his fear of the dark, of this destroyed world, is starting to melt away. Even before we reach our goals and forge a new spear, Vellum has become powerful. Welcome back to Cataclysm, Dark Days Ahead. My journey as Vellum, aspiring Archmage of the Apocalypse. Before us, before Vellum, lies a very specific new challenge. Fungaloids. We have an understanding that a fungaloid would be a creature of probably some sort of eldritch makeup. That's because of how mycelium spreads, is going to be a highly infectious creature, and we have proof right here of that highly infectious nature of fungal zombie. If this thing can take over the flesh of what was once a human, altered by some sort of black ooze that can keep these things alive, I can only imagine what it's capable of doing to us. On top of that, we also have a shocker zombie and its little pack attracted from its darkness nearby as well. We still want to get to this recycling center, but we also need to investigate this. I want to see how tough this shambler is. It says that it is practically immobile. We are going to turn off safe mode, and we're going to slowly approach. Taking a few swings at the fungal zombie, it goes down. Easily. Too easily. As we take a swing at the fungaloid shambler, our fears are instantly lived out. Spores released from the fungaloid shambler, and the ground converted to fungal floor. We're going to take a step up, and you know what? We are going to deal with this the proper way. We're going to take the wand of fireballs, take it out, and with one fireball, both the fungal floor and the fungaloid itself are on fire. Is it going to burn to death? No, it's not. A handful of magic missiles. Oh, actually, even with a handful of magic missiles. Okay. You asked for it. We take it out. And there we go. Yes. We actually can see a living spore cloud, the size of a bald fist wafting around in the air. No. That's not acceptable. With another fireball, we destroy the fungaloid destroy the fungal floor and the spore clouds. So, taking care of one shambler took us 3 fireballs. We do see that we have caused a little bit of a raging fire now. I think it's and as we try and step away into the darkness, we have now seen what the shocker is capable of, as its balls lightening up in its form and releases an arc of lightning near us, barely missing us as we hear a crash nearby. Okay, we need to move faster now, so what we're going to do is we are actually going to use phase to get some distance as lightning is blasting through the ground around us. Well, this is definitely a problem. Let's take a moment to take stock of our situation. So, we have a shocker zombie capable of shooting massive bolts of lightning at us. We have a flesh raptor, which is much, much, much faster than us, even if we start running. And it's going to just kind of peck at us, but it can't do a lot of damage. We have a grappler zombie, which might actually be one of the biggest threats in this horde here, because if it gets a hold of us, we're not going to be able to continue to run. And then behind us, we have a feral human, and unfortunately, not a lot of known terrain. There is a building nearby. What is this? Let's see. It is a house, and there's a regional school behind us as well. So the 2 big threats that we need to get rid of are the grappler zombie and the shocker zombie, and Vellum knows how to do that. We're going to immediately whip out the wand of fireballs again, which lets them get a little bit closer, and we are going to run, activate the wand of fireballs, ignore the flesh raptor attacking us, and we're going to aim it kind of towards the back here. As the fireball hits, it takes out the flesh raptor and hits several other of the zombies. The grappler zombie itself still standing, and so does the shocker. We are still running. We're going to take another step back or 2, pull out our spear, take out the feral, and I think they've lost track of us. We're just that quiet. We are going to pick out the wand of fireballs again, because I want to get rid of this thing. Is that going to be the best shot? We're going to really line this one up here. I think there will be the best, as we hit every single one of them with the fireball, tearing through. And you know what? Screw it. Another one. Can we hit more? We can. We go right there. And with another fireball from our wand, we destroy them. There's only a few left. Wait, what is that? A bruiser zombie. I don't really want to be close to the bruiser. Well, we don't have a choice now. We are going to phase out of this grip. And, let's see. Do we have anything that we can use, really? We can attempt the photon beam, but it mostly just lost concentration. Paramilitary zombie is bleeding. The bruiser zombie is damaged. But one hit from that bruiser zombie is going to probably very much hurt us. We might actually just... I have an idea. We are going to run to the car here, open the door, and close the door behind us. As we made a dash for the nearby building, elves descended on us, feral elves. But we did manage to get inside. Oh, and there's more elves, taking another one down. We are so out of breath, so unable to keep going. We need to find a space right now, grab a can of tuna, that we can just catch our breath. Okay, here should work. But we're not one to back down from a challenge. I want to clear those out. I can't leave such a dangerous horde behind. We're going to use this window here. Lure them in. They're slow when they're trying to cross the window. Use the sound of me smashing corpses to bring them in closer. We need to find out where that bruiser went. That is the one that I'm Oh! The bruiser died, apparently. Maybe got trapped under the car? Not sure. Pick out another feral. These ferals are slowly whittling me down with those rock throws. And behind us, we created a disluted devourer from the corpses. We can't allow that. We send out a fireball into the center of them, as I just want to catch that devourer on fire and clear out its friends, and then we're gonna go in. Immediately leapt towards us and grabbed us. Shit. We are going to phase away from this grab. This one seems strong. Swing after swing into it, and we're already running out of stamina. It is bleeding, but we have taken so many hits. Okay, we're going to phase... No, we're not, honestly. It did grab us just before we got into the window as we struggle to get free. Using the window as cover, we slice it down. And just as our breath is literally leaving us, we could not have fought for a minute longer. Okay, let's take a look at our wounds. Nothing is bleeding. Good. Okay, we're going to actually put some antiseptic on our head because it should help us heal just a little bit faster. Check to see... Yeah, there's some medical gauze here. That's about it. Okay, step back out here. Definitely destroy that corpse of that devourer. This was more than we bargained for, and one of the first times where we really were in a serious amount of threat again. Another one of those wretched hatcheries up north. The amount of special zombies is getting to be as common enough to be a significant problem. I'll dismember this acidic zombie, make sure it doesn't get back up. Check around real quick. Just a little bit of food. That'll be helpful. Let's check our situation. So our knife spear almost shattered again. Our chainmail hauberk is heavily damaged, slightly damaged. And that's about it. Okay, so we're going to have to keep an eye on our knife spear because it's not meant for taking this much of a beating. It is an improvised weapon after all. We really do need to get... Ooh, hey, there's a bottle of antibiotics here. Hell yes. We really do need to get a better spear going, our steel spear. Oh, and as we try and head back towards the recycling center, another fungaloid shambler. We're going to ignore this one, but we are going to get rid of its nearby things. Fungal child, fungal floor. Oh my god. Yeah. These creatures, they're starting to claim this part of the city. Let's close the door behind us. Let's get our aluminum. And for now, we'll just go. Let's take as much of the things that we think we can tear apart, things that are easy to tear apart. We already know that we can't get rid of, we can't disassemble some of these things, so we're just going to take the things that are kind of obvious to us, that are disassemblable. We do have a good amount of aluminum now, a good amount of copper. Steel we don't really need much of because all of the cars nearby are made out of steel. So anything nearby that we care a ton about. There is a bookstore. I would like to fill up, and having seen the lightning bolt come from that zapper zombie, Vellum still dreams of being able to create lightning bolts himself. And on top of that, I want to stay in this area for a little bit longer to sort of investigate how far this infection has gone. Oh, what's that? Sappy scroll. It is... Scroll of Torn Skin. Okay. Not interesting to us. We already have one of those. We do have a shopping cart here. If we find one that's in good repair, we're in the need for extra carrying capacity right now. Looks like this one is in the best repair. So what we're actually going to do is we're going to grab this shopping cart and pull it along behind us, just so that we can take as much stuff as we can. And we're going to just put a few things in the shopping cart. There's a zombie blank and a grabber zombie up ahead. We won't need our powers to take care of the zombie blank. So what we're going to do is we're going to magic missile the grappler zombie a few times just to soften him up. We saw for just a moment there as the grappler zombie grabbed a hold of Vellum and started to pull him back towards the other horde. We can see what these grapplers want to do. So the plan here is to head to the bookstore with this shopping cart, and this is just going to be a test run. We're going to put like one item in the shopping cart and see how things go. See if we can take the shopping cart with us whenever we gate back to the tower, because if we can, a thing like the shopping cart, or even maybe something better than the shopping cart in the future, would be pretty good. I also was thinking about how these downspouts, that these houses had aluminum near them, and I'm curious if these downspouts are made out of aluminum. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to crash it for scrap aluminum. That is actually amazing. We'll pull our spear back out because the screamer's approaching us. Seems like the screamer got something off right before we actually managed to take it out, but we are getting a lot of scrap aluminum. And in fact, we're just going to put the scrap aluminum in the cart there. But knowing that the downspouts, that's the drainage systems of these houses, zombie hunter. The drainage systems of these houses are made out of aluminum, gives us an incredible source of aluminum, much closer to home than we thought it was previously, which just means that copper has actually become our main need again. Treaties on magical elements. Does have a new mega spell, Gravity Well, in it. Something we'll have to take a look at. Okay, let's see what we can find here, and then honestly get out of here as quickly as possible. Mostly just finding books that we won't really care too much about. Things that are non-fiction or cooking books or things that we've already read before. It's starting to get more and more rare for Vellum to find books in the apocalypse that he hasn't already acquired. Yeah, unfortunately this bookstore was more or less a bust. We did find one book that we care about, but that's about it. Okay, with a little bit of aluminum in our cart, we only have it grabbed, so I don't know if this is going to work, but we're going to cast gates and go to the Academy Tower. And yeah, it looks like we cannot teleport with the cart. So what we could do then is we could bring the cart back to one of our gate locations and do it that way. We could basically just leave it there in order to be ready to use it. So this treaty on magical elements, let's go ahead and turn our light on super fast and take a... Oop, that's the wrong book. Let's take a look at it. So we have Gravity Well. Summons a well of gravity targeted on the centered location, dealing bashing damage to all creatures in the affected area. We have a new area of effect spell. It has a much higher cast cost and a much higher cast time, but it seems like it's going to be a Magus level fireball sort of thing. The only problem is that the cast time is like 6 seconds. That's very, very long. But we will learn it just to have learned it and take a look at it whenever we can here. Okay, so let's take a look at this. Gravity Well. At base level, oh wow, it goes up to level 20 and its base damage is 22. It's a level 10 difficulty spell. Yeah, it takes 6 seconds to cast though. That's the big thing. That still might be a very good spell though. We'll have to practice that. Probably practice it by reading the book though. Okay, we're going to take our gas mask off. If we go to that part of town though, we're probably going to need to leave our gas mask on at all times, just because the chance that we run into another fungaloid is so high. I do want to go ahead and mark the map. And I was looking at the map, I do notice that Vellum actually found a fungal bloom off in the distance, some sort of massive fungal tower. And we're going to go ahead and mark that this part of the town, this part of the city, is being taken over by the fungal bloom. So what are we missing? It looks like at this point, our limiting factor is honestly just copper. We are up to 32 chunks of bronze at this point. See if we can disassemble some stuff. Looks like we can take apart copper wire for copper, which is apparently an incredibly time-intensive activity. Vellum has already spent 2 hours just stripping copper wire here. We don't really need to disassemble the chunks of aluminum, but we can disassemble the rings and bracelets here. The rings were not really worth it, but the bracelets were okay. We did get a bunch more copper by doing that, so we can go ahead and make only 2 more chunks. That's unfortunate. Vellum's gonna take the rest of the night, and the rest of the morning in order to repair his spear, repair his armor, get some food in him, and once all of that is done, we'll see about heading back out for more copper. Now that we have a source of aluminum, we'll probably hit the nearby houses here for the aluminum that is on them, and copper is going to be our biggest issue. As we were exploring our tower, heading up to check out some things, we notice out the window there's a new type of zombie that has wandered nearby, a Zool zombie. This four-legged armored dinosaur corpse has horns on the head and large spikes and rows along the back and side. Its eyes ooze putrid black tears. I think we want to just straight up not deal with that right now. That sounds like a good answer, to just not deal with that. And we're going to go to bed and hope it doesn't find us in here. It would be pretty hard to find us, but having seen that and having seen some of the other dangers of the apocalypse, Vellum is starting to think that perhaps even more defenses around his tower may be warranted. Perhaps even a full moat. But for now, that will be a concern for tomorrow as we plug in our earplugs and try to go to sleep. After a session of resting and recuperating, slightly improving our defenses outside, we added a little bit more of a hole up here. We're going to leave this as our main thoroughfare on how to get in and out of the tower, and we will, over the course of the next few days to weeks, make kind of an area all around us that is designed to be able to, defend against things that we don't really want to have to deal with. We are going to refill our fireball wand with some crystallized mana because this fireball wand has been incredibly useful. We're actually probably going to leave behind the wand of massive missiles because whenever we used it on a creature, we realized very quickly that it doesn't really do any damage at all compared to our own magic missiles, which are already pretty cheap. And even in an emergency, it's going to take a lot of time to take anything down with that, so we're not going to worry about it. We are going to probably spend a little bit more time. We are probably going to spend just a little bit more time reading just to get to a little bit later at night and to rest up from some of the exertion that we had while we were getting food and doing some labor around the place. And as we were doing that, we did in fact get another level in Cause Bear. It's getting to the point where it's very, very close to being castable for us now. So probably just relax so that whenever Vellum goes back out into the field looking for copper, we will be about as well rested as we can get, minus mana. We are missing a lot of mana, unfortunately. Okay, so recycling centers were good for aluminum, but not as good as anything else can be. Gun stores are probably going to be the next best thing. There's actually a series of gun stores right around here by the southern bridge gates, and I think there was a bunch of gun stores nearby as well. Yeah, these red markers on the map are the gun stores. I think we will gate over to the southern bridge gates and start hitting all of the gun stores nearby for copper. Okay, pull out our knife spear, which we did manage to get fully repaired again. And let's get moving. So the first one we're going to head towards is the one to the north here. We did see another one of those lightning zombies over here, so we want to be careful. Oh yeah, there's like a full horde up here. They are on the other side of a fence right now, though. So we're going to take this moment to just take out as many of them as possible, just slicing through them as they get stuck on the fence, using the spear to just poke through over and over. Yeah, that would have actually been potentially slightly... Ooh, cherry tree, apricot tree? Oh, this is an orchard. I actually hadn't thought to check out orchards yet, but as Vellum sees these trees, his mouth waters a little bit, remembering that fresh fruits can be had again. His home used to have orchards in them, and fresh fruits was the name of the game whenever it came to eating for the elves. So much time in the Cataclysm has made it so that he just sits there slowly biting away at some peaches and apricots while the sounds of the undead rattle on in the distance. They don't really bother us anymore, though. We know that there's not too many things... Oh, what the hell happened here? There's some sort of sand barricade? We may have spoken too soon here. Something took out an absolute ton of zombies here. Well, whatever it was seems to have fallen to an incandescent husk. A creature that we do not want to mess with. Apparently, some sort of... Oh, there's a minefield. And I've been hearing EMP blasts blasting off. I think there is some sort of military checkpoint up there that these zombies are currently attacking. We're just going to sneak in behind them here and crush down the zombies that are left behind. Okay, the temptation is too high. Look at the size. Look at the size of that horde. Okay, we have to do it. We'll pull out the Wonder Fireballs again. Actually, before we pull out the Wonder Fireballs, we're going to put that in a spear strap. And I want to try Gravity Well, just once, because they don't see us yet. Oh, it's not that big. Okay. And we lost concentration anyways. Screw that. Wonder Fireballs. Can we get it, like, right at the center of this horde? We do want to get the edge that's closest to us, but we also want to get as many of them as possible. And with an explosion, we hear the sound of crackling thunder and fire and screaming as dozens of zombies go down to one fireball. And we are going to send another one out. One runner did make it out of the pack, did catch wind of us. What the hell is that thing? A swarming amalgamation, a small flat creature dashing around and rattling on 7 short legs. I think I've seen one of these before. And a huge boomer. This boomer, normally swollen and ready to burst, is strengthened and solidified. The bile dribbling from its mouth also seems to have changed. Okay, I don't like that. We are going to, pull out a mana bolt. And as we hit it with a mana bolt, it really has strengthened and solidified. It barely took any damage from that mana bolt. We seem to have entered this horde. Let's see. We're gonna mana bolt again. I would like to take out that boomer if possible. And finally, we take it out. And just as we do notice that what might be the master of this horde is in the distance. A fellow caster of magic. A zombie necromancer. Another new creature in the horde as well. An ashen brawler, a gigantic twisted human frame with a menacing stance and rapid movements. Thick clouds of smoke pour from violent-looking eviscerations spread across its muscular body, and its peers seem to have elongated massively. Yeah, we're just gonna pull out the Wonder Fireballs again. It is kind of like an answer to a lot of our prayers right now. Yeah, we're just gonna toss it behind us, behind them, that is, and start running, because that Ashen Brawler just got very, very close. Take down one of them there. We do still hear zombies being taken down at every moment, probably by the fires that were left behind. Seeing all that smoke, we are going to put our gas mask on. Probably something we should do at all times now. Will our night eyes let us see through? No. They don't really let us see through the smoke any better. The destruction, though, that we just brought. As Vellum steps into the smoke cloud to try and just get rid of a few of these corpses. What's happening, actually? Hold on. I think the corpses are getting back up. That necromancer. That zombie that we hit, whenever we hit it, it had a dinging sound. A rust zombie. Another explosion to the north. Something, possibly the Snot Gobbler. And another one gets up. Okay, the zombie necromancer has to go. I think he's resurrecting them. Because they're just getting up next to me. Fat zombie trumpet struggles to stand. Yeah, as we checked to watch to see what we had seen, we had felt strange pulses and see weird hand signs that Vellum recognizes as magic. Zombies are not created from magic. Not really. There's something else going on, but the zombie necromancer is using magic to reanimate them after I take them down. Well, you want to see magic? I'll show you magic. The rust zombie is already up again. We're going to send a fireball at the zombie necromancer, setting it on fire. And with another one, it goes down. You might be a necromancer, but we are an archmage. And despite being an archmage, we have in fact gotten far too close to some raging fires, and we're going to back off for a bit. Okay, ow, 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 ow. As we did in fact just burn most of our body from the fire. The rush of adrenaline from taking down a horde that big, may have been a little bit too much. And of course, even now that the horde is down, the nearby stragglers are going to slowly move in. Ooh, okay. We're going to take some antibiotics, and we're going to bandage every single body part we have now, because that was pretty stupid to wade into the fire like that. And we're actually going to fall back and even, pick a peach tree and kind of have a snack real quick of some more peaches. Something that makes Vellum very, very happy again to remember the fruit trees of his elven home. Now that is a lot of destruction. It does look like there was, some sort of camp or something beyond all of this. I also want to, what we're going to do is we're actually going to grab this rust zombie, and we're going to haul it back into the dark here. And I'm curious, we're going to put on our reading light real quick. Not like things can't see us anyways. And we're going to, do a quick butchery of the rust zombie, and we're going to see if we can get anything out of it. Let's see. Innards, fat, bone marrow, scrap metal. I was right. Chunks of steel. Yeah. This thing seems to have combined itself with some of the nearby metal and made itself more than zombie and a little bit of solid object as well. We find things like that in the future, we'll want to keep in mind that we can dissect them. Are there any zombies left in this horde of dead over here? It doesn't appear so, but there's also a raging fire over there now. We have finally learned what the real threat is whenever it comes to those zombie necromancers, though, is that in the middle of a horde, the zombie necromancer is more than capable of keeping the horde alive and keeping the horde moving. For now, we're going to leave it alone. We move into an electronosaur to the north, hoping for some copper. Looks like we can get a lot of copper wire here. Hopefully I can get some actual copper as well. And we'll swing back around whenever we think that the fire has mostly died down. Some sort of street market here that we just came across. Yeah, interesting. Like little tent stalls. We might want to go through this real quick because there might be some surprising or unexpected things here. At least some food. Vellum's kind of almost always in a state of needing more food, as farming isn't exactly something that he's terribly interested in. He knows intellectually that getting more food and getting food consistent is an element of survival in the wasteland. And as we step into the store, the zombie immediately comes around this corner. But with so many houses nearby, we prefer exploration over farming. Okay. Does this gun store... Looks like this gun store has a shooting range, but does it have a forge? Not sure, but we do see some ingots on the ground. Too dark to see what kind they are yet. Lead. We'll still take them, because we can use lead. Because we don't need much lead, we can use lead to... for our fault mending chance to repair our gear. We're going to just reapply some bandages real quick, and make sure... we're good to go. We're going to go ahead and actually just mark that one off now. So the next gun store is down here. We may check some buildings along the way as well. In our current state, we probably want to be a little bit more cautious. The burns from the fire are going to slow us down, unfortunately. We do pass a pawn shop on the way, and it looks like we've already checked this pawn shop, but there might be a good chance that there is stuff in here we didn't know was valuable before. And we do immediately spot that there is some silver on one of these shelves that we didn't actually get access to before. So we're going to quickly try and lockpick this shelf, and we do it in one shot. 100 silver. Heck yes. Okay. And it looks like there is a silver, another display rack here with some more silver in it. Right about now, we were really wishing for some sort of spell to be able to break things open, as we did, in fact, I think just break our last lockpick. Yeah, we just broke our last lockpick. All of this recent work has made us quite hungry, so we're going to finish off the rest of the food that we actually like. And there is a Shrieker zombie in here. That is something that needs to be dealt with. We don't see any more copper in here, so for now we're just going to move on. Taking advantage of summer, we do actually stop to pick some blackberry and raspberry bushes. There's almost a comicalness to imagining Vellum going around and just picking berry bushes while there is clearly a horde not even that far away from where we are right now, as it's become so common for him to see zombies that it doesn't even slow him down or even stop him to even notice that there are zombies nearby, as we do just move through all of this very, very quickly. We did find another electronics store. We're going to very quickly just check for anything copper here, kind of like this copper wire here. Even though the copper wire does take a very long time to disassemble down into usable copper, it is better than not having any copper at all. And we're sure that a lot of these things could probably be disassembled for copper as well, but the problem is that Vellum's understanding of electronics is so incredibly crude and bad that we're not even 100% sure what is made out of copper. As Vellum is looting one of the houses, only a few meters away from the gun store now, he spots another dissolute devourer out the window, and it really shows how much has changed in the last 2 weeks, as he sees the devourer but just sits here and eats berries and knows that it's not even that much of an issue anymore. It did seem to have smelled him, though, so we're going to have to take it down. It's already bleeding as we slice pieces off of it, and it's down. It's just that easy. It's hard to imagine whether we've grown that strong, or if maybe they weren't that scary in the first place. Perhaps we have overestimated our enemy. A simple phase. We enter the gun store. Place is a mess. Looks like many gun stores, it has been completely torn through. A few zombies in here. Not much to speak of. We're not really seeing anything in the way of the kind of supplies. Oh, here we go. There we go. We finally found a back room, and immediately we see a pile of 200 copper ingots. And even more. There we go. Already we have a pretty significant haul, and in fact we're almost already overweight. I did notice that we're starting to have quite a bad level of focus here. It's probably because we were having our steps going the whole time. It's something that I would like to keep going, is keeping our steps going, but the problem is that it's so costly on our focus, and we need our focus to cast spells, that we really kind of can't have it going all the time. It's probably something we want to just activate whenever we are going to be taking down a horde, because having the extended stride is far less stamina costly than trying to run all the time. Go ahead and mark that one off. And a very quick check of our surroundings shows that, at least within this block, there isn't... Oh, I was just about to say there isn't much. However, there is a bank. And that's actually something that, after seeing that bank car and the amount of gold that the bank car had, something that Vellum had been considering is, well, frankly, robbing a bank. Because we need gold and silver, right? And these humans kept all of their gold and silver in banks back in the day. They used them as money, which is sort of a silly proposition to Vellum, but still a true thing. A few zombies down. Not even worth mentioning. We're going to go ahead and... What is that guy? A zombie technician. Interesting. He immediately moves up to grab us. And we gouge him straight through the eye and the face, slicing to pieces, and just move on. Okay, what's in here? Looks like a bunch of books, some sort of office. This is the bank, right? Okay. Let's see if we can find the vault, if there is one. Ooh, hey, there's actually some healthy food here. Some oranges and some yogurt. Is there no vault here? Oh, here we go. So there's a computer console and some sort of metal closed door. Can we just... We can't phase through the door. What about the wall? No. What about going around? So it looks like the vault wall might actually be too thick for Vellum to phase through. Did they think of everything? You know what they might not have thought of? As we sit and meditate on this for a moment. There's always some weakness. We are going to phase up to the roof, move over, and phase back down. And, yep, that was it. That was the weakness. They thought of everything other than to make the roof thick. It does look, unfortunately, though, that, like, there's just a bunch of safes in here. And, I mean, it's possible for us to get this safe open, but not easy. And it's definitely not something that we're actually skilled at doing. Not as much gold and silver in here as we thought. Not without getting these safes open, at least. I don't think we really have anything that we can use to help us with this. So we're just going to phase back to the roof. And keep in mind that maybe in the future, if we find a way to get into banks more easily, this might be a good thing to do. We're going to use our memory to remember where a good place to phase is and head back down to the first floor. We're so close now. So close to having the amount of copper that we need. It is tantalizing, constantly driving us forward. We are going to just go ahead and pick out another gun store nearby and start moving towards it. Of course, just kind of grabbing some of the food we find along the way. We have learned with our cooking skills that just because something isn't visibly edible in its current form doesn't mean it's not completely useful. To actually avoid that hunter. Although we could take it down. In fact, actually, we are going to take it down. We're going to take it down like this, though. We are going to wind strike it. And as soon as it gets knocked to the ground, slice it down. That's a really nice 1-2 punch that we have there. And as we're moving along, Vellum does catch sight of another electrified Eldritch evolution. A shocker brute. Huge beast covered in visible scarring from the lightning bolts that arc out of his body. Being near it, you can hear slight humming like that of an electrical transformer. His emotions are weird. They're not what you would expect. Instead of fear or concern, Vellum feels a pang of jealousy. He knows that Storm Shapers are infamous for being able to call down thunder and lightning, but despite that, he has not found any of the more notorious spells. And seeing something that is able to control lightning so naturally like that does bring us a pang of jealousy. And pick that tree. Too heavy to pick up, really. Okay, we'll cast Odor Strength on ourselves for now, I guess. That is what that's for. It's still too heavy. It just took a second for the Odor Strength to kick in. We'll have to keep that in mind. We'll need to cast that beforehand. It's humorous to think that a handful of apricots were too heavy to pick up. And as soon as we get in here, we immediately see a Thorny Shambler. Can we wind strike from here? Oh, we don't have mana. Okay. We do quickly take it down, though. And a Snot Gobbler. Thank God we were still wearing our gas mask as Snot Gobbler explodes into bile, covering our eyes. Do we have any... We don't have any gauzes or anything that we can use. We're going to just hold in the darkness for a moment here. Actually, can we use our night eyes to see farther? Not sure if that actually worked. Or if... Okay. It didn't work, it just... The snot effect on our eyes had finally worn off. And this gun store is just loaded with undead. Oh, the Snot Gobbler did just explode, so I bet the undead are coming in from outside. We've kind of lost our advantage here. Looks like there's some lead here. Is there any copper nearby? We don't see any. Let's head to the back rooms. soon as we head back into the back rooms, a thorny shambler surprises us from one of the back rooms and gets a shot off, bleeding our torso. Vellum just calmly puts pressure on the wounds, ignoring the blood dripping from him. It's not like this is the first time we've bled. And we'll just do a quick search. Like there's a shooting range back here. There's no forge here. They weren't making ammunition here. We don't see any copper whatsoever. And our odor strength is probably going to run out sometime soon as well. In fact, that actually already has run out. So I think it might be time to call this journey. We'll go ahead and close that door there. Rest up against the door and think about how much copper, silver, and everything he's got in this time. We're not exactly happy with this trip, as our confidence and our arrogance did make us get honestly quite injured. And there were some risky moments there for sure. But at the end of the day, we did still get a lot of what we need. And yeah, let's go ahead and check. Put away our spear. How much bronze can we make? All of that for only 8 chunks of bronze. Sitting at 42 chunks of bronze, just around half now. We're getting closer all the time to getting the amount that we need to get our forge up and running, but it definitely is slow going, and it's taking us across the entirety of the apocalypse and taking us past hordes of enemies that are a lot stronger than we remember them being. The progression of difficulty here has really gotten out of hand, and we're starting to actually have problems again. We'll take care of our inventory for a moment, and to be honest, it's probably a good time for Vellum, take a break. Just start a fire, see what food, if anything, just kind of look through our recipe book, see what food, if anything, we can make. A baked potato. That sounds really nice. Something nice and warming. As he sits down to eat and thinks about our past and our future. We are so close to having bronze, and from then we will almost immediately be able to thrust ourselves into be able to making steel weapons and maybe even steel armor, replacing possibly even our chainmail. But as we've been searching for this bronze, searching for this anvil, we have realized how strong we are, but also how strong and difficult the Cataclysm has come. We have become incredibly powerful, but the Cataclysm has kept up with us. This arms race has never ended. We look forward to being able to enchant a spear, because we've seen how good we've gotten with a spear. Our piercing skills have ascended into a level of being able to almost never worry about missing. And, you know, we have an incredible familiarity with the spear as well. Getting an enchanted spear, a +1 or even a +2 enchanted spear, is going to make us a unstoppable force. And with thinking about the unstoppable force, Vellum dares to imagine a goal that he had a while ago. Perhaps there are dragons in this world, and perhaps we could slay one. Vellum's pile of rare metals grows considerably, now closer than ever to finishing his collection of copper and aluminum. As we collect, we learn new methods and approaches, making the gathering faster and faster. Tonight, Vellum dreams of an almost draconic horde of metals, shining like stars, and a bear sitting on top, friendly and wise. It's a strange dream, and it feels prophetic like the others, but makes no sense. Welcome back to Cataclysm, Dark Days Ahead, my journey as Vellum, aspiring archmage of the apocalypse. Okay, so I think what we're going to do today is, I was just kind of looking around the map, and the vast majority of unexplored territory is actually down here in Groveland. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to head to the Southern Museum, which is the museum that had all of the artificial things that surprised the shit out of us, that they had so much artificial stuff in it. And then, oh, do we have one in Groveland Bank? Do we have one even farther down that I just like forgot to mark or something like that? And we're going to head into like Groveland proper. We're going to check out these libraries. We're going to check out these gun stores. We'll check out the hospital. We're just going to like kind of head for this general area. I forgot that we had gotten all the way down to the bank. That's really good. Okay, so now we're all the way over here. So we want to just kind of head to this general vicinity over here, and we'll see what we can find. Actually, while we're here, we're going to use our new trick in order to get into this bank as well. So we'll go ahead and gate. Actually, we don't even need to gate up to the roof. There's just a thing here. So that should be inside the vault. We'll go ahead and phase down and straight into the vault. Well, there is a pile of platinum here, so there's that. And more safes that we can't exactly open. But this is an incredibly safe place for us to put down a gate in the future if we ever wanted to. So we'll go ahead and phase back up to the roof, and we'll head out of here. We should be able to phase at an angle off the side here, right? Yeah, we can phase at an angle. Okay, let's go ahead and get moving. We do probably want to hit this craft shop. It's foggy. Actually, we're going to also turn on our night eyes so that we can actually see a good distance. We are going to kind of... Again, we're still in the mode of wanting to clear out any zombies we come across. I would like to point out that this little taco truck thing here actually is not the worst thing in the world whenever it comes to a mobile base. Something we'll probably want to keep in mind for... Less for this run. I honestly just can't see Vellum going around in a mobile taco truck. But in future runs, you know, food trucks and stuff like that would be pretty good. For people who are wondering, even if I do, as a quick aside real quick, even if I do finish Vellum's run at some point and feel like his run is complete, I'll probably be playing Cataclysm on this channel for a very, very long time to come. And I have ideas for things to do in the future of different types of runs and stuff like that. So if you're here for Cataclysm, be here for the long haul, because seriously, we have a lot of ideas. Ooh, high steel. What is high steel? I'm not sure. I don't see any copper here, per se. Yeah, I'm not really seeing too many other places. We are going to try and stay on... Ooh, that's a smoke cloud. I don't like that. We're going to immediately whip on our mask. And I need to remember, anytime we put on our mask, we need to take our ballistic glasses off. Otherwise, our face is just getting scrunched. What is in here? Another thing I wanted to mention is that we actually... Vellum spent a couple days studying between... Oh, it's... I think I saw it for just a moment. Studying between our last journey and this one. And we did actually level up... Where is it? Gravity Well a few times, so that we can try and use it in combat. Unfortunately, I don't think it's high enough level that we can consistently use it yet. We also leveled up Cause Bear a few times, and we're actually at the point where... I believe at some point in this episode, once we get some basic... There he is. There's the smoker. Once we get some basic journeying done, and we maybe just get a little bit more copper so that we're always making progress on that journey, on that goal, we might stop and try and summon a bear. Just see what happens. The first time I do it, I want to do it in a controlled environment, because I am actually a little worried about what might happen. I mean, it is a bear, right? The issue with bears is that they're going to be really, really fast. And it's almost funny to me that we are slightly more concerned, slightly more worried about a bear than we were about a, you know, some of these zombie types. Monsters are just more... Oh, did you see that? All of those zombies just rose immediately from the dead. There is a necromancer nearby. We are going to take a few steps back. See if we can take out those two very quickly. Crush a corpse. Okay, so if we crush it down, it seems like whatever's resurrecting them can't do it. So we need to move very slowly here. We are actually going to go ahead and store the spear. And I had an idea that I'm going to... Since we don't really care too much about our sound level, we're actually going to play... But let's see, what can we do here? I kind of want... Yeah, I think I'll do a wind strike, actually. And we lost concentration. Go ahead and explode that boomer, making a lot of noise. And they're still getting up. There's something nearby that is getting these zombies up really fast. Kind of having to crush them as we go here. Otherwise, we're just killing the same zombies over and over again. This is honestly quite dangerous. Yeah, look at that. It immediately got back up. Yeah, look at that. It immediately got back up. Okay, let's get another wind strike out here, I think, to take care of that boomer. At least the boomers kind of explode into a mess. And there's a zombie hunter. Okay, this is starting to become a problem very, very quickly here. We're going to crush down the zombie hunter. And we're going to put away our spear, press down on our wounds here, pull our spear back out. The grappler needs to go as well. There's a lashing zombie and a pupating zombie up there. Oh, man. We're going to hit all of them with a wind strike. Try and crush down a few more zombies. Pupating zombie exploded into a flesh raptor, but we did actually manage to take out the flesh raptor pretty much immediately. I'm still not seeing whatever necromancer must be nearby for this, though. Okay. We're actually going to back up a little bit here. And catch our breath, because I'm starting to get... And a Disillusioned Devourer just appeared. We're going to run away from it and face through the wall, because that was a little scary right there. That Disillusioned Devourer was much too close and much too a confined space too quickly. Oh, man. As we step out trying to look at this horde again, it is a mess out here of a horde. Holy crap. We're actually going to hard back up here and put a bandage on our torso, because it did get pretty badly hit there. Our knife spear is still doing fine, and we're just going to approach this a little bit more cautiously. I'd like to figure out what's raising all these undead. Careful positioning, we take out a good chunk of the horde, pulling them back into this alleyway. One of our biggest benefits here is just how incredibly quiet we are. And that Disillusioned Devourer just caught track of us. We need to deal with that thing. What should we do? What should we do? Think. We're just going to kind of just slice into it. See if we can get it to extreme bleeding. Actually, this is what we can do. Hold on. We're going to bring it over to this fence here. Phase through the fence. And then just go absolutely ham on it. And then immediately crush it down so that whatever's reviving things doesn't get a chance. Okay. Hazmat zombie here. Not really a huge concern. If our focus is going to be so destroyed anyways, we're just going to go ahead and start channeling Extended Stride so that we're a little bit faster. Because with Extended Stride, I don't think we actually need to waste stamina running anymore. Which means we can fight for longer. I really wish this fog would go away, though. Couple more down. We have to... Boomer we have to deal with. We're going to go ahead and Mana Bolt him. Pull our spear back out. Take out the skeletal dog. Another Disillusioned Devourer. I think the Devourers... Okay, there's a Grappler zombie right by that Disillusioned Devourer. We're just going to step away, because that's a scary combination of enemies. I want to try and get to this Grappler either by itself or just kill it. Just kill it, maybe. We are going to pull out the one of fireballs here and send a fireball. I think maybe here-ish. Did that hit the Devourer? It did hit the Grappler zombie. We're going to send out another one. Pull out our spear. We really just want this Grappler zombie. There we go. Grappler's down. Okay, we're going to catch the attention of the Devourer. Pull it back to this fence. And same as last time, just slice into this thing. Once it starts bleeding, it counters the regeneration, and we take it down. Okay. Fortunately, we can take it down faster than it can take down the fence. Just thinning out the herd a little bit more here. There's an absolute mess of zombies here. Freaking crazy amount. Make sure we crush them down whenever we get an opportunity to. What was reviving these things? And another one just got up over on the right side there. I think every time they're getting up, there also is a chance that they evolve. Okay, whatever's bringing them up must be close by now. There it is. We finally found the Necromancer. You need to go, sir. We're gonna pull out a mana bolt. Hit it. And go in for the melee. Once we get close enough to melee it, it's not even a threat anymore. Oh boy. That was something. Okay. Now that we have that taken care of, geez, we're gonna just take a moment and kind of just entertain ourselves. Okay, well, no, I guess we're not, because there are still zombies around here. There's a zombie blank there. I think the zombie blank is going to make it so that I can't use my powers, and there's a boomer right there too. So I think what we're going to do is Vellum's just going to kind of call it there because of the blank specifically. We don't want to be stripped of our powers right now, so we are going to just kind of back off. Don't really like the idea of tiny meat cocoons just sitting around, so we're going to take that while we're moving away. But we're just going to back off here. Start heading south towards this museum. I don't know if this is one of the museums that we've checked in the past. It does look like we have checked it, so we'll go ahead and mark it. Oh, it was already marked off. Okay. We'll go ahead and make sure that it stays marked off then. That's disturbing. Out of curiosity, I checked this place, realizing that it's an arcade, and inside there's a wretched hatchery and just a absolute ton of zombie children. Yeah, we're just going to close that. Even Vellum doesn't like the idea of taking down human children. It brings a bit of a sourness. Even if they are zombies, and even if that we are fully aware of the fact that they're monsters, it's very hard to see something so small get taken down. Okay, so we have a gun store here, but there's a slavering biter and a small freaking horde inside the gun store. And we hear shots being fired. I just realized how bad that is for us. It is attracting a lot of things nearby. And we now have a zombie blank on us. Out of curiosity, it did not remove our concentration. All of the shots are definitely pulling in basically all of the zombies nearby. Absolutely causing some serious problems. Yeah, this is basically... Okay, yep, basically everything is going to be here in a moment. But the nice thing is that with these window frames, we should be able to just kind of stab and poke inside. We just need to make sure nothing catches up to us outside here. To take down those zombie dogs very quickly. I don't know why there was just suddenly a pack of zombie dogs here. It tried to grab us, but failed. Yeah, that is a lot of zombies. We're actually going to back off into the darkness here and try and catch our breath. We don't hear gunshots anymore, so Vellum has a mixed emotion of both relief and sadness that there may have been someone rescuable in there with the gunshots. It could have just been a feral with a gun, but it might have been someone... I don't know if we're going to know anymore. It's hard to tell a feral corpse from a human corpse. We do want inside this gun store, though. So ideally, we managed to get this under control. Looks like those kids busted out of the arcade to the north there. Again, we fear necromancers. And so we are just trying and smash as we go here. Okay. Yeah. On top of everything else that was being pulled in, we have in fact also now pulled in a headless horror. The issue is that if we throw fireballs at this thing, the fireballs are going to light these bushes on fire, which is why we have been spending time learning Gravity Well, is because Gravity Well isn't going to light everything on fire. There was an animal pound down south. That's what's causing all of the dogs. Okay, so what we're going to do is we are just going to back up here. I think we will back all the way up into the museum because the museum should be relatively safe. And we're just going to take a moment to try and catch our breath and try and get our focus back. And ideally, we get enough focus and mana back that we might be able to actually cast Gravity Well a few times. How expensive is it? 350 mana. Okay, that's probably actually not going to happen. Our wound is looking fine. We'll take a little bit of aspirin for the pain. What do we do here? I really want inside that gun store, but it's starting to get to the point where it's pretty terrifying. It's really attracted some serious attention here. The other side of it, though, is that Vellum considers that if we do manage to clear out this horde, this little area here will be probably pretty clear after this. You can kind of just come back over here and take out the stragglers. It actually looks like that headless monstrosity, the headless horror, might have moved on. Guess because there wasn't any loud sounds anymore. And we hear more gunshots. God damn it. I'm going to just slice and dice this pupating zombie before it gets a chance to convert itself. Actually, it looks like something pounded its way through the wall, perhaps? I almost feel like it might be a bad idea, but we are going to move inside. And this place is just absolutely full of zombies and smoke. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to take a step back all the way to the back here. Make sure we have full stamina. Oh, there's the headless horror again. It didn't actually move on, it just moved to the south there. Okay, I don't like this situation. What do we do about this thing? I don't know how long its reach is. I assume its reach is probably about as long as ours. Do we abandon this? I'm not sure. Okay. As we're moving along, a batwing zombie literally, I think it might have leapt down from the roof at Vellum, just kind of appeared out of nowhere. Possibly it had actually been pseudo flying, as based on their anatomy, we suspect that they can... And there's another zombie necromancer. Okay, he needs to go. Very much not a threat once in melee range like that. There's a hiking backpack here. Anything interesting in it? I will actually take those alcohol wipes. Or some sort of expensive looking pistol, but Vellum doesn't really have a great idea of what that thing was. And a Dissolute Devourer there. So we actually do have a new toy, and I'd like to use it right now. We were playing around with this. We're going to activate our grappling hook and use it to climb up to the roof here. My idea is... Okay, so there is a door up here. Can we bring the Dissolute Devourer over here? We would need to get its attention somehow. I think we'll waste one magic missile, and it looks like we can't target it properly from here. We can take out quite a few of the zombies from up on this roof, though. Just kind of, swinging down at the headless horror from the roof. It doesn't seem to be able to swing back at us. And it does go down. Yes, okay, so it wasn't able to swing back at us. Very good. We're going to go ahead and phase down there and get rid of that Devourer corpse. Or sorry, the Headless Horror corpse as fast as possible. And by that, I mean we're running back up there again because that's a Dissolute Devourer and we don't want to be down there with it at the same time. This seems like a pretty strong Devourer as we have sliced into this thing over and over and over again here. Oh, it is finally losing its regeneration, and there we go. It's finally down. Okay. Whew. Okay, then. Smash all of those corpses. And I'm gonna laugh if at the end of the day, this wasn't even worth it. Slavering biter inside of here. Oh, wow, that thing is actually terrifying. Okay, that slavering biter bit into us really fast. And zombies are digging out. Okay, we're gonna put away our spear and start covering our wounds. Oh wow, that thing, a lot of things have not been able to actually damage us, even if they do get hits off because of our chainmail, but that thing sliced into us very quickly. It's hard to tell if the corpse... I think that pulp's corpse. I think that pulp's corpse actually just got up and attacked us. I'm not 100% sure, though. We'll go ahead and take down our grappling hook. Take it with us. And I think this is finally it. This is going to be where we leave this place behind. Because although we have cleaned out the vast majority of it, there's also a necromancer nearby, and that slavering biter very badly bit into Vellum here. Very badly injuring him in only a single attack. And something like that is actually pretty concerning for us. We're going to take a look around, see if we can find any copper in this gun store here, but it doesn't seem like we have an option for that. Okay, we'll go ahead and mark this one off. The library across the street. Having so much stress of fighting zombies, Vellum does see a library and just immediately think about retreating to that said library. A sort of safe place, you know, haven of books. And unfortunately, this is yet again a sad sight of one of his favorite locations being torn to shred, absolutely destroyed. But there's a chance that there might still be something here worth reading. And unfortunately, the answer is no. There was not something here that was worth our time. That's disappointing. It would have really, after such success mixed with failure of trying to clear out that gun store and then eventually actually being pushed away by the slavering biters, something that we now need to be aware of as an actual very serious threat to us. It would have been nice to have just a book or two to make us feel better, but it doesn't seem like that's in the cards. We're not going to move fully back up to where we were before, but we are going to get a little bit closer here. We're going to check out this craft store that was next to where we were, and kind of just see if, like, we can get anything from this. Some sinew and some tanned hides is not a bad get. It's like this was some sort of leatherworking, tailoring sort of place. So there's not a lot that is great for us here. It's still so tempting to try to go to this gun store. Oh, hey, there's something here. What is this? Oh, it's clay. That's unfortunate. I was about to say, because I just saw the kilns on the ground there. It's like a lot of wax. Some sort of maybe candle making place? Not sure. Yeah, there's just a lot of ceramic around here and clay pots. Looks like these craft stores. There's actually 2 craft stores here that were just kind of like sharing a building. And then, oh yeah, looks like whoever owned these places just lived upstairs at that point. Okay, I understand. We gotta look at a lot of this place through the other side. I think it would be incredibly unwise to gate in there, but the idea that there is some sort of necromancer around here still bothers us. And again, Vellum is not one to back down from a challenge. I don't want to use fireballs because it would just light the place on fire and we wouldn't be able to reclaim anything for our efforts. Checking our wounds before we go in. We're going to very cautiously move in here. Take out any zombies on the outskirts, like this one. We still have our gas mask on, so we can step into this smoke without issue. Anytime we see zombies, we're going to immediately back up. There's the smoker. That's really good. We're going to blow up the smoker, but we're also just going to take a moment, I think, here, and catch our breath and let the smoker just kind of clear out. There are still gunshots in there. Considering how many zombies are in there, it worries me. Okay, that slavering biter is really close. We're going to mana bolt it. Lose our concentration. Can we not mana bolt right now? Okay, we can. Ooh, it got really close as we finally do get a mana bolt off. just as it gets on top of us. There's still a lot of smoke in here. There's another slavering biter somewhere. It's in the back room. Okay. That one's going to be pretty easy to take out. We can probably bait it up to one of those windows. Go ahead and close the door. We smash on the window a little bit, trying to bait them up there, and there we go. Took out the other slavering biter. Crush them down. Okay. I think we have this place pretty much cleared out. Unfortunately, it looks like our fears were definitely realized. There was really nothing in here that was worth our time to get. Really wasn't. Go ahead and just search for copper real quick, just make sure. We have a couple copper rings on a corpse, but that's about it. That's not even like worth taking, I don't think. I mean, we will take it. There's a chance that we can get gemstones from those copper rings as well. But yeah, this place was not actually worth taking. However, the real value of taking this place was not necessarily the loot we could have found, but the fact that we did take out a fairly significant horde of zombies. With that, that also means that we don't have to worry about as many zombies in this area as we did before, because this would have attracted a lot of the zombies over here. I don't know if we should check out the hospital. There's not much that we could get there. I mean, we could get a lot of like bandages and stuff like that, but we can make that stuff. We don't really have a purpose to checking out the hospital, and we worry that the hospital is just going to be filled with monstrous creatures. I think what we're going to do is we're going to head down towards this dojo here. There's always a chance... Oh, hey, a pigeon. There's always a chance that we can get some sort of new martial arts involving the spear, which would make us even stronger with the spears. Oh, here we go. All about swords? It has some recipes in it that we don't know. We'll take that. I don't see a fighting manual, though. Normally, these dojos almost always have a fighting manual in them of at least some regard. Perhaps we just missed it. Was that the fighting manual? That is. Okay, so that's the problem, is that we have a fighting manual here called Maximum Damage. It allows us to practice intermediate melee, which we already have. It's not teaching us anything new. That's unfortunate. That is very, very unfortunate. There's no way that we have the stuff on us right now to... Oh, there's another slavering biter. I don't like those things. I was going to say there's no way that we have the stuff on us right now to prepare our spear. I don't think. Okay. We need a new direction. So the dojo is done. Is there any more gun stores? There is one there. And it's right by a used bookstore, too. Let's check nearby first, though. Abandoned. Ooh, an abandoned warehouse. I wonder what's going to be in there. I am still, again, very afraid to actually step foot into that hospital here. Now, you can even see it's just going to be filled. Yeah, it looks like part of the hospital actually even broke out. What we're going to do is we're going to just blink across this fence, and I don't see anything that can catch fire. So we're going to pull out one of fireballs. And just kind of softened up that whole pack there. And immediately, we get another Dissolute Devourer on us. Oh, and it took down that fence really, really fast. Okay. We'll back up a bit there. I think we're just going to get out of here. We are feeding that Devourer, unfortunately. Yeah, look at this. I think we made the right choice to not mess with that hospital. As we were close and we made noise, things were literally almost exploding out of the hospital, blasting down the doors and walls. I think that's a hard pass, actually. Vellum's not one to back down from a challenge, as we have shown time and time again. But at the same time, there's no reason for us to go into that hospital. There's no real value to it. We're out looking for copper. We don't really need a horde of medical supplies right now. I think, given the opportunity here, we are going to very carefully move through this horde. Kind of let them pass us. And there's a zombie necromancer up there. We actually should move towards him, though. We're going to target him over everything else, taking him down. Good. And as they climb in, we're going to phase through this fence and just kind of take a few steps away here. That was getting cornered by a bunch of zombies up against the fence. That could have been quite bad. we get grabbed by enough zombies, it's almost a guaranteed death because they will just rip you to shreds almost immediately. I don't want a zombie necromancer to revive a zombie necromancer, so we are going to come over here and crush this thing down. We were fooled by our first run-in with a zombie necromancer, them being quite easy because they were just kind of on their own out in a garden, but since then we have seen the true danger that they pose, as they will bring almost anything back up, and if we're in a horde where there is a lot of threats, it suddenly becomes quite a problem, to be honest. We are completely full up, and honestly quite injured. We're just going to go, I mean, we're not even that far away from where we entered this area. We're just going to go ahead and gate back, and I think we're going to probably take the rest of the day off with Vellum here. And the purpose for that is going to be, I want to test out this Cause Bear spell. If we can use it to good advantage, that would be kind of amazing. Oh, it's too difficult to cast our ability right now. So we're going to back away into someplace where we can have some privacy, I think. Yeah, we'll use this room. Refocus ourselves. We were becoming so distracted between the mild pain and everything else, and our wounds, everything else going on, that we basically had no chance of casting our gate spell. Finally getting home. Okay, we are going to drop everything else off that we got while we were out there, and we'll take a moment to sort of just read. Actually, we're going to leave behind the grappling hook. It was fun to play with, but it doesn't really have much purpose for us right now. We will attempt to cast Cause Bear, which is something that out of game I know a lot of people have been waiting for. So I like that we can finally live up to our bear summoning shenanigans. I do want to see about doing this about as safely as possible, though. So we're going to read up and make sure that we have enough mana that if we do summon a bear and it is aggro to us, aggressive to us, then we can deal with it right away. Okay, we've eaten, we've rested, and what we're going to do is we want to summon this bear somewhere that isn't too much of a problem for us. So we have Cause Bear here. We have a 45% chance of failing it, and it takes 5 seconds to cast, and it costs 600 mana. So the radius, what's the range actually? Okay, the range is actually pretty long. So what we could do is we might be able to summon it on the other side of a pit. Oh, hey, this will work. What we could do is we can summon inside this room here. Go ahead and tear down the curtains here so we can see what's going on. Tear down the boxes so that the bear, as weird as it is, it won't have a place to hide. We'll close that metal door, and we're going to take a step back. No, we'll just do it right here. Okay, so let's go ahead and Cause Bear. And of course, we lose concentration, and we got an error. That is, I apologize. That is so disappointing, but it did actually give me an error saying failure to place monster. I think that the spell might... there's a couple spells in Magiclysm that unfortunately don't work properly that we've come across, and I believe that this is going to unfortunately be one of them. Okay, fully rested, and we're just going to grab some food real quick, but fully rested and ready to go. I think I want to try the Cause Bear spell one more time. It's going to blow a little bit of our mana, but I don't think it'll be that big of an issue, because I was thinking possibly it was how we were targeting the spell. So I'm just going to cast it right here and be ready to run. So we are going to pull out, go to Druid, and go to Cause Bear. Try it one more time, and there we go. So I was right. It has something to do with summoning it right there. It might be that the bear is a large creature, so it was counting as there wasn't enough space there. Also, I just noticed that it says that it is ignoring us. So we're going to give it a moment. You know what? Vellum is in fact a elf and has animal kinship. Something about your presence is calming to animals, and they will treat you with innate trust. Only applies to natural animals such as woodland creatures. So despite bears normally being fiercely protective, this one is actually not hostile to us. That gives us an idea. So what we're going to do is we're going to come over here, and we are going to very quickly turn on the fire and see about making some of the taming food. I think it's cattle fodder that allows us to tame. I'm not 100% sure on this. This is kind of experimental. I've never tamed before in Cataclysm. See if we can find the bear. Where'd the bear go? Does it have a duration? Did it vanish? Where did the bear go? Does the cause bear spell have a duration to it? Duration 2 minutes. Okay. So it only summons a bear for 2 minutes. But we now know that the bear is friendly to us. So we can summon a bear and let it and some zombies just go to town on each other. That is pretty incredible. That is absolutely pretty incredible. This was completely worth trying a second time. So it seems like the thing that we needed to do was that we needed a 3x3 space because the bear is much larger than a normal square. I mean, we can't stop there. So what we're going to do is we're going to rest back home here with a staff in our hands for just like 30 minutes just to let some of our mana come back. And then we are going to head back to Groveland and we're going to try and find something to use a cause bear spell on. Is there a bookstore around here anywhere? We would really like bookstores still because there are some pretty amazing Storm Shaper spells that Vellum is aware of that we have not managed to find. The closest bookstore is all the way over there. Okay. What about a library? There is a library there, but it looks like we've already checked it. And then the next nearest library is far to the east. You know what? We're just going to head to that bookstore. And the first group of zombies larger than just like 1 or 2 zombies, we are going to summon a bear for. There is a pupating zombie crawler, but that's just one. As we step up to take care of it, it immediately exploded into flesh raptors. Freaking awful and disgusting, and I absolutely hate those things so much. Looks like we already have Fog Zombie. We're going to take off our glasses and put on our gas mask, which we have bound to a key now. Much easier to do. Oh, geez, there's more things in this crowd. Okay. We're going to start running, actually. Take out that dog. And I think this is a good time. Put away our spear. Make sure we stop our wounds from bleeding. A shady zombie literally just manifested itself out of the darkness next to us. We really need to stop this bleeding. Take out the flesh raptor. Good. Because it was just bleeding us over and over again. There goes the other one. Okay. We'll put on an adhesive bandage to get rid of the bleeding. There we go. And there is a horde right there. Now we know that the cause bear spell is not going to be a problem for us. We are going to attempt to cast this. Come on. Can we not cast it right now? It's too difficult. It's still right on the edge of our abilities. So we're going to back up for a minute. Catch our breath. And I think we have to stop concentrating. Oh man, if we stop concentrating on our night eyes, we lose all of our vision. So what we can do here is, I hate to do it, but we can come down to metaphysics. And we can turn off the learning from metaphysics, which I believe means that we're not going to be spending focus on night eyes anymore. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I think that's how that works. So we just need a little bit of concentration back. We cast it now? No. Okay. We have to sacrifice our night eyes for a moment. Let the fog come in. We just need to get a little bit of focus back so that we can cast this. Just really want to see... Come on. I really want to see what this thing can do. In fact, we're also going to put on our... Oh, our MP3 player ran out of battery, unfortunately. Okay, what about now? Still too difficult. Gosh dang. Okay, after spending a ridiculous amount of time resting and such like that, we did manage to get enough focus again to be able to cast this. I think there are still enough zombies over here to make it worth its while. We're going to go ahead and attempt to cast it right away. We lose concentration, of course. We really need to... We want to use this at all more consistently. We need to level it up several times because we're at a nearly 90% failure rate here. And we're just failing over and over again. Vellum just quietly chanting, almost praying for a bear in the darkness because he wants to see one. After so many tries, we did finally manage to summon a bear. And we're going to immediately activate our night eyes again. It doesn't seem like... The bear is actually straight up friendly to us. But unfortunately... What the hell is that thing? Survivor zombie. Let's pull this survivor zombie back to the bear. Apparently the bear is running away from the zombies. The survivor zombie is actually attacking the bear, but it's not fighting back. Vellum is deeply disappointed to see that as he summons a black bear, a terrifying force of nature, it ends up just running away. That's a boomer. We need to back up here. We're going to go ahead and wind strike him. We expected so much from this, and in the end, we got so little, as the bear did end up just running away. And it was also temporary, so we weren't able to, like, harvest meat from it or anything like that. Perhaps if we got stronger with this spell, we would be able to use it as a distraction method of some sort. That might be something we could do in the future. Essentially use it to distract zombies into running in a certain direction. We just need the spell to be much, much more familiar with us. Much more familiar to us, I should say, before we can actually use it for something like that. And it does seem like, unfortunately... Oh, hey, there's a recycling center just by that gun store. Unfortunately, it's just not going to be useful as a offensive tool in its current form. As Vellum moves towards the northern part of town here, just kind of wandering and thinking about how much time he's spent learning a spell that is going to be of only very arguable use. He thinks about how... Oh, there's a radio station here. His studies might have been very different if he had gone to school and had someone to teach him this entire time. There is a disluted devourer on this other side of this fence, which we are going to slice to pieces in seconds using the blockade of the fence, which it was actively trying to take down, but can't take down faster than we can take it down. If we had someone teaching us, we could have had maybe someone warn us that, well, summoning a brown bear using a spell gotten from what was essentially a trash can may not have been the most useful of spells. Apparently a goblin fighting a giant aphid over there. Interesting. And then heavy-duty fork truck. Okay. I'm gonna check this place real quick for any copper. Not really seeing a bunch. Go ahead and get out of here. Whether it's arrogance or just like a desire for fun, we are going to try and see if there's a way that we can take advantage of this cause bear spell, because we have spent a lot of time getting to know it and getting to use it, so it would be silly to not do anything with it, in my opinion. Okay, so I'm going to empty these out, see how much of this we can actually disassemble. I think we're going to pull the trick that we did before and cast a shadow field on ourselves, and then activate a light once we're inside of it, and see what we can disassemble here. It looks like we can actually disassemble a surprisingly large amount of this. We cannot disassemble the heavy jumper cable. Yeah. Let's go ahead and take some of this apart here. This might be a good way to go. Can we use the chunks of copper for this? Yeah, so the chunks of copper is actually one of the most efficient ways of doing this. We have some friends that were attracted by the last few moments of our light. Is there a building here? There is. And it does look like we have attracted quite a bit of attention. I think what we'll do is we'll grab everything from inside these crates here, and we'll haul it inside and see what we can deconstruct. Unfortunately, it does seem like, despite using the shadow field, we had a moment of our light being visible outside of the shadow field. So we have a lot of company now, including 2 slavering biters, which we know from experience are quite dangerous. Just going to slowly stop pulling everything, because we're going to slowly try and move all of this inside where we're not going to be bothered, and turn our light back on and see about disassembling as much of this as possible here. Now, it looks like we can disassemble almost everything here. Some of the things that were surprising to me on disassembling is that, like, the pots and these tubings are actually giving me chunks of copper. So we're actually looking for copper pots might actually be very useful. Now, the copper rings and the copper wire are just completely not worth it. But we did manage to get 221 chunks of copper out of all of this. And it looks like we can't disassemble the antennas whatsoever, or the jumper cables. But the copper pots, that was something that surprised me on how good that was. Oh, we were still hauling by accident. Go ahead and take out the zapper zombie that's heading in here. While we're here, might as well check for some aluminum. Now that we know what we know, we actually are going to swing back around this other recycling center and make sure that we got everything out of there that was useful. Ideally, I would like to get as much of the copper as possible here soon. Okay, the copper one was this one in the back here, right? Yeah, so there's a copper pot tubing there, and even more copper pots and tubings. And we're going to completely skip the wire and such like that. We're also going to take a moment to cut down that chicken and very quickly butcher it, because that will give us some meat. And I think with that, we're going to head back. Okay, with all of that, how much bronze can we make? Oh boy. Hell yes, we can make 35 bronze. Oh, we actually don't have enough charges to finish, which means that our charcoal kiln, our charcoal forge is actually out. That's the first time we've had to run into that issue. So what we're going to do is we'll step outside, we'll just grab some logs or something like that and fill it up. Yeah, if you're wondering about this right here, we cut down a tree earlier and it fell into our base and busted out a wall. I'm not worried about it though, because we'll just use move earth to make sure that all of this is a pit around here. And as we came over to our charcoal, I just realized that we actually had charcoal and we had something in there the whole time. We actually had the charcoal can built full. So we now have a okay amount of charcoal, only, 23,000 charcoal in here. So we're going to pick up like, I don't know, 2,000 of that if we can. I don't even know if we can pick up 2,000. Looks like 2,000 charcoal is actually not as much as I thought it was. We'll pick up 5,000 then. And we'll leave the rest in there for now. And we'll go refill our charcoal forge then. And it is now full, so we'll just leave the rest of the charcoal in our smithing pile here and see about turning on our lamp and getting all of this built. 35 chunks of bronze. And I think we have finally gotten to the point where we have a good understanding of where we're going to be getting bronze and copper from, or sorry, copper and aluminum from. Where are we sitting on our chunk of bronze? 77. So what is our limiting reagent right now? Actually, we can still make more. 86 chunks of bronze. Oh my gosh, we're so close. Okay, so now what is our limiting reagent? Copper again. But now that we have a better understanding of where we're getting aluminum and copper from, we can probably make this a lot faster. We don't just have to go to gun stores. We can go a lot of different places now, especially with there being copper pots in the mix there, because that does mean that the copper pots in the midst, we could just honestly, like, even houses are going to have copper pots in them. Vellum has gotten just yet another step closer to his goals. We will have the anvil so soon now at this point. On top of that, we finally got a chance to cast Cause Bear, and we have made some base improvements and just kind of become generally farther into the future here. We do actually have a few other things that we can be learning sometime soon here that I have not mentioned. We have premonition, and we recently learned a photokinesis ability called Loosened Barrier. Can't see it there because it's off the side, but it's called Loosened Barrier, and something that we could possibly look into learning as well. I'm not sure if the Loosened Barrier is going to be something we care too much about, but it might be useful. And seeing how incredibly useful Shadowfield is, but our mana is incredibly valuable, we might also take the time to learn Blackout as well, which allows us to snuff out the light of an area, because that's going to require stamina instead of mana, which means that it won't be nearly as bad for us on our mana reserves.
The Cataclysm contains all you ever need, both blessings and curses, nourishment and exhaustion. Finally, a long crafting journey comes to a close today. Welcome back to Cataclysm, Dark days ahead. My journey as Vellum, aspiring Archmage, the Apocalypse. With 86 out of the 90 pieces of bronze we need in order to finally get our anvil up and running, Vellum feels like he has a fire lit under him. So we are going to start off by pretty much just immediately heading out. And currently the limiting reagent for bronze is in fact the copper, but if we need more aluminum, we can hit the houses nearby and tear up their... We'll hit the houses nearby and we'll tear up all of the gutters and drains and stuff like that. So because we want to hit some new hunting grounds, continue hitting new hunting grounds, we are going to gate back over to Groveland. Apparently an acided zombie managed to make it into our teleportation spot here. That's a little concerning. We might need to move our teleportation spot or do something about this, because the issue here is that whenever we come through the gates, we are quite vulnerable for a little bit. As soon as we pop through the gates, we are very low on stamina. Go ahead and make sure that we take out all the zombies around our gate here. We don't want them wandering in. Not whenever that means that we could come through a gate one of these times and immediately get mauled by something. I guess we did fight really close to our gate location. I don't think we realized that we were doing that at the time because it was the northern wall of the bank. So, yeah. That was just an oversight, as it was. Okay, so we have our target. There is a used bookstore and a gun store off to the east. That should give us a pretty significant amount of copper. And we will kind of like quickly, just very briefly kill this dog, but also very briefly breeze through the buildings that we find along the way. We're also going to be checking bushes for fruit, because Vellum needs some food. We don't really have a lot. And we're going to be going through the houses nearby because we learned last time that these copper pots actually provide a pretty significant amount of copper, because they give us copper chunks, which are basically ideal for what we're looking for here. Each one copper chunk immediately converts into a chunk of bronze. And we have a Pharaoh Goblin on the street here. Wow, we almost took that guy down in one hit. We also have something called a Kevlar zombie. I think we've run into one of these before. It's actually a zombie that's, again, meshed with an animate material. In this case, a Kevlar. We could probably literally cut his hide in order to farm some Kevlar. I don't think we really need to do that right now. There is a clothing store right here. Good to keep in mind. Not something we super need right now, though, so I'm just not going to bother with it. I don't want to get too distracted, as it were. Vellum has this goal in mind, and it would be nice to finally finish it. It has been days and weeks now of hunting down all of the materials necessary to do what he wants to do, and it's been closer than ever now. Ah, that's a zombie hunter. Okay, don't leap, let it approach, and finish it off. That little zombie also saw us, unfortunately. But that is a lot of zombie soldiers. I wonder if something happened here. They do always have MRA packages on them, which I will happily take. Surprisingly quiet as we actually made it over a couple blocks here. And as we're getting closer, I think we're going to make a... Ooh, what's that? That is a lot of light. There's a car on in the distance here. That's not ideal. The light just went out. I wonder if the car is, like, flickering its lights on and off. We're going to avoid that and head north to... There's another craft shop here. See if there's anything useful in this craft shop. What the hell? I can't even believe it. We always knew. Vellum always knew that there was a chance that we would just find what we need in a craft shop. So we've been continuing to check them. But we've gotten so damn close to make the bronze anvil with all of the bronze that we have, that we just found an anvil and a pair of tongs. Holy crap. And it's a steel anvil too. It's actually better than what we were going to make. Okay, we're going to put it on the ground for now. Don't worry, we're not leaving without it. But we are going to see what else we can get in here. There is an electric lantern there. Don't really care too much about that. Metalworking chisel. Holy crap, that was just... My mind just got blown open for a moment there whenever I saw that. I can't, honestly, can't believe it. It's like we got some steel, some sandpaper. I do actually think we need some sandpaper, so we'll go ahead and take some of that. Just quickly look around through here. See if there's anything else particularly impressive. Why are we so warm? I think it's maybe just because it's summertime. Probably don't need some of the stuff that we have on anymore. Like, we probably don't need this scarf, for example. That helps our mouth a little bit. But unfortunately, the rest of it's coming from my armor as I take a look at all of this. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything else here that is of incredible note. So, yeah, we'll just pick up the anvil and catch our breath so we can gate back. That is... I mean, like I said, we always knew there was a possibility that we just straight up found one. But I am just basically completely flabbergasted that we did end up finding one in the end. What we're going to do is we're going to pick up the crucible here and put the crucible back down, I think over there, down our tools. And yeah, I think we have to place this. Putting it right across the forge here makes a lot of sense to us. Yeah, place anvil. Okay, steel spear. We can just make it now. This is incredible. I can't believe we got so incredibly close to making a bronze anvil. We learned so many things about metalworking, and then at the end of the day, we just ended up finding a freaking anvil anyways. Honestly, I'm fine with it. It's just amazing to me. So yeah, we're gonna start making a steel spear, which is going to take us a lot of time. Make sure we turn on our atomic light, and this might take more than one craft session to do because it's going to be a lot of work. And yeah, we even just got a piece of fabrication for doing it. Hold on. We're going to put it down for now and get some food in us. It's just going to be a boring sandwich. And back to work. Vellum is just hammering away at this anvil way late into the night and into the following day. We've already put most of a day into this thing. Our fabrication skill is now up to 6. We had a theoretical knowledge of up to this point, so it makes sense that we gained more fabrication so quickly here. But at the same time, it's also just kind of amazing how quickly working on this blacksmithing is just accelerating us into... Man, we really need more food. Accelerating us into higher tiers here. Apparently blacksmithing is actually pretty hungry work. I believe it. Vellum is pushing himself so hard to finish it, and nearly 12 hours after originally starting this project, we actually have to go to bed and continue it the next day. Literally can't even finish it in one day, which is kind of amazing to me. This is a craft on a level of which, you know, Vellum has never even attempted to do. It's kind of incredible to see how far we've come. Another day and more hammering away at the steel spear. I'm honestly surprised that the charges in our charcoal furnace actually held out to this. And there we go. We finally have a steel spear. 30 piercing damage. Sits bash. It immediately doesn't look like that much of an upgrade. We're going to go ahead and honestly drop our knife spear. And we're going to favorite the steel spear. Okay, well, now for the next step then, because that wasn't where we planned on ending this. Now we have to get to a steel spear 1, which means that we need a tool of mana infusing, which is something that we have been looking at pretty heavily. The enchanting guide, I'm just going to break character here a little bit and say that the enchanting guide appears to be bugged. And I had some commenters test this for me as well. There's no way to actually, supposed to be a copper bracelet that you can get, but there's no way to actually get the recipe in vanilla. So what we're going to do is we're going to throw away the ingredients for the copper bracelets and then just kind of give ourselves one. So I'll be back in a moment once I've done that. Okay, now that we have a copper infusion bracelet, we should be able to wear... Actually, I don't know if we're supposed to wear it. I
I mean, we can probably, right? Does it interfere with anything? It does actually interfere with things. But we'll wear it for now because we're about to start enchanting, right? So let's look at our steel spear again and see what we need. We just need 20 mana dust now. So if I remember correctly, there was a way to make mana dust. Oh, we just need it. Yeah. So do a crystallized mana. So if we were to make 19 of it, hour and 45 minutes. Okay. Just very, very quickly grind some dust with a mortar and pestle. Being careful to not do it so quickly that we cause any sort of explosion. Vellum does have the first understandings of magic, and he also has a book on magic. And now, a steel spear +1. Let's see how long this takes. It might be a while as Vellum once again goes into a lengthy crafting process, which we might not actually have the food to finish. No, we have a lot of cheese. Okay, so no, we don't have a lot of cheese. A lot of that stack of cheese was in fact going bad. We will keep going for now and see if we can finish before we start to starve. But once we get to +1, instead of going straight to +2, we might have to go out hunting for food, because I don't know if we're going to have the ability to get to +2 right away, as we have spent yet another day making this spear, as we now have a +1 magically enchanted spear doing 33 piercing damage. Oh wow, that is so good. That is so good. It has a crazy high critical hit chance too. Go ahead and favorite that for now and take a look at the +2 steel spear, which only requires another 20 mana dust. That is, we have gone from, it's like light speed at which we have enhanced our abilities here. If we stopped to get mana dust right now and all of that, we would probably starve to death. So instead of doing that, we're going to go ahead and reload our canteen real quick with some clean water. And we're going to spend a moment to go and, you know, actually get some food nearby. It is the morning, but I'm not too worried about it. So we'll just head out as is. Maybe perhaps we can find some fish nearby or something like that. I sort of forgot that we had made these, shall we say, improvements to this side of the base. And I don't think we actually have a way through over here anymore. Our only way out is over here at this point. But I do think that there's a bit of a park to the north here that we can head towards. Oh, I forgot that there's also this Zool creature out here. We probably want to be careful of that. It would be unwise for us to deal with a named dinosaur, which is strange to us that the simple concept of there being a named dinosaur out here is literally baffling. But we are going to avoid it. You know, there's some level of me that just wants to make the bronze anvil anyways, because we got so freaking close to finishing it that it's tempting to just, ooh, here's the first victim. Oh, one hit and we almost took it down with our first swing. This thing is no joke. Immediately hearing gunshots. Great start to the day. Some antiseptic here, which is a great source for future bandages. I do feel a little fearless now that we have this absolutely incredible weapon in our hands. That might be a bad thing for us on some level, because our fearlessness has already gotten us into trouble in the past. But man, we have just... It's just such an incredible upgrade of our actual damage output capabilities to have this thing. It feels amazing. To look back on where we were even a month ago, it's just... the difference in our capabilities is absolutely astounding. Running from minor threats in the past to being rather fearless about walking around just during the day and not being too concerned about this is... it's almost like a completely different apocalypse. Yeah, these things barely stand a chance against us now. I guess with something like this in our hands, this magical weapon available to us now, we're not going to have a choice. We need to seek out harder threats. We need to seek out things that are
worthy challenge, as even being ambushed by zombies in the daytime. This is one of the first times Velem's even bothered to walk around during the daytime. Seeing the city in the brightest of day and seeing that there's zombies on the horizon and just not really caring, just calmly picking a peach tree because we need food to continue our crafting. It's a different experience. It's a different way to be. And when we were lost in that other realm, we had made a promise to ourselves that we would start to live in the apocalypse. And being able to walk around during the day and no longer cowering at night, this feels like one of the first steps to that being true. And what the hell is a creepy crawler? What was once a child is now a mutant beast with blackened skin and massive eyes. This abomination's vile forms make a mockery of his human origin. Interesting. I think if we're going to walk around during the day, we might actually want to favorite Chameleoflage here, which is a concentration ability that makes us less visible from a distance. It means that even during the day, we don't have to worry as much about things spotting us from very far away. Ooh, some pickled meats. That is a good find right there. If I see any copper pots, I might still grab them because I can see us needing more copper and bronze in the future. And even a zombie soldier. Holy crap. Even a zombie soldier that was actively wearing armor went down in only a handful of swings. Well, we have enough food now. We should just go back and finish our crafting project here. We're going to go ahead and gate back to the Academy Tower and finish our enchanting project. We got a great test of what a +1 spear looks like. Let's see what a +2 spear can do. Of course, we have to make food first, but that's not the worst thing in the world. What's better, fruit juice or cooked fruit? Hard to say. I am curious if there's something better we could be making with all of this fruit other than fruit juice and cooked fruit. Perhaps it would be a recipe from a book or something like that that would give us some better ideas. Because I do feel like cooked fruit and fruit juice is sort of wasteful, maybe. But there doesn't seem to be anything that we know of off the top of our heads here. Regardless, we're going to eat and at least spend a couple more hours starting our Nets enchanting project here. +2 steel spear. First, we need to make the mana dust. All 20 of it. Oh yeah, I guess we do need... That might be something we work on next, is just a quick home ec project of getting our basement here a little bit better cleaned up. Get some lighting down here, as it were. Having a permanent light source down here would be kind of fantastic, and I do kind of already know how we can get that done. Velem would prefer to use something like an ever-burning torch, but we just don't know how to do that. So we might do something a little bit more basic, as it were, of like potentially... I accidentally only made one. Potentially getting just a very, very basic solar panel up and running, and then wiring the solar panel to just like a light. We're not that far from the surface, so it wouldn't take that much to get it done, I don't think. Might be something we look into. Okay. Steel spear +2. After this, we might want to look into some armor. There might be some better things that we can do, and we're already, man, we're literally underweight for how much we need to eat food right now. I imagine gating around and using phase as liberally as we have been is not helping with our diet, as psionic abilities can actually just straight up drain calories from your body. Okay. Where Velem is already at the point where he is literally extremely tired. So I think we're going to give him a little bit of a break, and he is going to yet again spend another night sleeping after crafting for an entire day. Yeah, food is starting to become a pretty consistent problem. If we're to continue in the apocalypse, there's a possibility that we want to look into some sort of more permanent food solution. But as we said before, like, farming's not exactly something Velem is super interested in. So this is going to be another time that I would like to call to the audience and be like, outside of just setting up farms, is there a more permanent solution to food that we can come up with? But while we ask that, we now have a +2 steel spear. Wow, it does nearly double. Let's compare real quick. Hold on. I want to just really put this in mind. So we're going to go into compare mode and compare the steel spear to what we've been using this whole time, the weapon that we've been capable of literally carving through crowds with, will compare to the knife spear. And see if we can remember how to scroll down here. There we go. So we're looking at a plus 10 piercing damage. It's faster too. Holy crap. Yeah, it is literally better in every single way to the knife spear. It does more bashing damage, it does more piercing damage, it does more crits. It's faster. Technically it has a food cooking quality, which is just completely unnecessary to the whole thing. It's also even lighter. That is crazy. It is just better in every single way. We're going to go ahead and does it not fit in our spear strap? Oh, the knife spear just kind of like, it was so familiar to us and so familiar to Vellum that whenever he picked it up and put it away, he sort of just automatically put it into his spear strap. So something I'm curious about now is, now that we've gotten to where we are, one of the things that I'd like to replace first, if we did decide to start going into making armor, would be a helmet. So we have things like a great helm, a Gallia, which is an Imperial Roman helmet. But I think most of these things are 20 encumbrances, less than we're currently dealing with right now. And I think it's made out of steel. Oh no, it's cast iron and leather. Steel and leather would be great. Great helm. Great helm is an incredible amount of encumbrance. One of the things that we have to watch out for is that we can't encumber our mouth, because that's how we cast spells. So is there something that we can put on that doesn't... Oh, here we go. This is a proper Viking helmet, a nasal helm, which an early medieval helm with a projection guarding the nose to better protect the face without obstructing vision. Interesting. So it covers most of our head and only a small amount of our mouth, but it's a very, very low encumbrance, and it's a pretty good amount of defense. There might be something better. What about the Barbute helm? The Barbute helm covers most of our head and eyes and the mouth. More of the head and eyes and mouth. It's a little bit more encumbrance, but it's way more protection. Holy crap. Okay. Yeah. We might want to look into making this. This is a steel and leather helm. Just real quick, we're going to compare this. So for the crown, ears, and forehead. Yeah, okay. So it's sitting at like... The four that we care about is cut, bash, ballistic, and pierce. So it's sitting around like, let's say 12 to 15 average there, versus our army helmet that we are currently wielding. Wow, okay, the army helmet might just be way better, sitting at 22. The downfall is that the army helmet is very encumbering, and it only covers, so it looks like it covers just our head. Yeah. It also would just fit us better to have a piece of medieval armor. And, like, the army helmet's nice and all, but I think Vellum would honestly just prefer the medieval armor instead. So we're going to make one. It might take us a little bit, but we will, once again, have Vellum hammering long into the night and long into the day, sitting at the forge, taking great advantage of his spoils. And yeah, the Barbute helm is unfortunately even more complex than what we have already made with the steel spear, and spending one day on it, we actually only got 10% of it done. Oof, that is a lot. That is a lot to deal with. I would like to point out that as we have gotten another 10% on this Barbute helm, we now have our fabrication up to 7, as we are just blasting through the tiers of fabrication at this point. We are, however, not eating properly, so this food crisis is quickly becoming like an actual issue. While we were looking through things, we did ironically find that once we got to a certain level in fabrication, we skipped right over the copper infusion bracelet, which is missing from the recipes, and we got to a silver infusion bracelet, which we could actually just make. It was written down in Magiclysm Illustrated, and we could just make it. So we will probably, yeah, here we can now see the copper infusion bracelet too, which again, we had the tools. We could have made this. We have copper bracelets sitting around, so I don't feel too bad about the fact that we kind of pseudo cheated that in. But I did want to look through the recipes real quick and make sure that there wasn't any armor that we could enchant. It doesn't appear that there is. However, through our books that we have learned of a lot of different types of dragon armor, which does involve killing black dragons. Finding a black dragon, I mean, we don't just have, like, on our notes here, we don't just have, like, a dragon lair, right? No results. Okay, we haven't just found one lying around somewhere, but killing a black dragon might be a proper use, a proper reason for all of this armor and weapons that we're making. It would give us something as a pin in the future of how strong we must get. And Vellum is not in the state of overconfidence to believe that in his current state we could take down a black dragon. I think one of the biggest things would be we would want some more spells and ways to deal with dragons. Because, well, you know, there's probably going to be people with flying. It's probably going to have incredible armor. You know, sitting there and just fighting it with a spear is probably not going to be the way to go forward and the way to win. We don't know a lot of what they're capable of. We've never fought one. But just rushing in headfirst is going to be a surefire way for us to just get absolutely cooked and be dragon food. And despite the fact that that is sort of a way that Vellum is not sad about having, like, he wouldn't terribly be too sad about going out via dragon. It's going out at all. Dying at all is just not on our list anymore. We're done with dying. We're too strong to worry about dying anymore. We need to worry about surviving now. And I just noticed that there is a zombie in our thing here, so we're going to kill it real quick. And by kill it, I mean crush it down real quick. We kind of need to go on a little bit of a hunting trip, and I had noticed earlier that there's a bunch of unhit houses to the north here. We just need some food so we can finish crafting. That's all it really is. Plus, look at that damage. We really just wanted to try out our spear. Zombies are now going down in about 1.5 hits, as we are taking them out so quickly with this new spear. It is a marvel. It is truly a marvel. It's one of the first real weapons we have had. Now sitting around 70% done. We are famished and once again underweight, and once again out of food. But we have also ascended up to fabrication 7 now. Or sorry, 8 even, and it's actually gotten to the point where I don't think we're going to get much more skill out of blacksmithing, because it actually has gotten to the point where even blacksmithing is considered to be a simple task for our level of blacksmithing, or our level of fabrication. We're 80% done, and it's so close to being finished, our next piece of gear. But we are completely out of food, and we can't keep going like this. We're also very, very tired and very, very weary. We are going to step out real quick, and avoiding the Rule of Zool dinosaur, we are going to take another sweep into our northern houses here for some food. These people have a lot of berry bushes around here that we can take advantage of, on top of a handful of houses that we haven't actually hit, like some cheese spreads and dried corn. And wow, this one just is really good, actually. Yeah, I actually got a lot of food just from this one house right here. Hit some blueberries on the way out. Okay, with more food in hand, we actually see if we can make some better food. It's going to last us a little bit longer through this. I feel like food has just been almost a constant issue of us right now. It is incredible to finally finish our helmets and our armor and our spear and feel like we're finally kitted out in a new way. It might have been a technical side grade, but it does mean that we have a less encumbrance on our head, and Vellum feels more comfortable wearing medieval weapons and armor than wearing these modern things made out of like Kevlar and stuff like that. It makes him feel more at home. And I think as a celebratory thing, we are going to try and take advantage of our new equipment and find a bookstore. I think Vellum is going to take a celebratory trip to a bookstore of some sort. Actually, preferably a library. One that we haven't
searched before, it looks like there's a library in northeast Groveland, and our attack on a library will probably be just a nice little celebratory trip, but also a trip to kind of get a feel for our new equipment. Unfortunately, it is 6 a.m., so I think, first of all, we're probably just going to sit down and read more about Gravity Well until we get to appropriate time to sleep, and then we'll go on our trip. Finally, we are going to head to Groveland, and once again, we'll probably have to hit a few places along the way just for some food, but we're going to head up to this library in the northeast. Wow, that is much longer of a trip than I thought it was going to be. Actually, there's another one right over there. We're going to head to that one instead because, well, it's not, a million blocks away. We immediately spot a small horde. We've been reading the book on Gravity Well this whole time. I want to immediately... as we tried to cast Gravity Well, a Night Stalker zombie comes out and slashes at us, and we do manage to duck under it. It does disappear as soon as we even take a step away, which means that I think this calls for a light source. I think we'll probably do the same thing we did last time and use Field of Light to illuminate it, and as soon as it's illuminated, we swing out and take it down easily. And we have a small horde coming at us now. But I don't think we're too scared. We're going to go ahead and pull out a wind strike, knocking everything off its feet. There's a thorny shambler behind us that and there's also a zombie necromancer. We're going to take out that zombie hunter, step up to the zombie necromancer, immediately wipe it out. We're going to crush down the zombie necromancer just in case. And then I want to Gravity Well, so we're going to attempt to cast Gravity Well again, and look at that. Our practice has paid off as the area of effect now is huge, but we did still lose concentration. We have about a 50% chance to fail this spell, because it is one of the most complicated spells we've had. As we do finally get off the spell, crushing down enemies, dealing already more damage than our fireballs previously did. There is a boomer in the crowd there, so I'm going to wind strike all of them, blasting the boomer on top of everything else as well, as Vellum has, in a matter of moments, basically flawlessly and easily taking out a horde. And sure, we have been taking out hordes left and right now, but this was borderline simple at this point. This new spear of his, magically guided, enhanced through mana, just cuts through these things like butter. And with Gravity Well, we no longer have to worry about setting things on fire whenever we attack with this. We'll slip into a house real quick, see if we can find some food for the trip. Make sure that there's nothing else in here worth taking. We at least got something. Probably need to find more food at some point, like very soon. After checking some of the nearby houses and honestly just grabbing some berries, we immediately move on. And there is a museum here, but I don't remember if we have checked this museum. It looks like we have. We've been mostly disappointed by these museums so far, and at this point, there's very few things in them that we couldn't simply just make ourselves. One of the things that we're going to be wanting to do next, though, is I have just recently remembered that with everything we have now, we could, in fact, start to gather the resources necessary to cast this lesser mana efficiency ritual. And realistically, looking at this list, the only thing we need is copper. So we'll be continuing to keep an eye out for copper on our journey here. But the arms race has taken another step. Vellum is now grabbed by a zombie prowler. And he actually managed to do a significant amount of damage to us just now. We are going to wind strike it to knock it down. That hurt. And we need to make sure that we don't get overconfident. That was actually quite painful. That zombie. And the only problem is that with the zombie prowlers, like, we can't see them coming by any means. And it grabbed us and pulled us away into other zombies, which is where the real trouble came. Because at the end of the day, we are still an elf. Skull zombie, what? Is that special? Zombie's head is a hideous race roll formed of human bone fragments and some sort of goo. Jagged teeth are visible as the thing works its jaw, and lidlessly, disturbingly human eyes stare at you from their sockets. This thing's fleshy ears are 4 times the size too large and droop under their own weight. So yeah, it actually hurt. The skull zombie was hearing me. And it looks like there's also a slavering biter there. We are starting to get a consistent amount of more evolved zombies. We are going to wind strike these two, knocking down that zombie and that slavering biter to be able to very quickly take them out with our new weapons here. Almost immediately out of mana. That's actually pretty impressive how quickly just our basic spells, our basic tasks have run us out of mana. Another reason to be starting to get into these mana efficiency rituals to improve ourselves and make ourselves more capable of sustaining mana for longer periods of time. I'm honestly impressed that the steel spear, the +2 steel spear, has actually managed to take some damage. Fortunately, we've already become quite good at the fault mending chant, which means that we can use even more magic to simply repair the spear very easily. Hopefully this library isn't completely burnt out and destroyed like most of the libraries Vellum has found in the apocalypse. And hopefully there's at least one spellbook here. Although this weapon itself has been a fruit of its own labor. And wow, as that thing came up to us, it actually shrieked at us so loudly it dazed us. That's honestly pretty impressive. I'm gonna quickly go through here. Looks like a bunch of sciencey books, some more books on armor making, a bunch of programming books that we haven't read but we also don't care about. Looks like that's the fiction section at that point. We hear a lot of things breaking into the place here. Some mechanical books. I would be deeply disappointed if this entire place is just filled with stuff that we realistically already have or don't need. Clothing designers. Wow. Yeah. Despite the fact that Vellum didn't find any books here that were new to him or interesting to him, we did enjoy the trip to a bookstore. That is something we have always enjoyed. And this bookstore is now literally filled corner to corner with zombies because of that screecher that literally screamed in our face earlier. And as much as we would love to just completely destroy all of these things with our new spear here, without any mana, this might be quite the ask. What we're going to do is we're just going to hide in one of the rooms and phase out. You know what? Screw it. Vellum has never been one to back down from a challenge. We're going to blow up that zombie over there, that boomer, and we are going to slice through this crowd. I imagine we can, right? We can wear our gas mask with this helmet, right? Oh, we actually can't. Interesting. That is one downfall of the Barbute helmet, is that we can't wear a gas mask at the same time. Wearing the gas mask, we do step up and break that thing real quick. Break that boomer real quick. Put our helmet back on. And let's really put the spear through its paces. In fact, we'll even... Oh, we don't have enough mana for ogre strength. I was going to say we'll even buff our strength to make it even better. We just take slice and slice and slice at a Dissolute Devourer on its own terms. We actually take it down, not using a fence or anything, but just using our armor and our spear. Vellum is just carving through these things in only a handful of hits. We have taken a few hits of our own, though. It looks like our arms are actually the thing that is the least protected at this point, as the spear does push us away from zombies a good distance. And there we go. Now because of shady zombies who are hiding, we have managed to actually get a few hits off on us. And it sounds like something is firing down below. I think an old classic here. We're going to climb up onto the roof, put away our spear, and quickly take care of our bleeding wounds. But unlike the past, we can just gate down instead of leaping from the building and getting ourselves hurt. It's pretty incredible what we're capable of doing now. Without even magic, we've taken out the vast majority of this crowd here. With magic, we probably could finish it off. In fact, let's just go ahead and do that. Why even hold back? It's the apocalypse. We send out one fireball, followed only by another, wiping them all out, and we might be lighting that library on fire, but despite the fact that the destruction of books is honestly quite a sad thing. That library didn't really have much in it for us in the first place, as we allow that dissolute devourer to get close to us, hoping it would follow us up to the edge of this roof, but it in fact didn't. There we go. Now we got the devourer on the roof edge. As strong as we are, we're not going to be completely stupid here. We do finally see a new creature amongst the zombies. We have taken the next step in our arms race, but they have too. We see a zombie strider. In front of you lies the most disgusting rendition of a starfish you've ever seen. Not just the arms, but the legs and even the head have been horrendously deformed and stretched several meters long. It walks around hunchback, looking through the remains of its head for its next meal. Well then, that's definitely something. That is definitely something. I think with that, we are going to call this journey, this particular journey at least, pretty much solved, as unfortunately that library is probably going to burn down. Hopefully it doesn't burn down too many of the things nearby, and Vellum feels satisfied, not only with this, but with his progress in general, as we are going to gate back if we can. It looks like we actually can't because of the pain right now, but that should be fine. We're up on our roof, so we have the moment to, take care of ourselves and get our focus back. Let our pain kind of wear off. That zombie strider can't get up to us, can it? Doesn't seem to be able to. There we go. Now we can gate again. Okay. I wasn't concerned at all. Not at all for a couple minutes there. Being so close to a horde. Definitely something we want to keep in mind is that we're not actually that good at gating yet. So doing it on the fly or even in a moment of panic is not going to be something we're going to be able to consistently pull off. With that, I do think that we are going to have to call it here. We have made tremendous progress, tremendous strides, and despite the fact that we didn't actually make a bronze anvil in the end, again, my mind was just blasted by that. We still managed to make our spear, and we even made a helmet and a possibility for other things like that in the future. We do need to find a solution for the conflict between our helmet and our gas mask, but it's not something that Vellum is going to have in the forefront of his mind. He doesn't wear his gas mask very often, and he has no issues quickly taking his helmet off to put the gas mask on, even if it does mean a loss of armor. I believe the next thing we'll want to put a significant amount of armor on is probably our arms, because it appears to be where the least amount of... it seems to be where the least amount of our defense is right now, is in the arms. Everything else is, well, our hands and arms. So it looks like everything else is way above 10 in resistances. Meanwhile, our arms and hands are much, much lower. I think the only thing covering our arms and hands right now is the chainmail is covering our arms and doesn't really provide a ton for the arms. We could probably find something better than this chainmail very easily, possibly even making better chainmail ourselves, or just making a chest piece and armed arms. But we'll have to look into that in the future. This has been Cataclysm. I have been Areima. I still have plans for this series. I'm hoping that we can eventually get to the point where we are so strong, but between both magic and martial, that we might be able to
find and slay a dragon. It will involve journeying across the countryside and probably using our date network in order to make such a journey possible. But it is the ultimate goal that I've had for this series from the beginning, and we are closer than ever. We are probably less than a dozen episodes away from being able to find and slay a dragon, which will be a penultimate goal for Vellum and a true example of being an Archmage, because what more could you do to go down in the storybooks than to kill a dragon in the post-apocalyptic wasteland? I hope you have enjoyed, and if you do, feel free to leave a like and a comment, and if you want to see more of our journey with Vellum, subscribe. Hope to see you next time. Goodbye.